Chapter 3685. This. Yang Kai scratched his head and couldn't come up with a decent excuse for a long time. Yu Rumeng looked at Yang Kai and then at Ji Yao and sneered, "You've been busy for a long time and still haven't taken off your clothes. Aren't you too useless? Do you need my help?" "Help with what?" Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Yu Rumeng glanced at Ji Yao and chuckled, "This girl's primordial yin hasn't faded yet. Obviously, she's still a virgin. If it's her first time tonight, there will be a lot of unfamiliarity. I'll look after her and pass on some experience to her. Cough. Don't make trouble." Yang Kai suddenly felt a little weak. He didn't know if Yu Rumeng was talking out of anger or something else. Yu Rumeng curled her lips and said, "If you want to eat, then eat. What are you afraid of? You have so many women, have I ever cared about you? Anyway, it's just one more." As she spoke, she suddenly smiled and her beautiful eyes emitted a soul-stirring light. "Why don't you and I do a demonstration first and let my sister watch from the side?" Not only did she say this, but Yu Rumeng also really put it into action. Her delicate body flashed and she had already climbed onto the bed and sat on top of Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately froze on the spot. Ji Yao also couldn't bear it and quickly jumped down from the other side of the bed. She bit her red lips and said, You guys talk, I'll go outside and take a look." She fled in panic. Behind her came Yu Rumeng's charming laughter. After Ji Yao left, Yu Rumeng looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly with a smile. A pair of jade hands gently stroked Yang Kai's chest, giving him a strange feeling of numbness. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and said, "This is not good. After all, this is Ji Yao's room. Isn't this like a turtledove occupying a magpie's nest? Why don't we change a place? Don't you think this is very exciting?" Yu Rumeng bent down and looked at him with charming eyes. Yang Kai shook his head, then nodded vigorously. Yu Rumeng's jade-like hands wandered up and down her chest. Her clothes were gradually unbuttoned. Yu Rumeng's breathing quickened. She blew air into Yang Kai's ear while she spoke. Her voice was almost sleep-talking. "When did you get together with her?" Not long. Yang Kai reached out his hands and held her slim waist. Yu Rumeng swatted away his mischievous hands and assumed a posture of wanting to take the initiative. She chuckled and said, "No wonder people say that a wife is not as good as a concubine and a concubine is not as good as a mistress. It turns out that you like this kind of thing. There's no such thing." Yang Kai flatly denied, his blood boiling. "Originally, when Su Yan and the others sent me a letter to form an alliance, I didn't want to bother with them, but now it seems, Yang Kai was stunned. "Su Yan and the others want to form an alliance with you? What alliance? Oh, you're also communicating with Su Yan?" Yu Rumeng smiled and said, "They are all your women, so naturally I should get to know them. In the past 10 years when you were not here, although I didn't see them much, I did send them a lot of messages. My sisters are not bad, but there are a lot of them. However, you are strong and full of tricks, so I don't think they will be left alone in the future." "What kind of alliance do they want to form with you?" Yang Kai asked. He had an ominous premonition. Yu Rumeng laughed again and again. "What alliance? They just want to say that in the face of a great enemy, you, as the army commander, should lead by example and not be too self-indulgent." Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and said, "Did you agree with them?" "Why would I agree with them?" Yu Rumeng sneered, "This queen does not need others to tell her what to do. That makes sense. You absolutely can't agree with them." Yang Kai nodded fiercely. Yu Rumeng smiled sweetly, "I didn't agree at first, but now it seems." As she spoke, she suddenly twisted Yang Kai's waist with so much force that Yang Kai's face distorted and he let out a strange cry. "It's time to form an alliance with them. Anyway, you can sneak outside. Why do you need us sisters to serve you?" The strange cry alarmed Ji Yao in the outer tent. Ji Yao asked nervously, what's wrong? Yu Ru Meng reached out and covered Yang Kai's mouth, not letting him speak. She gasped and said, no, nothing. There was no movement in the outer tent, and it was quiet. After a while, Yu Ru Meng turned over and got out of bed, coldly snorting, "Stinky thing." Without giving Yang Kai a chance to speak again, she stepped out. After a few steps, she suddenly thought of something and reached out to ruffle her hair and wrinkle her dress. She opened the bead curtain and came to the outer tent. Ji Yao looked over in horror, her beautiful eyes widening. Yu Ru Meng's face was flushed red, her charming eyes like a moisturized flower, smiling sweetly at her. "Tonight, he's yours." She walked out of the tent and soared into the sky. Ji Yao looked outside and then back at the inner tent, frowning and hesitating for a long time, but still feeling a little uneasy. She quickly walked in. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai lying on the big bed, his eyes lifeless, as if his body had been hollowed out. Ji Yao's eyes reddened as she walked forward and helped him up, leaning against him, distressed. "How could this be? What did she do to you?" Yang Kai glanced at her and sighed, unable to speak. He couldn't tell her that it was because Yu Ru Meng didn't do anything to him that he was like this. Originally, it was a good thing, but with Yu Ru Meng's interference, he lost all interest, so he got up and dressed. After a while, Yang Kai and Ji Yao walked out of the tent. Su Yen was already waiting outside. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Su Yen frowned. "Did Ru Meng come just now?" "You saw her." Yang Kai blushed. Su Yen said, "Honored master said that she sensed Ru Meng's aura." "Why did she come?" She looked at Ji Yao worriedly, wanting to ask if she disturbed them, but she couldn't bring herself to ask. Yang Kai stammered for a while, unable to say anything. The two bid farewell and Ji Yao sent them off. After returning to the GZ army's encampment, Su Yen returned to Tianfeng town's camp, while Yang Kai returned to the commander's tent alone. Hyoji came to report that the GZ army had just arrived at the encampment today and had already set up camp. He asked for instructions on how to train the army. This was not a small matter. Yang Kai also knew that the GZ army had just been formed and had not yet fought a battle against the demon race, so their foundation was not stable. However, there was no battle to fight now, so they could only train on their own. He immediately gathered his thoughts and summoned the 10 leaders of the town to discuss training matters. Most of the leaders of the town had been tempered on the battlefield, so their understanding of military matters was much greater than Yang Kai's. Each of them expressed their own opinions, and Hyoji learned from their strengths to make up for their weaknesses. After summarizing everything, they quickly came up with a plan. Yang Kai passed down the order. When there was no battle, the army was to train according to the plan. The leaders of the town loudly agreed. When the meeting was adjourned, it was already late at night. Yang Kai was just about to enter his tent to rest when a guard came in and reported, "Master, Ling Shi's fan commander, Master Xianyu has made some food and is bringing it over." Yang Kai did not react at first, but after thinking for a while, he realized that the so-called fan commander was most likely referring to Shanqing Luo. Overjoyed, he raised his hand and said, "Tell her to come in." "Yes." The guard obeyed and left. A moment later, Shanqing Luo's waist swayed gracefully as she walked in carrying a food box. Arriving in front of Yang Kai, she politely bowed. "This humble servant greets Sir. Sir must be tired, so this humble servant has prepared some snacks for Sir." Yang Kai laughed, "There are no outsiders, so don't be so polite. Come, let me see what delicious food you made." Today, Yang Kai had been tormented by his women. First, he hit a wall with Su Yen. Then, he failed with Ji Yao. Then, he was caught in bed by Yu Ru Meng. At this time, Shanqing Luo was so considerate that Yang Kai was really touched. Shanqing Luo pursed her lips and smiled. She walked forward and put the box of food on the table. Then, with a twist of her waist, she turned around and sat on Yang Kai's lap. Yang Kai hugged her and reached out to open the box of food. His expectation turned into shock. There's nothing. The food box was empty. There wasn't any food in it. Shanqing Luo smiled coquettishly. Her plump buttocks rubbed against Yang Kai's thighs. It was shockingly elastic. Her tender body was also burning hot. She reached out to draw circles on Yang Kai's chest and said in a soft voice, "There is, but I don't know if it's to husband's taste." After saying that, she tapped her red lips and smiled gently. Yang Kai understood what she meant. He immediately became vigilant. "Did your eldest sister send you to test me?" Shanqing Luo smiled even more happily. She reached out and waved at Yang Kai, indicating for him to come closer. Yang Kai leaned back and shook his head like a rattledrum. He said vigilantly, "If I go closer, won't my wives immediately activate the space spirit bead to catch me in the act?" Shanqing Luo was so angry that she laughed. She reached out to grab Yang Kai's ear and pulled him closer. She put her red lips on Yang Kai's and exhaled, "I was the one who suggested the alliance and left you alone." Yang Kai was furious. He was about to teach her a lesson when he saw her sly smile. He suddenly understood, "You want to eat alone." Shanqing Luo smiled sweetly, "So what if I do?" Yang Kai was shocked, "How dare you? Let your eldest sister and the others know later, that's my business." Shanqing Luo raised 2 fingers and lifted Yang Kai's chin. She blew air at him, "I don't know if husband has the guts. If you don't, Luo can leave now." Yang Kai sneered. He picked up Shanqing Luo by the waist and strode into the tent, "Let me see if tonight's supper is to my taste." Shanqing Luo hugged Yang Kai's neck and couldn't stop giggling. The GZ army was at its peak, and its lineup was unprecedentedly strong. When comparing the strength of an army, the GZ army was definitely a giant among the 55 armies in the astral boundary. The other armies couldn't compare to them. The strong soldiers and fierce generals added luster to Yang Kai's face. On the second day after the army set up camp, all the commanders of the various armies came to visit. Yang Kai got to know quite a few people. When the commanders observed the army's drill, they couldn't help but reveal envious expressions. They wished that they could take his place and lead this army to attack the demon's den and flatten the demon's territory. Yang Kai handed the army over to Hyoji. He had nothing to do. During the day, he received the commanders of the various armies and chatted with many reclusive experts to improve their relationship. At night, he ate the supper that Luo sent over. The days passed quickly. After a few busy days, the GZ army finally calmed down. Chapter 3686. On the Seven Mist Seas side, the spirit array that surrounded the passage between the 2 worlds was still being set up. The mobilization of the various armies and the adjustment of the spirit array was not something that could be completed in a day or 2. According to Li Wuyi's estimation, it would be considered fast if the spirit array could be completed within half a year. Therefore, the Seven Mist Sea had issued an order that the passage between the 2 worlds would be opened in half a year and a year at the latest. At that time, the decisive battle with the demon race would begin. The various armies of the star boundary were eager to fight. Yang Kai had returned to the lower star territory. He was proficient in space principles and had obtained the approval of the star boundary. He had refined the star territory's source. If he wanted to return to the star territory, he did not need to go through the star court. He had an advantage that other star territories did not have. Last time, it took him more than 10 years to create the star boundary and refine the star boundary before he finally separated the small sealed world from the second territory. This time, he wanted to refine a space artifact similar to the sealed world bead. He had this idea because he was awakened by Fu Renjie's words. Fu Renjie was right. If he had a space artifact, it would be very convenient for the various armies of the star boundary, whether it was marching, fighting, or taking the enemy by surprise. Refining a space artifact was a piece of cake for Yang Kai. Strictly speaking, the meteorites and dead stars that he had refined before could be regarded as space artifact. If it was in Yang Kai's hands, it would be able to accommodate living people and take in living creatures. But those without space principles would not be able to use them. Therefore, the only problem in front of him now was how to let those who did not understand space principles activate the power of these artifacts. With the precedent of the space spirit bead as a reference, it would not be difficult to solve this problem. Yang Kai was confident that he could solve this problem before the decisive battle, but it would take some time to refine them. In the core of a small dead star, Yang Kai woke up as if he had fallen asleep. The space principles turned into invisible vibrations that spread out and affected the entire dead star. Under the effect of the space principle, the size of the dead star strangely shrank. After an unknown period of time, when Yang Kai opened his eyes once more, the Death Star had already transformed into a round pearl. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to pick up the round pearl, and then frowned as he sized it up for a long time. After pondering for a moment, he put it away. Half a day later, Yang Kai appeared beside Su Yan in the Western Territories GZ Army camp. Su Yan was meditating in her own tent. She sat cross-legged on the bed. At first glance, she saw Yang Kai appear beside her. She thought that he was going to do something bad. She blushed and said, "Husband, don't mess around. It's still daytime. If you mess around, I will call for help." "Why are you calling me?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and pulled her up. "Come with me." Su Yan was stunned. "Where are we going?" "To test out something," Yang Kai casually explained. When they left the tent, they happened to encounter a group of patrolling soldiers. When the patrol captain saw Yang Kai and Su Yan walk out of the tent together, he immediately waved his hand and led his team away. "Stop!" Yang Kai shouted from behind. The patrol captain's body stiffened. He slowly turned around and said with a sad face, "Master, this subordinate didn't see anything." After saying this, he looked at his subordinates and asked, "Did you see anything?" Everyone shook their heads like a rattledrum. Su Yan blushed. She didn't know whether she should explain or not. Yang Kai led her to the patrol captain and stuffed the bead in his hand into her hand. He pointed to the patrol captain and said, "Take him in." Su Yan looked down at the round pearl in her hand and her beautiful eyes lit up. "Did you succeed?" Before Yang Kai left, he had told the higher-ups of the army about his plan, so when Su Yan heard this, she thought that Yang Kai had succeeded. Yang Kai shook his head, "I don't know. That's why I asked you to try." Su Yan nodded. She stood in front of the patrol captain and held the round pearl in her hand. Her emperor chi and divine sense surged, enveloping the area in front of her. Opposite her, the patrol captain trembled like a quail without a nest in winter. With a sad face, he said, "Master, this subordinate really didn't see anything, shut up." Yang Kai interrupted him. The patrol captain immediately fell silent and his body trembled. After a while, Su Yan's emperor chi calmed down and she withdrew her divine sense. She looked at Yang Kai and shook her head, "It's useless." She tried several times but couldn't take the person opposite her into the round pearl. Sure enough, Yang Kai wasn't too disappointed. He took back the thing in Su Yan's hand and frowned, wondering where the problem was. With a soft gulp, the patrol captain, who had been standing in place and didn't dare to move, gulped nervously. He didn't know what would happen if he interrupted the two masters' plan. Yang Kai looked up and asked, "Why are you still standing here?" The patrol captain whispered, "Master, do you have any other instructions?" Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Go patrol." "Yes." The patrol captain, Ru Meng, hurriedly saluted and led his team away. Yang Kai stood there for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, the higher-ups of the army came to visit him. However, Su Yan knew that he must have thought of something important, so she ordered people to set up defenses around him. She even personally guarded him, not allowing anyone to come close. 3 days later, Yang Kai raised his brow and revealed a look of joy. Grinning meaningfully, he stomped his foot and soared into the sky, disappearing in an instant. This time, Yang Kai stayed in the lower territory for much longer than the last time. Last time, he only spent half a month, but this time, it took him a full 2 months before he appeared. He still appeared directly in Su Yan's tent. With the previous experience, Su Yan was more experienced and didn't rashly warn him again. The two of them left the tent together and met with a group of patrolling soldiers. As they stared at each other, the patrol captain's face darkened. Why is it like this again? Last time, it was like this. He had been scared for nothing for a while. 2 months later, a similar scene appeared again. He secretly made up his mind to never patrol this area again. Not daring to run, he braced himself and walked up, cupping his fists and saying, "Greetings, master." Yang Kai looked at him and muttered, "Why do I feel like you look familiar? Are you a disciple of the High Heaven Palace?" The patrol captain replied respectfully, replying to Master, "This lowly one has always wanted to join the High Heaven Palace, but did not have the good fortune to do so." Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder. "In the face of danger, serving in the GZ army is the same. This king now has an important task for you, one that concerns the survival of the star boundary." The patrol captain was flattered and straightened his back. "Master, please instruct this lowly one will do his best until the day he dies. It's not that serious, just stand still and don't resist." Yang Kai turned to look at Su Yan. "Take him." Su Yan circulated her emperor chi and poured it into the round bead in her hand, her divine sense surging towards the patrol captain. In the next moment, the patrol captain suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a few soldiers looking at each other. Yang Kai laughed loudly and couldn't help but pick up Su Yan next to him and spin her around a few times. Su Yan cried out in surprise, and when Yang Kai put her down, her face was as red as blood. The few patrol soldiers in front of them all stared with wide eyes, dumbfounded. When they came to their senses, they hurriedly looked up at the sky or down at the ground. "Try taking a few more," Yang Kai waved his hand and said. Su Yan was a little embarrassed, but when she heard this, she decisively stopped hesitating and circulated her emperor chi, taking the few people in front of her into her bead. Immediately, she felt much less embarrassed. "Try a few more and see where the limit is." Yang Kai led Su Yan through the camp, leaving behind a barren land wherever they went. Half an hour later, Hyoji stopped Yang Kai and Su Yan somewhere in the camp, his expression solemn. "Master, something has happened." "What happened?" Yang Kai frowned. Seeing his expression, something big must have happened. Hyoji said in a deep voice, "This lowly one suspects that someone has broken into the camp." Yang Kai's face sank. Who would be so bold? Hyoji shook his head and looked around vigilantly. "I don't know yet, but the intruder is definitely a master. He quietly wiped out more than 70 of our patrol teams without making a sound, and there were no signs of a fight. This lowly one has quietly ordered all the main towns to investigate the camp and find the intruder." "Master, why do you have such an expression?" Yang Kai turned to look at Su Yan and said, "Master Fu, the commander of the Wu Yin army, asked me to reserve this thing. Send it to him when you have time. Also, tell him that this thing is closely related to one's spiritual energy cultivation, so tell him not to exhaust himself." "Oh." Su Yan nodded obediently. "I'll continue with my work." Yang Kai coughed lightly and ignored Hyoji, communicating with the Star Territory's source, and his figure quickly blurred. Hyoji frowned. "Where is Master going? What about the intruder?" Su Yan glanced at him and sighed softly, tossing the round bead in his hand to Hyoji. Hyoji caught it with a puzzled expression. He used his divine sense to explore it, and the next moment, his face lit up with joy. Master succeeded? Su Yen nodded. This is a joyous occasion. With the help of this thing, my star boundary army. Hyoji suddenly frowned. No one broke into the camp, right? Those patrol teams that disappeared were all taken in here. Su Yen nodded again. He told me to do it. Hyoji blinked and let out a long sigh. It was really tiring to have such a boss, but the birth of the space artifact in his hand diluted some of his dissatisfaction. He quickly pulled himself together and said, "What is this thing called? I see that the space inside is not small. It's more than enough to accommodate any army." Su Yen said, "He called it the One Realm Bead. The space inside is not small, but if you want to take living things in, you need to expend your spiritual energy. The amount you can take in is closely related to your spiritual energy cultivation." One Realm Bead. Hyoji raised his eyebrows. Is this derived from the sealed world bead? That's quite appropriate. I wonder, with Madam's cultivation, how many people can you take in at once without damaging your combat strength? Su Yen replied, I tried for a long time just now, and I feel that it shouldn't be a problem to take in 3,000 people at once. Even if there is a consumption, it won't affect my combat strength too much. Chapter 3687. 3,000. Hyoji's eyes flashed. Su Yen was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, so her soul wasn't that strong. If she could obtain 3,000, then he would definitely be able to obtain even more. If that was the case for First-Order Emperors, then what about Second-Order Emperors? Third-Order Emperors? What about False Emperors? Since the function of the One Realm Bead was closely related to one's soul cultivation, then naturally, the higher one's soul cultivation, the more effective it would be. Holding the One Realm Bead, Hyoji said, Madam, I feel that we shouldn't hand this over to Master Fu for now. I want to find more people to test its functions first. Anyway, the Master is still refining it, so it won't be too late to give one to the Master later. As for the Master, I will explain it to him. I won't let him be a villain who goes back on his word. Su Yen heard this and said, the Master has instructed that when he's not around, Yaozhang army should act according to his discretion. Hyoji smiled, many thanks, Madam. After the birth of the first One Realm Bead, the news spread like wildfire. After all, Yang Kai and Su Yen had taken in more than 70 patrol teams when they were testing it. Although Hyoji had immediately issued a gag order, the news of the One Realm Bead still spread quickly. The GZ army's camp became lively again. All the army commanders came to visit, but when they couldn't find Yang Kai, they stared at Hyoji. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the One Realm Bead in Hyoji's hand, like hungry wolves staring at delicious food. Fu Renjie said that Yang Kai had promised to give it to him, so he confidently asked Hyoji for it. How could the other army commanders agree? The counterattack was imminent, and with the One Realm Bead in hand, it could play a huge role in crucial moments. At this time, no one was polite to Fu Renjie. When Zi Shan said that Yang Kai was an elder of Azure Sun Temple, so the One Realm Bead should belong to Azure Sun Temple and should be safeguarded by him. Lei Hong said that Yang Kai was born in the Southern Territory and received the legacy of the great emperors. Now, it was time for him to return the favor. For a time, everyone, whether they were familiar with Yang Kai or not, argued in the GZ army's camp. Some hot-tempered people even rolled up their sleeves to fight. Fortunately, the One Realm Bead was in the hands of Hyoji. Although Hyoji's cultivation wasn't very high, only at the Second-Order Emperor realm, he was the son of the great emperors. Even if the various army commanders were jealous of the One Realm Bead in his hands, they could only play the emotional card. If it were someone else who was in charge of the One Realm Bead, it would have been snatched away long ago. Even Bing Yun, who had always been aloof from worldly affairs, got involved. He specially called Su Yen over to ask about the One Realm Bead. Su Yen was at her wit's end after the Bingchen army incident. She contacted Yang Kai, but there was no response. She knew that Yang Kai was probably focused on refining the realm bead, so she could only wait quietly. After half a month of arguing, the matter alarmed the Seven Fog Sea. Li Wuyi ordered Hyoji to send the One Realm bead to the Seven Fog Sea. Army Commander Li said that he would study it properly. Others were afraid of Hyoji's identity as the son of the great emperors, but Li Wuyi wasn't. Hyoji didn't dare to disobey the orders of the army commander, so he obediently sent the One Realm bead to the Seven Fog Sea. Hyoji returned from the Seven Fog Sea and glared coldly at the group of army commanders. Everyone knew that the One Realm bead probably wouldn't return after going to the Seven Fog Sea. Now, they could only wait for Yang Kai to return from Star Territory and see if he could bring back more One Realm beads. Therefore, even though the One Realm bead was gone, the army commanders still stayed in the GZ army. Hyoji couldn't chase them away no matter how hard he tried. Needless to say, they were extremely annoying. Yang Kai's wives were surrounded by countless female experts from various armies. Women were usually easier to talk to. The army commanders couldn't find a breakthrough from Hyoji, so they could only set their sights on Yang Kai's wives and take the roundabout route to save their country. In Star Territory, Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he found out about this. He didn't expect the One Realm bead to be so popular. However, after thinking about it, a space artifact that could store living things had never appeared before. Now that they were about to launch a counterattack, the army commanders were naturally envious. He sent a message back to Hyoji and asked him to pass on the message. As long as there was enough time, it wouldn't be a problem for the army commanders to get a One Realm bead on the day he returned. After the news spread, the GZ army finally stopped, and the army commanders returned to their respective armies. Refining the One Realm bead wasn't difficult. Apart from the first One Realm bead, which took Yang Kai a lot of effort, he simplified the refinement process. After all, the army commanders only had a maximum of 1,000,000 people, and most of them only had a few 100,000 people. Taking into account the army commanders' cultivation bases, it would be enough as long as the One Realm bead could hold a few 100,000 people. The larger the space, the longer the refinement process would take. In order to increase efficiency, there was no need to go through so much trouble like the first One Realm bead. There wasn't much of a difference in finding a bigger meteorite to refine. One by one, the One Realm beads were born in Yang Kai's hands. Basically, he could refine one every 5 to 6 days. However, there were more than 50 army commanders in the astral plane. If he wanted to ensure that every army commander had one, time was a little tight. Time passed. Beside the passage between the two realms, the army commanders rested their heads on their spears. With these army commanders as the core of the formation was about to take shape. Everyone knew that the day of the counterattack was not far away. Every cultivator grasped this final moment and worked hard to increase their cultivation base and strength in order to increase their chances of survival on the battlefield. The night was pitch black. Dark clouds covered the sun, and there wasn't the slightest bit of light between heaven and earth. The army commanders' camps were quiet, and patrols were constantly coming and going. The world trembled slightly, and a figure suddenly appeared in the void. It was as if it had always been there. The figure couldn't be seen clearly, and its face couldn't be seen clearly. Its entire body was shrouded in a layer of mysterious darkness. The figure raised its head and quietly looked at the sky. 1,000 miles away, in the demon race's camp, Yu Ru Meng, who was meditating cross-legged, suddenly opened her eyes. She jumped down from her bed and floated out of the tent. At the same time, the curtains of 2 nearby tents opened, and Chang Tian and Bai Liemo appeared at the same time. Looking at each other, Bai Liemo turned her head and looked at the place where the passage between the two worlds was originally located. Frowning, she asked, "You too also felt it?" Chang Tian nodded silently, his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were deep, piercing through the void, silently colliding with the pair of eyes 1,000 miles away. Yu Rumeng was puzzled. Why is he here? Wasn't he injured by iron blood and serene soul? What is he doing here at this time? Bai Liemo giggled. Maybe he's here to court death. Yu Rumeng glanced at her coldly. Is it funny? Bai Liemo curled her lips. Your man hasn't been here recently. Are you not satisfied? Why are you venting your anger on this old lady? If you are really not satisfied, this old lady will help you find a few men to vent your anger. Scram! As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly turned her head and looked in another direction. Bai Liemo and Chang Tian also noticed it and looked in that direction. They saw several streams of light chasing after them, each exuding an earth-shattering aura. Surprisingly, they were the great emperors of Star Boundary. The great emperors obviously also noticed it and immediately rushed to the battlefield from the Seven Fog Sea. Although they were far away, they all glanced in this direction. Chang Tian nodded gently, which was considered a greeting to the great emperors. The majesty of the great emperors filled the air, and the 55 armies of Star Boundary were alarmed. In an instant, every camp was lively, and countless cultivators walked out of their tents and looked at the source of the light with admiration. With a few swishing sounds, 3 streams of light cut through the sky and appeared in front of the various armies, revealing 3 figures. Even in the dark night, the 3 figures were dazzling. Those who had seen the great emperors proudly explained to their companions that this was the Iron Blood Great Emperor, this was the Serene Soul Great Emperors, and this was the Martial Beast. The 3 great emperors stood side by side, with the Star Boundary army behind them and darkness in front of them, a darkness that seemed to be able to swallow everything. In the GZ army, Hyoji stood in front, and the various commanders stood behind him. Yang Kai was not here, so Hyoji was in charge. After observing for a while, Hyoji frowned in confusion. Why did the great emperors suddenly come here? Who would know something that even he did not know? Hyoji did not give up and looked back at the various commanders. Did any of you hear anything before this? Everyone shook their heads. That's strange. Hyoji was puzzled. Zhu Qing said, the great emperors seem to be confronting someone. Everyone was shocked and turned to look at her. Hyoji asked, are you sure? Zhu Qing slowly shook her head. I can't see clearly, but there is indeed someone there. There was a collective gasp. If Zhu Qing had not said this, they would not have understood, but with her reminder, they all focused their eyes and looked in that direction. Sure enough, they saw a blurry figure on the other side of the passage between the 2 realms. Great Emperors of Night Shadow! Hyoji exclaimed. If there was anyone in this world that could make the 3 great emperors work together and confront them, it could only be the other great emperors. And right now, in the Star Boundary, there was only one person standing opposite the great emperors. Western Territory, Shadow Great Emperors of Night Shadow, Ken Yi. Zhu Lai asked the same question as Yu Rumeng. Wasn't he injured by the Iron Blood Master and the Serene Soul Master? Why would he appear here? It was no secret that Ken Yi had been injured. Several years ago, the Iron Blood Great Emperor and the Serene Soul Great Emperors worked together to pursue Ken Yi. After a shocking battle, Ken Yi was defeated and was hit by the Iron Blood. He went into hiding and did not appear until today. Maybe he has recovered. Fu Lingtian answered. Zhu Lai slowly shook his head. Not to mention whether the great emperors could recover in such a short time, even if they had recovered, they should not appear here. To him, enemies were everywhere on the battlefield, so it was unwise to go in alone. No one understood Ken Ye's intentions. Zhu Lai faintly smelled the scent of a conspiracy. Hyoji obviously thought of this as well, and his expression was extremely solemn. As one of the great emperors, Ken Yi could not be so stupid. Since he appeared, he must have a purpose. No matter what that purpose was, it would not be a good thing for the Star Boundary. Fortunately, the 3 great emperors had sensed his presence and rushed over immediately. No matter what scheme Ken Yi had, they should be able to stop it in time. Besides, Hyoji turned his head and looked in another direction. He had heard that there were 3 demon saints from the demon race there. Since those 3 had defected to the star boundary, they would definitely not sit idly by. 6 against 1, how could Kenyi win? Chapter 3688. There was no clash of auras, no clash of energy. Iron Blood, Serene Soul, and Beast Warrior appeared at the same time and confronted Kenyi, who had come alone. They merely looked at each other through the void. It wasn't that the great emperors didn't want to kill Kenyi, but Kenyi wasn't easy to kill. Rashly making a move wouldn't help at all, and it might even implicate the Astral World army guarding the surroundings. Last time, Iron Blood and Serene Soul had joined hands to chase after Kenyi, but in the end, they only managed to injure him. The great emperor's Night Shadow, who had the Shadow Demon bloodline, was unparalleled in the art of concealment and escape. If he wanted to hide, no one would expect to find his tracks. Heaven's Revelations was already acting in secret, and Flower Shadow and Ice Feather were also quietly coordinating. They were only waiting for Heaven's Revelations to divine that sliver of fate and lock onto Kenyi's aura. At that time, he would have nowhere to go. There was a long silence. The oppressive atmosphere was like the darkness before the storm, pressing down on everyone's hearts and making it difficult to breathe. Are you a man or a woman? Mo Huang was the first to break the silence. He had kept this question in his heart for a long time, and it was very uncomfortable to not ask it face to face. Iron Blood and Serene Soul slowly turned to look at him. Mo Huang shrugged. Aren't you guys curious? Anyway, I'm dying of curiosity. Iron Blood and Serene Soul retracted their gazes and looked at Kenyi together. Kenyi didn't answer, as if he didn't hear them. Mo Huang was a little embarrassed and curled his lips. Why are you here? Iron Blood asked. His voice wasn't loud, but it was firm and vigorous. Just by listening to his question, it seemed like he was just exchanging pleasantries between old friends, not a confrontation between life and death enemies. Kenyi still didn't answer and stood rooted to the ground like a wooden stake. The 3 great emperors looked at each other, instinctively feeling that something was wrong, but they were also happy to stall for time. Serene Soul silently contacted Heaven's Revelations and asked how much longer they would need to completely lock onto Kenyi's aura. They only needed to wait for Heaven's Revelations to succeed, and then they would launch an attack and fight to the death. Heaven's Revelations was obviously busy and didn't have time to respond. Gao Zhan's disciple replied. Using divination to lock onto the aura of a great emperor, even if the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations, who claimed to know the past and the future, personally acted, it was still not an easy task. What's more, things had happened so suddenly that Heaven's Revelations didn't have time to make much preparations. Whether the secret technique would succeed was also unknown. Serene Soul received the reply and secretly sent a message to Iron Blood and Beast Warrior. The 2 secretly smacked their lips when they heard it. A stick of incense wasn't long, but it also depended on who they were delaying. As one of the great emperors, even if Kenyi appeared here, it was impossible for him to be unprepared. Whether they could delay him or not, no one was sure. However, the worst-case scenario would be a group attack. In any case, the great emperors wouldn't be at a disadvantage if they worked together. However, if they alerted the enemy, it would be wishful thinking to get rid of Kenyi once and for all. Can you turn back? Zhan Wuhen asked again, his face full of sincerity. You were born in the Star Realm and grew up in the Star Realm. You obtained the recognition of this world and became one of the great emperors. Why do you work for the demon race and destroy millions of lives? Serene Soul also said, if you turn back, we'll let bygones be bygones. Beast Warrior said, but you have to first tell us whether you're a man or a woman. Heh heh. Under the night sky, a light laugh was heard. Kenyi, who hadn't moved or responded since he appeared, finally spoke. It seemed to be scornful, disdainful, mocking, and sarcastic. The voice entered everyone's ears and was extremely clear. However, the strange thing was that no one could deduce Kenye's gender from this voice. The voice wasn't unpleasant to the ears. In fact, it was very pleasing to the ears. However, just by listening to this voice, it wasn't wrong to say that he was a man, but it was also possible to say that he was a woman. No one had heard such a strange voice before. Hyoji already felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly turned to look at Su Yen and said, "Send a message to Master and inform him of the situation here." Su Yen replied, "I've already sent a message." Yang Kai had previously instructed that if something big happened here, he must be informed immediately. Kenye's appearance on the battlefield was a big matter, so Su Yen immediately contacted Yang Kai. "What did Master say?" Hyoji asked. Su Yen shook his head. No response. "Maybe he's busy." Hyoji frowned and didn't hesitate in the slightest. He ordered, "Everyone, quickly return to your respective camps. Clear your troops and remain vigilant, in case of any unexpected events." The people who were waiting to watch a good show heard this and all agreed, quickly returning to their respective camps. The personal guard beside him swallowed and asked Hyoji, "Master, do you think they'll fight?" Hyoji said, "Yi Ying's appearance is a rare opportunity. How could the great emperors miss it?" After saying that, he shook his head. "However, I'm afraid we can't interfere in the battle between the great emperors. We can only try to protect ourselves. If the great emperors fought, the aftermath of the energy would wreak havoc, and it would definitely be a world-shattering situation." On the other side, Kenyi stopped laughing and suddenly shouted, "Duo!" His hands, which had been hidden in his sleeves all this time, shot out at lightning speed and formed a seal in front of him. His emperor's chi surged, and in an instant, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. A buzzing sound came from all parts of the star realm. A sudden change. Zhan Wuhen had already made his move. He had been paying attention to Kenye's every move, and when Kenye spoke, he had already taken a step forward. He didn't seem to move at all, but his entire person had already rushed in front of Kenye and lightly punched out. The fist seemed weak, but it shattered the void, and a crimson bloody light blossomed on the fist. Following closely behind Iron Blood was the martial beast. It wasn't that Emo Huang's reaction was slower than Iron Blood's, but that he had made his move at the same time that Iron Blood had made his move. Which of the 10 great emperors of the Star Realm had an undeserved reputation? A faintly discernible bestial roar came from Emo Huang's body. He waved his hand in the air, and his thick hand grasped an axe. The axe was covered in rust, like a woodcutter's axe that had been left unused for many years. But when this axe chopped down at Kenye, the sky changed color. Serene Soul stood in place and didn't follow, but her divine sense surged like a tide. A formless divine sense attack had already turned into a divine sense spear that shot towards Kenye's mind. Kenye moved, and the 3 great emperors moved. A great battle was about to erupt. Things happened in a hurry, and no one reacted in time. If there was enough time, Iron Blood and the others would be more willing to wait until Heaven's revelations was used before making their move. But Kenye obviously wouldn't give them this opportunity. He came here alone, and without even a word of communication, he had already made the first move. The entire world revolved around the 4 great emperors, and everything quickly retreated. The 4 of them were at the center of the world. A world-destroying punch came crashing down, an axe that could turn the universe upside down, and that ferocious divine sense spear. Even though Kenye was also one of the great emperors, he definitely wouldn't have a good ending if he were to take these attacks head-on. At this moment of life and death, Kenye actually didn't move. Iron Blood raised his eyebrows, feeling that something was wrong. But at this moment, the arrow was already knocked, and he had no choice but to release it. The power of his fist was much more ferocious, as if it wanted to shatter heaven and earth. The instant the fist was about to touch him, ripples suddenly appeared behind Kenye's back, and a black spot the size of a dustpan appeared behind him. In the first place, it was the darkest time before dawn, but that black spot was darker than any other darkness. As soon as the black spot appeared, it suddenly expanded, and in an instant, it transformed from the size of a dustpan into a black spot with a radius of more than 100 feet. Zhang Wuhen's fist landed on Kenye's body, but strangely, he didn't feel any force. His whole body directly passed through Kenye's body, and plunged into the black spot, disappearing without a trace. Mo Huang's axe struck down, but also returned without any effect. The axe cut through Kenye's body, and there wasn't the slightest bit of blood. Mo Huang humphed coldly. He knew that Kenye's secret technique should be a technique similar to turning reality into nothingness. It looked like it didn't feel any force, but in reality, it was just an ingenious method of neutralizing the attack. Zhang Wuhen's axe was raised diagonally again, and his emperor's origin surged madly. The shockwave spread outwards, and with the axe as the center, the surrounding space shattered. At the same time, Serene Soul's divine sense attack arrived. With the combined power of the three great emperors, even if Kenyi turned reality into nothingness, he still couldn't block it. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure flew backwards, his aura rapidly declining. In an instant, Kenyi was seriously injured. Mo Huang still wanted to pursue him, but Kenyi flung his cloak, and his figure quickly disappeared. Mo Huang's brows were tightly furrowed. He could only faintly feel that Kenyi hadn't left, and was still nearby, but he couldn't find any trace of him at all. The concealment technique of the great emperors was unparalleled in the world. This is bad. Serene Soul stared at the black spot, her expression grave. Just now, Kenyi had endured a round of fierce attacks from the three great emperors in order to use the secret technique. After using the secret technique, the black spot had appeared. Serene Soul detected a familiar aura from it. It was the aura of the demon territory. Behind the black spot, there was another world. The passage between the two worlds sealed by Yang Kai had been reopened. Bastard, what a waste of the trust this world had in him. Traitorous dog. Mo Huang was furious. He knew that Kenyi was nearby, so he cursed very harshly, not caring at all about his and the others' identities as great emperors. Though he looked rough, as great emperors, which one of them wasn't a meticulous person? In this short instant, he already understood how Kenyi had broken the seal. Kenyi was one of the great emperors of the Star Realm, and was recognized by the world, but he also had the bloodline of the Shadow Demon, and was related to both the Star Realm and the Demon Territory. It was this connection between the two worlds that allowed him to use himself as a bridge to connect the two worlds and open a passage. Others couldn't imitate this, not even other great emperors. The Demon Saint in the Demon Territory couldn't do it either. In the whole world, only Kenyi had this ability. It wasn't hard to understand this after the fact, but no one had expected Kenyi to do this. By the time they realized it, it was already too late. However, when connecting the two worlds, Kenyi would also be attacked by the two worlds, and would have to pay a price. But now that Kenyi was hiding, no one knew what the price was. Wu Hen went in. Yao Jun looked at the black spot, raised his eyebrows, and said, he's back. Within the black spot, Zhang Wu Hen's figure flew back quickly, his face slightly pale. After he steadied himself, the hand behind his back trembled slightly. His sharp eyes stared at the black spot in front of him, and he shouted, "He's here." Chapter 3689. What? Mo Huang stared blankly at Zhang Wu Hen. Just as he was about to ask for clarification, his expression turned cold as he looked at the black spot in front of him. A pair of huge palms suddenly stretched out from the black spot and grabbed both sides of the black spot. Then, with a push, the black spot suddenly expanded, turning into a huge black hole. Inside the black hole, several figures of varying heights and sizes were lined up in a row. These figures had crossed over from another world, but they seemed to be strolling leisurely. When they stepped out of the darkness and revealed themselves, the pressure of the demon saint suddenly swept out, causing the astral plane to tremble. In the east, the first rays of dawn were slightly tipsy as the sun rose. The demon saint from the demon territory had all appeared. Mo Huang bared his teeth and finally understood what Zhan Wuhen meant. The demon saint had crossed over. He also finally understood why Zhan Wuhen's face was slightly pale when he rushed back. Presumably, he had already fought with the various demon saint in the darkness. However, there was one thing that Mo Huang couldn't understand: why were the demon saint waiting on the other side of the passage between the two realms? Once Can Yi opened the passage, they appeared. Was it a coincidence? Or could it be that even if Can Yi was in the astral plane, he could still contact the demon saint from the demon territory? Otherwise, how could they work together so seamlessly? There was no time to think about it, as it was useless anyway. The passage between the two realms had already opened, and the demon saint had already arrived. There was only battle. Looking over, Mo Huang saw no less than 10 figures. Yang Kai had already reported all the information from the demon territory, so Mo Huang could distinguish who these 10 figures were at a glance. Power Demon Huang Wuji, Blood Demon Shueli, Flame Demon Qi Yan, Feather Demon Fu Yu, Stone Demon Mo Kan, Bone Demon Gu Meng, Sand Demon Yu Qiu, Shadow Demon Wu Hua, Corpse Demon Zhu Qi, and Red Demon Hua Bu. Each and every one of them represented the pinnacle of the devil territory. Especially the devil Desolate Limitless, his tyrannical aura overflowed to the heavens, causing Mo Huang to involuntarily narrow his eyes. According to Yang Kai, this guy was the strongest in the demon territory. Now that he had seen him in person, this guy really lived up to his reputation. Compared to the other demon saint, Endless Wilds gave him the most pressure. Huang Wuji's face was expressionless. His eyes looked left and right like a hawk looking at a wolf. Beside him, Shueli grinned maliciously. The 2 balls of ghost fire in Gomeng's eyes flared. When no flower appeared, his figure blurred for a moment, and when he reappeared, he was already in another place. In front of him, Can Yi gradually appeared. No flower urged on his demon essence, enveloping him and bringing him back to his camp. Swish swish swish, Chang Tian, Yu Ru Meng, and Bei Li Mo rushed over, standing shoulder to shoulder with Mo Huang and the others. Ripples appeared in the air as more people appeared. There were 4 of them. One was a dignified and beautiful woman, one was like a piece of ice that wouldn't melt for 10,000 years, one had an incomparably strange aura, and one was an old man with white hair and beard. Hua Ying, Bing Yu, Heaven's Revelations, and Wondrous Pill all appeared. 10 against 10, there wasn't any difference in numbers. Each of them was at the pinnacle of strength, the peak of martial arts. Although they hadn't really fought, the silent collision of their auras was enough to turn the universe upside down and shatter the 4 poles. The originally huge black hole suddenly expanded several times, as if it wanted to swallow the entire world. With the demon saint and the great emperors as the center, everyone within a 10,000-mile radius felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests, causing them to involuntarily gasp for breath. Endless Wilds coldly swept his gaze over the great emperors, revealing a look of disdain. His gaze only paused for a moment on the iron-blood great emperor. Just now, Zheng Wuhen had rushed into the demon territory, fought with the demon saint, and escaped unscathed. Endless Wilds also felt that he was difficult to deal with. Turning his gaze to Yu Ru Meng and Bei Li Mo, he coldly snorted, "Traitors." Yu Ru Meng ignored him, while Bei Li Mo cried out, "Eldest Wilds, I was forced, I didn't want to do this." Endless Wilds coldly snorted, "Get over here now and I'll spare your life." Bei Li Mo's eyes lit up, "Really?" Her words moved, but there was no trust in her eyes. After speaking, she sighed faintly, "But this little sister is currently under someone else's control. If I go over, I'm afraid I'll die a miserable death. Eldest Wilds, why don't you help me kill someone? This little sister will turn over a new leaf." "Who?" Endless Wilds snorted. It's that stinking brat Yang Kai. Bailey Mo didn't hide anything, that bastard planted a soul brand in my knowledge. See, I have no choice but to obey him. Endless Wilds narrowed his eyes. Do you even believe your own words? But that's the truth. Bailey Mo's eyes flashed innocently. Scram. Endless Wilds angrily pointed a finger at Bailey Mo. Slut, you'll be the first to die. Bailey Mo's face paled as tears streamed down her face. No one will believe me even if I tell the truth. Eldest Wilds, you're forcing this little sister to walk down a dark path. Turning to look at Yu Rumeng, she asked, why don't you help me talk to Eldest Wilds? Don't give me that. Yu Rumeng was too lazy to pay attention to her. What's with all this nonsense? She wasn't worried that Bailey Mo would return to the demon race's camp. Not to mention the fact that Bailey Mo was now under Yang Kai's control. Her previous actions had already caused her to lose her foothold in the demon race. Bailey Mo wasn't a fool. How could she really believe Endless Wilds' words? If she really went over, even if she wasn't beaten to death, she would have her cultivation sealed. After a few words, they didn't agree. Endless Wilds no longer paid attention to these traitors and instead turned to the 7 great emperors of Star Boundary, grinning fiercely. I've heard so much about all of you. Ironblood gently nodded, likewise. Do you want to fight or surrender? Endless Wilds asked again. Ironblood smiled faintly. Are you so confident? Endless Wilds slowly shook his head. You don't have a chance. Star Boundary is already in the hands of my demon race. If you surrender, you may still have a chance to live, but if you fight, you will die without a doubt. Ironblood lightly said, since that's the case, why waste your time talking nonsense? If you really have the ability, go ahead and kill us. As long as you can kill us, Star Boundary's beautiful world will naturally be yours. Endless Wilds snorted, short-sighted and stubborn. Ironblood smiled, born here, raised here, it is my duty to kill the enemy. Then there's nothing more to say. Endless Wilds didn't say anything else. As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 demon saints' demonic chi suddenly surged and they all attacked together. In an instant, demonic chi filled the world and the destructive power of the divine technique bombarded the great emperors. The great emperors naturally reacted quickly, led by Iron-Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen. Their emperor chi madly surged and their principles surged as they used the divine technique to meet the oncoming attack. With a series of rumbling sounds, multicolored lights bloomed and shockwaves spread out, shattering the void and shattering the sky wherever they passed. Star Boundary's 55 legions were instantly thrown into disarray, but fortunately, all of them had been practicing their battle formations during this period of time and were prepared for this, so they cooperated to resist this attack and didn't suffer too many losses. As the streams of light shot out, figures shot out from the battlefield one after another. They split up in different directions and flew into the distance. Zhan Wuhen and the others were stunned. They never expected these demon saints to be all bark and no bite. After a feint, they actually scattered. From the looks of it, they didn't intend to stay here for long and were instead going deep into the Star Boundary. The great emperor's expressions turned cold, and when they exchanged glances, there was no need for words. Yu Rumeng and the other 2 demon saints split into 10 different directions and chased after a demon saint. If Endless Wilds and the others really stayed here to fight the great emperors, Zhan Wuhen wouldn't have been afraid of them. It could even be said that the Star Boundary side had at least a 70% chance of winning. After all, this was the Star Boundary, and the great emperors were all recognized by the world. With the world's will supporting them, it was better to fight in their homeland and the demon saint coming from afar. Who would have thought that the 10 demon saint wouldn't give them this opportunity and seemed to have other plans? No matter what Endless Wilds and the others were planning, the great emperors wouldn't allow it. And to deal with the demon saint, only the great emperors could take action personally. The others simply didn't have the ability to do so. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-shaking and earth-shattering battlefield had been emptied, leaving the 55 armies of the star boundary looking at each other in confusion. Open the array. At some point, Li Wuyi had appeared on the battlefield and was staring at the huge black hole between the heavens and earth with a solemn expression. His voice wasn't loud, but it spread throughout the world. The Seven Mist Seas flag was raised, and the 55 legions of star boundary seemed to have awoken from a dream. The 20 or so legions in charge of setting up the array gathered under the command of their respective legion commanders and generals and activated the array. Time was short, and no one had expected such an unforeseen event like today's. The star boundary's plan was to wait until the array was completely adjusted, then have Yang Kai open the passage between the two realms and lure the demon race to gather and kill them, gradually wearing down the strength of the demon race. Then, they would wait for an opportunity to counterattack the demon race's territory and devour the continent within their territory, finally ending the war between the two realms. Who would have thought that Kan Yi would suddenly appear today and use himself as a bridge to connect the two realms and forcibly open the passage between the two realms? The plan was completely disrupted. Fortunately, although the array hadn't been precisely adjusted, it could still operate, and the situation wasn't too bad. The 10 demon saint had already left, but the huge black hole was still there. Even if he couldn't see the other end of the black hole, Li Wuyi could guess that the demon race on the other side must have gathered their armies and were preparing to counterattack. Tens of millions of people flowed on the battlefield, and the various legions were faintly connected, gradually showing signs of becoming a whole. Moreover, as they ran, this sign became more and more obvious. In just a short time, with the black hole as the center, the star boundary's army had surrounded the area within a radius of 100 li. It was so tight that not even a drop of water could pass through. Unknowingly, the roar of a dragon resounded. The star boundary's armies were connected head to tail, seamlessly forming a gap. Looking from high up in the sky, it looked like a huge dragon was crawling on the ground, circling its huge body and wrapping the huge black hole in the center. The coiling dragon array was formed. At the dragon's head, Li Wuyi personally led the Jia Zi army under his command. Tens of millions of troops gathered in one body. A light breeze blew over, and Li Wuyi's clothes fluttered. His eyes were like lightning, and his killing intent surged like a tide. Rustling sounds came from the black hole, and at first glance, it sounded like a swarm of locusts. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the earth from the east, a figure seemed to fly out from the black hole, rushing out of the black hole and standing in the void. Chapter 3690. With dense demonic chi and surging demonic chi, the demon race had crossed the boundary and arrived. It wasn't just one. After the first demon race appeared, a dense swarm of demon race rushed out from the black hole. Looking from afar, the huge black hole was like a dam that had been breached, and thousands of demon race were pouring out at every moment. The originally quiet battlefield was suddenly filled with clamor. Looking at the terrifying scene in front of them, the astral cultivators in the array had solemn expressions, and many of them even quietly swallowed their saliva. 55 armies from the astral boundary had gathered here, and almost all of their forces were concentrated here. It could be said that they were formidable, but the enemy was not a soft persimmon that could be killed casually. They were hungry wolves that would devour people without spitting out the bones from another world. How many demon race would rush over? No one knew, but in just 5 minutes, hundreds of thousands of demon race troops had gathered in front of the black hole, and this was just the beginning. The demon race troops were scattered, unlike the regimented armies of the astral boundary. In comparison, the demon race troops that had appeared were like an army that didn't know the rules. There were even some demon race soldiers who were laughing wildly, and there were even some who were pointing around with ferocious expressions. The sound of footsteps rang out, and the demon race troops that had gathered in front of the black hole seemed to be separated by a pair of invisible hands, revealing a passage in the middle. From the passage, a tall and burly demon race slowly appeared. The demon race was riding a fierce demonic beast that was covered in flames, and it carried a 10-meter-long heavy spear on its shoulder. It looked majestic and insufferably arrogant, giving off a strong visual impact. Riding the demonic beast to stand in front of the army, the demon race looked around, and finally fixed its gaze on Li Wui. With a grin, it held the 10-meter-long heavy spear in one hand and gently pointed it forward. As its demonic chi surged, it shouted, "Kill!" Without wasting any time, the demon race troops followed the appearance of the half-saint and charged forward to kill the enemy. With a rumble, the earth trembled, and the distance between the two sides quickly closed. Ancient incantations rang out, and a peculiar melody sounded. Rays of light flickered from various parts of the coiling dragon array. The great wizard accompanying the army had already blessed their companions with ancient wizard spells. A bloodthirsty aura filled the air, and a deep blue light enveloped the entire coiling dragon array. The life force of everyone inside the array was closely connected. Unless one suffered a fatal injury, such as having one's head chopped off, one would not die immediately no matter how serious the injury one suffered was. In the blink of an eye, the two armies clashed. The first to fight was the half-saint of demon race with the 10-meter-long heavy spear and Li Wui. Li Wui, who was at the head of the dragon, was too conspicuous. It was difficult not to notice him, so the first half-saint from the demon race territory directly went for him. The 10-meter-long heavy spear contained a destructive power. A fist-sized black hole flickered on the tip of the spear. The spear shot out like a dragon, aiming for Li Wui's chest. Before the spear arrived, the fierce momentum of the spear made the cultivator behind Li Wui turn pale. Their bodies turned cold. They asked themselves, if they were to be stabbed by such a spear, would they still have an intact corpse? In the face of such a spear, Li Wui simply stretched out his palm towards the half-saint of demon race. Compared with the monstrous momentum of the half-saint of demon race, Li Wui appeared even more elegant. The palm and the heavy spear did not collide, but after a series of crackling sounds, the black sphere at the tip of the heavy spear was quickly annihilated. The half-saint of demon race also seemed to have been struck by lightning. His body trembled, and his mount involuntarily let out a mournful cry as it was forced to retreat more than 100 meters. The half-saint of demon race, who had come aggressively and wanted to win, showed a look of shock and disbelief on his face. Another mournful cry sounded as his mount collapsed to the ground. Blood flowed out of its 7 orifices, and its vitality was quickly fading. It seemed that it would not survive. On the surface, there was no injury, but its internal organs had been torn to pieces by the space force. Even for a demon beast with tenacious vitality, it was unable to withstand such a severe injury. Asterisk chi chi chi, asterisk blood splattered everywhere. Arrows of blood shot out from the surface of the demon quasi-holy's body and dyed him red in an instant. The passage between the two worlds opened for the second time, and the half-saint of demon race confronted the human race's false emperor head-on. In just a single exchange, the half-saint was defeated. The half-saint of demon race was still in disbelief as he looked down at his mount. Although this mount was not as strong as he was, it was by no means an ordinary demon race. It had the bloodline of an ancient descendant. If not for this, how could he have ridden it to battle? But now, the first enemy he encountered in the star boundary had killed his mount in a single move and injured him. The half-saint had underestimated the enemy. Li Wui. The half-saint of demon race looked at Li Wui from head to toe and suddenly realized. He had long heard that there was an extremely powerful false emperor in the star boundary, known as the strongest under the great emperors. He had never had the chance to meet him before, so he did not pay much attention to him, but now he knew that the rumors were true. With such strength, there was no half-saint in the demon territory that could compare to him. Li Wui, however, was not interested in knowing his name. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Kill!" To him, any demon that dared to invade the star boundary was a mortal enemy. Since they were mortal enemies, he would just kill them. What was the point of talking so much nonsense? As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Qi surged, and space principles lingered around Li Wui's body as he rushed towards the half-saint of demon race. When Li Wui moved, the Jia Zi army moved, the Jia Zi army moved, and the coiling dragon great array moved. Looking down from the sky, the several 100,000 demon race soldiers were like moths to a flame. Before they could get close, they were drowned by the overwhelming number of artifacts and secret techniques. On the battlefield, corpses piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like a river. The several 100,000 demon race soldiers were not a small number, but in front of the coiling dragon great array, they were just an appetizer. In just an hour, the several 100,000 demon race soldiers who rushed out first had suffered heavy casualties. Except for some powerful demon race soldiers, the rest of the soldiers had long been buried in other places. In front of Li Wui, the half-saint of demon race was struggling to hold on. Without help, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated and killed. But the situation was not optimistic, because from the black hole, there was a steady stream of demon race soldiers rushing out, and more demon race soldiers joining the battlefield at every moment. With the black hole as the center, in an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, more than 20 legions formed a giant dragon, circled around it. Wherever the giant dragon encircled, there were so many devils that it was impossible to kill them all. In this desolate western territory, in front of the passage between the two worlds, a desperate battle was waged between the two races. Every moment, there was a human or demon race soldier falling. On this merciless battlefield, the flames of life were as fragile as a delicate flower in a greenhouse, dying and withering. In comparison, the demon race suffered much more casualties. After all, this was the astral boundary, and the astral boundary army had long been prepared. Furthermore, with the support of the ancient wizard technique, the bloodlust technique allowed the astral boundary cultivator to become more bloodthirsty and excited, and the chains of life connected the vitality of everyone in the coiling dragon great array. At first glance, this was simply a one-sided slaughter. Often, hundreds of demon race soldiers would die, but not a single human would die. In the sky and on the ground, the light of secret techniques and artifacts blossomed. Under the dazzling light, there was a merciless slaughter. But as time passed, more and more demon race soldiers came out of the black hole. The Demon King and half-saint demon race soldiers gathered around the black hole, organized a charge, and brought casualties to the astral boundary army. Half a day later, the number of demon race soldiers that crossed over from the demon territory had reached tens of millions. Although the coiling dragon great array was strong, it also had its limits. With so many demon race soldiers, it could no longer encircle them. The demon race that Li Wui fought against had long disappeared. It was not killed, but rescued by another half-saint of demon race. Li Wui secretly felt that it was a pity. If he had been given an incense stick's worth of time, he had full confidence that he could have killed the half-saint of demon race. But now that things had come to this, it was useless to feel regret. He was the astral boundary army's commander, commanding the various armies of the astral boundary. He could dominate the entire battlefield and could not leave his post to chase down a strong enemy. The battle between the two realms was not about the life and death of a half-saint of demon race, so he could only watch as the half-saint escaped. At this moment, seeing the demon race's ferocious offensive and the coiling dragon great array showing signs of collapse, he immediately issued an order to the soldiers beside him. In the next moment, the Seven Mist Sea flag was raised high, and under the control of the Jia Zi army's flag commander, it swayed rhythmically a few times. The Binghai army's army commander killed a demon king in the middle and north of the great array with a single slash of his blade. When he raised his head and saw the Seven Mist Sea flag, he immediately issued an order, change formation. The Binghai army moved in response and changed their formation in an orderly manner. Not long after, a faintly discernible gap appeared in the coiling dragon great array. The demon race had no lack of experienced demon king soldiers. Immediately, a large army of demon kings gathered and charged over. The two armies clashed. Men and horses were thrown off their feet, and corpses were strewn all over the place. The Binghai army seemed to be no match for the enemy, but they managed to hold on for a while, allowing the demon race army to leave through the gap. When the time was about right, the Binghai army commander shouted again, "Close." The faintly discernible gap was immediately sealed up. The demon race army that charged out was about 200,000 people. All of them were dripping with blood, and their demonic chi was overflowing. Their killing intent was boiling. Under the leadership of the demon kings, they originally wanted to make a counterattack and attack the Binghai army from the inside and outside to break the coiling dragon great array. However, when they raised their heads, they saw a large army gathering in front of them with flags fluttering in the wind. The leader was a middle-aged man. He smiled happily as he looked at the group of demon kings and said indifferently, "The Jiawu army has been waiting for a long time." Rumble, chi chi chi, when the Jiawu army commander waved his hand, the army charged forward. The sky and the ground were densely packed with people, and the momentum was astonishing. The demon race soldiers that had just charged out of the coiling dragon great array were stunned. Only then did they realize that they had fallen into a trap. They originally wanted to attack the enemy from the inside and outside, but who knew that they would be surrounded by the enemy from the inside and outside? Behind them was the coiling dragon great array. Not to mention whether they could charge back, even if they did, they would not have any good results. With this thought, the demon kings raised their hands and waved them down. The demon race army also charged forward. The distance between the two armies rapidly shortened. Looking from afar, it was like two meteorites that were moving at high speed colliding with each other. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. Chapter 3691. The giant dragon coiled and turned into a giant meat grinder. Inside the great formation, blood rain and broken corpses flew everywhere. Gaps were, inadvertently, opened one after another. The demon race's army was released from the great formation one after another and handed over to the legions in the rear to deal with. Of the 55 armies of the Star Realm, only half of them were in charge of the coiling dragon great formation. What were the other half doing? Of course, they were surrounding the coiling dragon great formation and waiting for the enemy to charge out before attacking. This was the Seven Mist Seas plan. The pressure on the coiling dragon great formation was greatly reduced as the demon race's army of various sizes escaped from the coiling dragon great formation. The giant dragon, which was originally on the verge of collapse, gradually stabilized. The giant dragon and the many legions guarding outside slaughtered the invading demon race in an extremely efficient and safe manner. Strictly speaking, this was the first time the Star Realm's army and the enemy from the demon territory had truly clashed head-on in a large scale. 20 years ago, when the passage between the two worlds opened for the first time, everyone in the Star Realm was caught off guard and invaded their territory. The great sects and cultivators in the Western Territory were defeated and lost large amounts of territory. Although the Star Realm quickly put up an effective resistance, they were unable to withstand the high morale of the demon race and were forced to retreat. At the most critical moment, the entire Western Territory was almost completely lost. The Star Realm's army retreated all the way to the border between the Western and Southern Territories. If it wasn't for the importance of the Battle of Eternal Heaven and the Demon Saint summoning all the half-saint back to the demon race, the Star Realm would have had no chance to catch a breather. Later on, Yang Kai returned from the demon territory and sealed the passage between the two worlds, leaving the remaining demon race in the Star Realm isolated and helpless. Only then were they gradually eaten away. After more than 20 years, the passage between the two worlds opened once again. The demon race's army swarmed in. Although the astral realm was not fully prepared, it was not the first time that they were so defenseless. 55 legions gathered here, pressuring more than half of the astral realm's forces to collide and clash with the invading forces of another universe. The demon race had suffered heavy casualties, and the demon race had suffered a great loss. Although there was still an endless stream of demon race members charging out of the black hole to replenish their lost forces, it could not hide the truth of the demon race's decline. Under the double blessing of the life chains and the bloodlust technique, every cultivator was able to display more power than usual. The giant dragons constantly circled around the passage between the two worlds, and every time they circled, countless demon race cultivators would be ground to dust. Whenever Li Wui discovered that the Great Formation had exceeded its capacity, he would order his personal guards to wave the flag and open up a gap to reduce the pressure. At this moment, the various legions of the star boundary were closely linked together as a whole, and they were methodically slaughtering the alien races surrounded by the demonic chi. The situation was very good. If the battle continued like this, no matter how many demon race cultivators came from the passage between the two worlds, they would all be wiped out in the end. In the Great Formation, every cultivator's eyes were bloodshot from the killing, and there was a different kind of excitement in their expressions. Li Wui, on the other hand, was faintly feeling uneasy. The demon race were not fools. How could they still be so fearless despite knowing that the situation was not good? Although they were brave and fearless, they would not make meaningless sacrifices. What's more, this time, it was the demon territory that took the initiative to open the passage between the two worlds. 10 demon saints had come to the astral realm, so there was bound to be a conspiracy. However, Li Wui could not figure out what the demon saint was plotting. The conspiracy of the demon saint could only be stopped by the great emperors. On this battlefield, he could only lead the legions to kill as many enemies as possible and eliminate as many demon race as possible. Only then could he lay a solid foundation for victory in the war between the two worlds. Shaking his head and casting aside the distracting thoughts, Li Wui's heart was as calm as still water. He was in the Great Formation, overseeing the overall situation. Southeast of the passage between the two worlds, where the GZ army was defending, the army of 300,000 was at its peak. Their morale was high, and they were rubbing their fists and waiting solemnly. Hyoji was in the middle of the army. Scouts from Eagle Town constantly reported the situation on the front lines, allowing him to understand the situation on the other side as soon as possible. After learning that the astral realm held the absolute advantage, Hyoji could not help but feel a little surprised while overjoyed. Unlike Yang Kai, who had not participated in the previous war between the two worlds, Hyoji had fought the demon race for several years. He knew how difficult and vicious the demon race was. He had originally thought that it would be a difficult battle, but he did not expect his side to have the absolute advantage. Just like Li Wui's uneasiness, Hyoji also smelled the scent of a conspiracy. However, if Li Wui could not see anything suspicious, how could Hyoji think of anything? Just as he was deep in thought, a guard came in and reported, "Master, Fire Bull Town's commander Shi Lei requests an audience." In the army, military rules were strict, especially now that Yang Kai was not here and Hyoji was in charge of the GZ army. This was a war between the two worlds. If Shi Lei wanted to see him, he would have to be reported. If Yang Kai was here, Shi Lei would have come directly. There would not be so much trouble. Hyoji frowned when he heard this. He did not know why Shi Lei had come here instead of overseeing his own Firebull town. He was also afraid that Shi Lei had something urgent to report, so he nodded and said, "Let him come." The bodyguard nodded and retreated. Not long after, Shi Lei walked in and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Master." Hyoji nodded. "What's the matter?" Shi Lei smacked his lips and smiled. He rubbed his hands together and said, "Master, it's like this. I heard from the little ones that the other armies have gone crazy from the slaughter. I just wanted to ask when we should go into battle. It's not good to keep waiting here." After he finished speaking, he cupped his fists solemnly. "The GZ army's first battle. My Fire Bull town is willing to be the vanguard. We will definitely show the might of the GZ army." Hyoji glanced at him in annoyance. "It's your turn to go into battle. What's the rush? The various commanders did not know about the Seven Mist Seas arrangements. They only saw the demon race gathering in the coiling dragon formation from afar. There were also other armies fighting the demon race nearby. However, the GZ army was biding their time, so they could not help but feel anxious. If it was an ordinary army, it would be fine. However, although the GZ army had just been formed, it was already recognized as the #1 army in the star boundary. If they did not make any contributions in this first battle, no one would be able to show their face. Shilei understood. Since the demon race was not coming, then they would just kill their way over. They had to lead their men and cut off a few heads of the demon king. Otherwise, how could they live up to their daily training? Seeing that Hyoji did not allow it, Shilei was unhappy. He muttered softly, "If the master was here, he would definitely lead us to charge and kill the enemy. Why would he stay here like an idiot?" "What did you say?" Hyoji glared at him. Shilei hurriedly waved his hands. "No, nothing. Ha, this humble one will take his leave." Although Hyoji's strength was lower than his, he had single-handedly raised the GZ army. He also had prestige in the army. In the face of a great enemy, Shilei did not dare to talk back to him. His muttering just now was just a casual complaint. He did not mean any harm. Seeing that Hyoji was angry, he quickly slipped away. "Bastard!" Hyoji shouted angrily at Shilei's back. He turned around and said to Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, "Keep an eye on him. If he dares to leave his post without permission again, chop off his head." Yang Xiao obediently said, "Yes." He knew that these were just words of anger. Every member of the GZ army was a treasure in the Emperor realm. How could Hyoji bear to kill them? After interacting with Hyoji for a long time, everyone knew that he was a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He did not have any of the arrogance of the son of the great emperors. Yang Shui held back her laughter and said, "Master, there's no need to be angry. It's normal for Master Shilei to be eager to contribute. There will be a time when our GZ army will kill the enemy." She was extremely intelligent. How could she not see that Hyoji was as calm as a mountain on the surface? Actually, he was quite anxious. This was the first battle of the second opening of the passageway between the two worlds. With the reputation of the GZ army, it was natural for them to show off their might. Unfortunately, they had arrived too late and could not participate in the deployment of the coiling dragon formation. They could only wait outside the formation for an opportunity. But after waiting for a long time, the other armies were already engaged in fierce battles with the demon race. However, the GZ army did not see a single demon race charge out from the direction they were guarding. It was truly as lonely as snow. If they waited any longer, would there be any demon race to kill? Shilei was eager to contribute, and so was Hyoji. Yang Shui's words seemed to be exculpating Shilei, but in reality, she was also secretly advising Hyoji. As they spoke, Hyoji's expression suddenly brightened. He stood up and looked ahead. In the distance, the body of the coiling dragon was facing the GZ army. An opening was faintly discernible in the formation. From that opening, an overwhelming number of demon race swarmed out. Hyoji raised an eyebrow, and a smile appeared on his tense face. More and more demon race swarmed out of the formation. The one at the forefront was a powerful demon king. Just like the demon race that had escaped from the formation earlier, this demon king originally thought that he would be able to make a comeback after escaping. Who knew that when he looked up, he would see the GZ army blocking his path? 300,000 pairs of eyes were glaring at him. The demon king was not afraid of anything, but when he was stared at by so many pairs of eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but wonder, why are these humans so excited? Report. A scout from Eagle Town flew over and knelt down in front of Hyoji. He cupped his hands and said, "The GZ army has sent a message. There will be 600,000 demon race charging forward. The chief military master has ordered the GZ army to meet the enemy head-on. Hyoji chuckled. 600,000. Haha, good. The chief military master has picked up a juicy piece of meat for us. Although the GZ army only had 300,000 people, Hyoji was not afraid in the face of an enemy that was nearly twice his size. In fact, he was even a little excited. His figure was straight, and his expression was solemn. He said in a sonorous voice, "Pass down my orders. Poison Scorpion, Fire Bull, and Divine Dragon towns will be the vanguard. Angry Dragon and Heavenly Fox will flank from the left and right. Falling Flowers and Spirit Snake will provide support in the middle. Heavenly Phoenix Hall will be at the rear. All troops will attack. Attack. Wipe. Out." The command flag was waved, and the war drums shook the heavens. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the GZ army moved out. Apart from the 30,000 people in the middle and the several thousand scouts from Eagle Town, the other 8 towns were all mobilized. For a moment, their momentum was unstoppable. The GZ army had been practicing ever since they came to this battlefield. Although this was the first battle, the army moved in an orderly manner. There was not the slightest bit of panic. The various towns also carried out Hyoji's orders strictly. They majestically charged toward the demon race that had just charged out of the coiling dragon formation. Although the demon race had 600,000 soldiers, they had already expended a lot of energy in the fierce battle within the coiling dragon formation. They did not have time to recover after charging out of the formation, and they were like scattered sand. Now that they saw the GZ army charging toward them, the Demon King in the lead was actually a little stunned. For a moment, they were unable to react. Chapter 3692. The GZ army didn't care about the reaction of the demon race. The 300,000 soldiers had been biding their time, but when they saw their allies killing demons on both sides, they were impatient. Now that a piece of meat had been delivered to their mouths, how could they not eat it? Poison Scorpion, Fire Bull, and Divine Dragon's vanguard, a total of 80,000 soldiers under the leadership of Xie Wuwei, Shi Lei, and Zhu Qing, charged forward aggressively. The 3 commanders took the lead and charged at the very front, followed closely by the rest of the army. Heavenly Fox and Falling Flowers flanked the left and right, while Spirit Snake and Angry Dragon provided support in the middle, and Heavenly Phoenix brought up the rear. The 600,000 demon race that had broken out from the coiling dragon formation were stunned. The Demon King reacted quickly and quickly gathered his tribesmen and reorganized his army. When they saw the coiling dragon formation behind them and the Astral Realm army in front of them, they made a prompt decision and charged head-on towards the GZ army. They had tasted the might of the coiling dragon formation before. It was definitely not something 600,000 soldiers could shake. Although the Astral Realm army in front of them had an impressive aura, they still had fewer people. If they really fought, it was still uncertain who would win. There was nothing fancy about the charging of an army. It was nothing more than a battle to the death. Before the 2 sides could get close to each other, the might of the secret treasures of each camp was released and blasted towards the opposing army. The multicolored light caused the rising sun to pale in comparison. The might of the secret treasures and secret treasures fell. In an instant, the demon race suffered heavy casualties. On the GZ army's side, the wizard accompanying the army chanted a complicated wizard incantation. When the light flickered, a dark red light appeared on everyone's body, and a layer of dark blue light connected everyone together. Although the secret techniques of the demon race's army were powerful, with the support of the life chains, the GZ army's soldiers would have a strong supply of life force no matter how serious their injuries were. They wouldn't die immediately. Furthermore, the army had formation masters accompanying them. The formation plates activated one after another, turning into layers of protection to protect the safety of the soldiers. In the first round of long-range combat, the demon race suffered over 10,000 casualties while the GZ army suffered less than 100 casualties. Without stopping, the second round of fierce attacks was launched from the various camps. Charging without stopping, attacking without stopping, the distance between them was rapidly closing. Looking down from the sky, the two armies were like two giant ancient beasts, fiercely charging at each other. After 3 rounds of long-range attacks, the two armies clashed amidst the quaking earth. As the dragon's roar shook the sky, the two fiery red dragons revealed their true forms. One was more than 300 feet long, and the other was more than 500 feet long. The dragon's might swept out in all directions, and the demon race at the front were all stunned by the dragon's might. That moment of hesitation cost countless lives. The GZ army's vanguard, the divine dragon, the poisonous scorpion, and the fire bull towns were like 3 sharp blades, ruthlessly stabbing into the demon race's camp. Wherever the soldiers of the 3 towns passed, the demon race's soldiers were thrown off their feet, and rivers of blood flowed. A demon king at the very front dodged a divine technique, but when he heard the densely packed screams of his clansmen behind him, he was shocked, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Originally, he thought that the enemy's numbers weren't high, and that victory was already in his grasp. However, when he came into contact with the enemy, he discovered that this astral army wasn't something that an ordinary demon race could withstand. There was no other reason other than the fact that there were simply too many experts among them. His mind was in a daze, and he only felt an enormous force slamming into his head. Before he could react, his mind went blank, and his head was smashed into pieces. His headless corpse swayed a few times before it fell to the ground with a loud bang. Shi Lei waved his hand and cursed. His eyes bloomed with a crimson light, and his demonic chi rolled around him. He didn't even look at the dead demon king as he charged unstoppably into the demon race's army. Wherever he passed, the enemy soldiers were slaughtered like vegetables. In the sky, the siblings Zhu Qing and Zhu Lai transformed into their true forms. They raised their heads, opened their mouths, and spat out billowing flames towards the demon race's densest areas. How powerful was the fire dragon's breath! Even an ordinary demon king wouldn't be able to escape unscathed if they were hit by it. How many demon kings could there be among the 600,000 demon race's army? An ordinary demon race would immediately be burned to ashes if they were hit by the dragon's breath. After a few dragon's breaths, the demon race's army was emptied out. The GZ army's army was like a hot knife through butter. Although the demon race's army was nearly twice the size of the GZ army's army, they simply didn't have the strength to fight back against such a group of wolves and tigers. In just a short incense stick's worth of time, the army formation that they had painstakingly gathered was scattered, and hundreds of thousands of demon race soldiers were thrown into chaos. Fire bull, poison scorpion, and divine dragon towns weaved in and out of the demon race's army, plowing through the entire battlefield over and over again. Unable to face their enemies head-on, the demon race fled in panic. However, the Heavenly Fox and Falling Flowers towns flanked them from both sides, cutting off their path of retreat. Behind them was the great coiling dragon formation. For the demon race's army, there was simply no way out. Victory and defeat had been decided. In the first battle, the GZ army's army faced an enemy twice their size. They were practically crushing the demon race's army in a crushing manner. They had truly displayed their might. However, on the battlefield, victory and defeat were never the only thing that mattered. The 600,000 demon race soldiers were isolated and without any reinforcements. Hyoji had even given the order to wipe out these 600,000 demon race soldiers. Therefore, as long as a single demon race soldier was still standing, the GZ army's slaughter would never stop. In their excitement, the monster kings from the savage wilderness ancient lands all transformed into their true forms. Their demonic chi wreaked havoc as they rampaged across the battlefield. Their sharp claws were stained with blood, and their secret treasures bloomed like red flowers. They charged and killed as they went. When they reached the end, they turned back and charged and killed again. Not to mention the normal demon race soldiers, even the demon kings were filled with fear at this moment. They couldn't unleash their full strength in the face of the GZ army's might. Many demon kings didn't even have time to unleash their full strength before they were killed on the spot by the monster kings and the Emperor Realm's army. Eagle Town scouts kept reporting the situation on the battlefield. Hyoji, who was in the middle of the army, smiled. There was nothing more exciting than hearing the news of the first great victory. Yang Kai didn't do anything and entrusted the GZ army to him. He had spent more than 10 years building this army and expended an unimaginable amount of energy and effort. Now that he heard these battle reports, he instantly felt that his hard work over the past 10 years was worth it. The GZ army didn't let down its reputation as the #1 army in the astral realm. The only fly in the ointment was Yang Kai wasn't here. At the end of the day, the GZ army was Yang Kai's. Hyoji also wanted to share the joy in his heart with others. However, as the commander of the army, he had his own dignity. He couldn't possibly share the joy in his heart with Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. Looking at the battlefield in front of him, Hyoji narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked, "Has the master replied?" Yang Xiao hurriedly replied, "Not yet." Hyoji's mouth twitched as he cursed Yang Kai in his heart. This guy was the commander of the GZ army. It was fine if he didn't show up normally, but he actually didn't show up in the first battle of the GZ army. This was really too much. With 300,000 soldiers fighting bravely, it felt like something was missing without a commander. He secretly decided that when he saw Yang Kai later, he would give him a good scolding. If Yang Kai couldn't be the commander, Hyoji was more than happy to do it for him. At that moment, he suddenly felt a chill on his skin as a great crisis enveloped him. An aura of death enveloped him. Hyoji was shocked. In that instant, he felt a faint murderous intent lock onto him. Although he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and possessed great strength, he didn't sense the danger until the murderous intent was released. What's more, he was in the middle of the army surrounded by soldiers. The enemy was actually able to silently sneak up on him and assassinate him. It was obvious how strong this enemy was. I'm definitely not his opponent. Hyoji instantly understood the gap between himself and the enemy. At this critical moment of life and death, Hyoji's mind was surprisingly calm. A faintly discernible shadow strangely appeared behind Hyoji and stabbed a dagger towards his back. Before the dagger even reached him, a chill had already spread throughout his body. Hyoji didn't panic. As he pushed his Emperor Chi, a transparent shield appeared behind him. This shield glowed brilliantly as it revolved around his body. At a glance, it was obvious that this was no ordinary object. As the son of the great emperors, how could Hyoji not have some life-saving treasures on him? It could even be said that Hyoji had several things on him that were similar to the seal of the great emperor's divine technique, the army commander's seal. It was the biggest mistake for the assassin to choose him to assassinate. However, the enemy couldn't be blamed for this. The GZ army was in the limelight, and Hyoji was far too conspicuous with his position in the rear. It was obvious that he was an important figure. How could killing 10,000 random soldiers compare to killing a single commander? Silently, the dagger and shield collided. The dazzling light suddenly dimmed as the shield shattered. The dagger's momentum was reduced and it continued to stab forward. This momentary delay was enough for Hyoji to escape from the gates of hell. His figure flew forward, avoiding the fatal blow. Unexpectedly, the dagger was like a maggot that followed closely behind him. The dagger was grasped in the hand of a blurry figure, making it impossible to see the appearance of the attacker. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Hyoji's back, a large hand suddenly appeared out of thin air and slapped down on the blurry figure's head. A sinister grin appeared on his face as he said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." From the tone of his voice, it seemed that he had long since anticipated this assassination attempt. The wind from the palm whistled as demonic energy surged. When the palm slapped down, the sky changed color. A muffled groan rang out, and the entire world fell silent. At this moment, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, who had been standing guard behind Hyoji, finally regained their senses. Yang Xiao's expression changed, and he hurriedly pounced on Hyoji. Faint traces of the law of time lingered around him as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Yang Shui drew her sword and used her divine sense to investigate the enemy. He ran. The old Xiong frowned and coldly snorted. He's quite slippery. The one who had intervened at the critical moment was naturally the Qiongqi. As an ancient vicious beast, the old Xiong was extremely powerful. In this world, among the sacred spirits, the only ones who could suppress him were the two elders of the dragon race on Dragon Island. However, no matter how powerful he was not part of the GZ army. The reason he was guarding this place was mainly to protect the two young masters, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. He had concealed his presence and was hiding nearby. Even the assassin who had come to ambush him did not notice him. Caught off guard, the assassin was counterattacked. Not only did he fail to kill Hyoji, but he also suffered a loss. As he spoke, Qiongqi lowered his head to look at the ground. On the ground, specks of blood bloomed like plum blossoms. Chapter 3693. The assassin who came to sneak attack immediately retreated after failing to hit. He was quite proficient in the art of assassination. However, even though the assassin ran away, he was still injured by Qiongqi. The bloodstains on the ground were the best proof. At this moment, Eagle Town's commander Zhening rushed over from the distance with an anxious expression. When he got close, he cupped his hands and anxiously said, "Master, Army Commander Li has sent news that several half-saint of demon race have disappeared from the battlefield." The army commander asked the master to. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly looked down at the blood sacrifice on the ground, then looked at Hyoji, Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, and the others' expressions. He suddenly said, "They're already here." Hyoji nodded, "It's all thanks to Senior Qiongqi's help." Qiongqi didn't take the credit and just waved his hand. He returned to the group of personal guards and stood still. Besides his fierce appearance, there was nothing special about him. Hyoji looked up at Eagle Flying and said, "Did the army commander master say that several half-saint have disappeared?" 5. All Shadow Demon. Hyoji sneered, "I knew it would be like this." Apart from the Shadow Demon, there was no other race in the demon race that could silently sneak up on him and only alert him when he was in trouble. The Shadow Demon was already difficult to deal with, let alone a half-saint. This time, if it wasn't for Qiongqi guarding him, Hyoji would have definitely suffered a loss. He wouldn't be killed as he still had several life-saving treasures on him. It would be unavoidable for him to be covered in dirt. While the two were talking, they suddenly saw a huge figure appear a few thousand li away. The figure's head reached the sky and its feet stepped on the ground. It was like a giant, but its figure was fleeting and not solid. Looking at the figure, it was impressively the appearance of the great emperors of Serene Soul. The great emperors of Serene Soul had already chased the demon saint away from this place. At this moment, he wasn't on the battlefield at all. At this time, his figure appeared a few thousand li away. It was clear that some army commander had activated the divine technique of the great emperors sealed in the army commander's order, summoning the projection of the great emperors. The figure of the great emperors of Serene Soul flashed and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene from afar, the GZ army understood that the 5 Shadow Demon half-saint had separated from the battlefield and had most likely split up to assassinate the various army commanders. The GZ army had Qiongqi secretly protecting them. The Shadow Demon half-saint who came to assassinate them had been repelled. The other army commanders might not have someone as strong as Qiongqi by their side. In this life and death crisis, they could only activate the divine technique sealed in the army commander's order to defend against the enemy. They didn't know if the army commander thousands of li away was dead or alive. Eagle saw the worry in Hyoji's eyes. He cupped his hands and volunteered, "This subordinate is willing to go and investigate." Hyoji pondered for a moment and nodded, "Be careful. Go and return quickly." Eagle nodded and unfurled a pair of enormous black wings on his back. The wind howled as he soared into the sky and rushed over. Hyoji no longer paid attention to the commotion thousands of li away. He turned his head and looked at the GZ army's battlefield. The 600,000-strong demon race army had long since lost the ability to retaliate in front of the GZ army's powerful battle formation. The three vanguard towns charged back and forth. Angry Dragon, Heavenly Fox, Falling Flowers, and Nimble Snake were not to be outdone. Even Heavenly Phoenix Town, which was responsible for overseeing the army, charged into the battlefield under the leadership of Lu Yen and Su Yen. Nearly 900,000 people were fighting to the death in the battlefield that spanned hundreds of li. The ground was muddy, and corpses were strewn everywhere. Hyoji observed for a while and knew that the overall situation was already decided. It was only a matter of time before the GZ army wiped out all 600,000 people. A moment later, Eagle returned. Hyoji glanced over and Eagle immediately reported, "The other 4 Shadow Demon Half-Saint have all appeared, but they haven't done anything. Apart from the Dingwu army's army commander Ma Qing, who is heavily injured, the other 3 have all failed." Hyoji lightly nodded and asked, "Is there any danger to his life?" Eagle replied, "Master, don't worry." When this subordinate arrived, the Wood Spirit race's matriarch Mu Na was already personally treating Master Ma's injuries. Although he won't fully recover in a short time, there shouldn't be any danger to his life. That would be for the best. Eagle turned his head and glanced at the clamorous battlefield behind him. He then turned back and stammered, "Master, the overall situation is already decided." "What do you think?" Hyoji chuckled. "You want to kill the enemy?" Eagle replied, "There's no point in just watching. He was a monster king after all, so he had a strong murderous nature." However, Yang Kai had assigned him to be the head of Eagle Town and put him in charge of scouting and gathering intelligence. But now that the demon race had been defeated, there was nothing left for him to gather. Naturally, he wanted to go into the battlefield and kill the enemy to satisfy his craving. Hyoji pondered for a moment, then waved his hand without saying anything. Eagle was overjoyed. "Thank you, Master." He turned around and happily charged into the battlefield. It didn't take long for him to enter the battlefield, and wherever his sharp claws passed, a rain of blood would fly. The battle lasted for an entire day and night. When there wasn't a single demon race figure left on the battlefield, the GZ army gradually quieted down. They looked around and saw that everyone was filled with killing intent. It was as if they had walked out of a sea of blood. Their bodies were drenched in blood, some from the enemy, and some from their own. After a short period of silence, a clamor of cheers filled the air. The war drums were beaten, and the GZ army returned to camp to rest. After a quick count, the number of casualties was revealed. Hyoji nodded slightly as he listened to the report. Facing an enemy twice their size, the GZ army displayed unimaginable strength and wiped out the enemy. The price they paid was only 30,000 casualties. This number was within his expectations, and it was also within an acceptable range. However, those who survived were almost all injured. The GZ army's first battle was over, but the battle between the two worlds was still ongoing. The giant dragon coiled around the battlefield, killing the demon race invading at every moment. However, the demon race seemed to be inexhaustible, and there was no end to them. From the black hole, there was an endless supply of reinforcements. Even though the coiling dragon formation was formed by more than 20 armies from the astral realm, and there were close to 10 million soldiers, it was on the verge of collapse several times under the intense battle. Large and small groups of demon race were constantly released from the formation to reduce the pressure on the formation. Meanwhile, the astral realm armies guarding the outside had to block the demon race's path and kill them as soon as possible. After the GZ army rested for a day, the gap in the coiling dragon formation was opened. However, the demon race released this time was not as terrifying as the first time. There were only 200,000 of them. After a day of rest, the GZ army regrouped and faced the enemy again. Once again, they destroyed the demon race at a very small price. Morale was high, and several loud Monster King begged Hyoji to send a message to Li Wui and ask him to release more demon race. Such a ridiculous request was naturally rejected by Hyoji without mercy. The Monster King's strength was unfathomable. When they were in the mood to kill, killing demons was as easy as chopping vegetables. Even the Demon King would not be able to last more than a few moves against them. However, not everyone in the GZ army was Monster King. Although the majority of them were strong enough, they were not very strong. After 2 battles, not only were they injured, but they also needed to replenish their energy. Fighting too many battles was not good for the army. Only when they were relaxed would they be able to kill more demon race. Hyoji understood this principle, and Li Wui understood it even more. However, the GZ army and the other armies guarding the outside also had time to rest. However, what about the people inside the coiling dragon formation? Hyoji looked at the giant dragon crawling on the ground with a worried expression. If the passage between the two worlds was not sealed, the coiling dragon formation would be worn down by the demon race sooner or later. When that happened, no one would be able to stop the demon race from wreaking havoc. As time passed, Hyoji could clearly feel the fatigue of the coiling dragon formation. The most obvious sign was that the coiling dragon formation was opening more and more frequently. Less than half a day after the end of the second battle, the GZ army welcomed the third battle. This time, only a few 100,000 demon race were released from the coiling dragon formation. However, this few 100,000 was even more difficult to deal with than the 200,000 from the second battle. This could not be helped. Although the GZ army's morale was high after so many battles, their manpower was limited, and their stamina could not keep up. The coiling dragon formation was also unable to bear the burden. Although the formation was still working well, that was because the wizard was constantly using bloodthirst to stimulate everyone's potential. Furthermore, the life chains were a hidden danger that could not be ignored. With the support of the life chains, the damage suffered by everyone was spread out evenly. However, many a little makes a mickle, and when the life chains broke, the coiling dragon formation would definitely collapse. Hyoji estimated that the coiling dragon formation could only last for 2 more days. If they could not think of a way to break it within these 2 days, the GZ army would have to withdraw. At that time, millions of demon race soldiers would rush in, and the Western Territory would definitely be lost. On the GZ army's side, only the 30,000 elites in the middle were unharmed. It was not that Hyoji was unwilling to send the middle army into battle, but after several days of bloody battles, Hyoji wanted to leave the middle army as a surprise force. Perhaps they would be able to play an unimaginable role at a crucial moment. At this moment, seeing that the situation inside the coiling dragon formation was tense, Hyoji was hesitating whether or not to send the middle army into battle when he suddenly heard an excited voice behind him. "Junior brother." Hyoji turned around and saw a familiar face. He immediately gritted his teeth and said, "Master, you're finally back." The one who had called him junior brother was none other than Xia Ningchang. Yang Kai had also appeared by her side. Yang Kai smiled at Xia Ningchang, but did not have time to say anything to her. He revealed a helpless expression and said, "I rushed over as soon as I saw your message. What's the situation like?" As he spoke, he raised his eyes and looked forward. His expression could not help but tremble. Although he had participated in the War of the Two Realms, he had never seen such a magnificent scene. Compared to the scene in front of him, the scene of him leading the army to defend Roaring Tiger City and fighting the devil race more than 10 years ago was simply a small matter. Hyoji knew that this was not the time to criticize him. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "As Master can see, the coiling dragon formation cannot be maintained for much longer. The armies of the GZ army are exhausted. If we don't think of a way to resolve this as soon as possible, the GZ army will definitely lose." Chapter 3694. When he said this, Hyoji was full of unwillingness. Yang Kai had sealed the passage between the two worlds and bought more than 10 years for the Star Realm. The armies of the 4 territories had been preparing for war, but the moment they came into contact with the Star Realm, the situation had already turned out this way. How could anyone be willing to accept this? This situation was not because the Star Realm army was unable to bear it, but because the demon race simply did not care about casualties. No one had expected the demon race to be so crazy. If they did not cut off the source of the demon race's army from the territory, the great coiling dragon formation would not be able to hold on sooner or later. After Hyoji said a few words, Yang Kai had already seen the situation on the battlefield clearly. He nodded slightly and said, "I'll go." The moment he finished speaking, he took a step forward and his figure faded. Before Xia Ning Chang could even shout out to be careful, he had already disappeared. When he landed, he had already crossed 1,000 miles and appeared on the battlefield. The Demon King in front of him was standing 10 meters away, staring at him with a blank expression. He clearly did not understand how a person had suddenly appeared in front of him. However, he quickly recognized who the person in front of him was and shouted in a low voice, "Yang Kai." During the years when Yang Kai was in the demon race's territory, he had been in the limelight on almost every continent. During the Battle of Eternal Heaven, he was even the focus of attention, so it was not strange that the Demon King recognized him at a glance. After shouting, the Demon King knew that things were bad. Although his strength was not bad, he knew that he could not escape with his life under the pursuit of the Demon Saint. However, the human in front of him could do so, so he made a prompt decision and quickly retreated. When he retreated, he saw Yang Kai gently raise his hand and a black crescent slashed at him. Wherever it passed, the clansmen in front of him were cut in half, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. The Demon King shouted, his demonic chi wildly surging as he punched out. A heart-wrenching pain came from his fist. That black crescent had actually cut through his fist, slicing open his arm and passing through his entire body. The Demon King's body stiffened, and it stood there in a daze. It stared in the direction of Yang Kai and let out a few groans. In the next moment, its body split open, and blood spurted out. Its internal organs spilled all over the ground. Yang Kai didn't even bother to look at this Demon King. As his divine sense surged, a large expanse of black clouds appeared around his body. A faint buzzing sound could be heard coming from these black clouds. Looking around, one could see that these black clouds were actually made up of insects. Soul-devouring insect. Generally, Kai Yang wouldn't easily use his soul-devouring insects, because as his strength increased, the soul-devouring insects became less and less useful. Against strong enemies, they wouldn't be useful, but against weak opponents, there was no need to use them. But in this kind of environment where there were enemies on all sides, the soul-devouring insects could play a huge role. With a buzzing sound, the large cloud of insects lingered around Yang Kai. Yang Kai's divine sense moved, and he shouted, "Go!" The insect cloud danced a few times, turned into a dozen groups, and scattered in a dozen directions, attacking the demon race from all directions. Wherever they passed, the demon race suffered heavy casualties. Their knowledge seas were corroded by the tiny insects, and their souls were devoured. On the surface, there wasn't the slightest wound. After releasing the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai didn't care how useful these insects could be. His hands hung by his side, and with a flick of his 10 fingers, he shot out moon blades in all directions. As the moon blade swept past, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Swathes of demons were cut into pieces. Yang Kai strode forward, and the moon blades didn't stop. Wherever he went, there would be slaughter. Ordinary demon race members couldn't get within 100 feet of him, and even the Demon King couldn't withstand more than a few moves. His speed was extremely fast, and he covered a distance of several tens of kilometers in just a few steps. Wherever he passed, a death zone with a diameter of over 1,000 feet appeared. If one were to look down from above, they would find that there was not a single devilish being left alive in a straight line with a diameter of several tens of kilometers, starting from where he had landed and ending at where he was now. After walking and killing for a while, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little troublesome. Although the moon blades were powerful, he still had to do it himself when it came to killing the demon race, so he immediately summoned the wind gourd. Opening the gourd, the small wind gourd inside turned into wind blades and shot out in all directions. Another round of slaughter ensued. This wind gourd, which he obtained from the void crack in the depths of the Orthodoxy Palace, shone brilliantly on this huge battlefield. It was simply a supreme secret treasure for group attacks. This saved him a lot of trouble. Yang Kai only needed to rush forward, and with the mouth of the wind gourd aimed forward, the sharp wind blades were invincible. When he first appeared, not many people noticed him, but with the destruction of the soul-devouring insects, the moon blades, and the appearance of the wind gourd, he immediately became the focus of the entire battlefield. After killing so many people, it was difficult not to attract attention. At the dragon head of the coiling dragon formation, Li Wuyi's gaze swept over. When he saw the familiar figure, his tense mind relaxed, and he secretly sighed in relief. He's finally here, and it's not too late. Immediately, he passed down the order, and the coiling dragon formation changed. Its huge body rushed in the direction of Yang Kai, relieving the pressure on Yang Kai. Since Li Wuyi had discovered Yang Kai, the masters of the demon race had naturally discovered him as well. Yang Kai had devoured the demon race's territory, lured two demon saints from the demon race to rebel with Chang Tian, and then sealed the passage between the two worlds. Many masters of the demon race had long hated him to the bone. They had never seen him before, so now that they had discovered him, how could they let him go? In the middle of the battlefield, a sea of blood suddenly condensed and transformed into a streak of blood-red light that rushed towards Yang Kai. In just 10 breaths of time, it had rushed in front of Yang Kai. The smell of blood filled the air, and a fierce killing intent enveloped Yang Kai. The bloody light dissipated, revealing a figure that swooped down from the sky like an eagle trying to catch a rabbit. Yang Kai didn't seem to notice. On the battlefield, the cultivator who saw this scene cried out, and some even shouted loudly, reminding Yang Kai that a powerful enemy was attacking. Just as the figure was about to approach, another person appeared strangely and went directly to the invader. With a few rumbling sounds, the sky shook and the earth shook. Demon chi swept in all directions, and the two figures separated, standing in the void. The newcomer narrowed his eyes and saw the appearance of the enemy in front of him. He said hatefully, "Baya! How dare you stop me?" Yang Kai was powerful, and only a half-saint could defeat him. The person who came to kill him was naturally a half-saint. In the demon race's territory, there weren't many half-saint, and each of them had a name. Even if they didn't have much contact with each other, they all knew each other. Since Baya appeared, how could the half-saint of demon race not recognize her? Baya said lightly, "People of different paths cannot work together." On the opposite side, the half-saint of demon race shouted angrily, "Bullshit. Don't forget that you're from the demon race." Baya said helplessly, "I'm just following orders. Don't make it difficult for me. Bastard." The half-saint of demon race was furious. He wanted to kill Yang Kai, but he was stopped by Baya, who was also from the demon race. His clansmen around him kept getting injured and killed. At this moment, his eyes were red, and he didn't care whether Baya was from the demon race or not. As he shouted, he had already rushed forward and fought with Baya. However, both of them were semi-sage experts. So, their strength was almost on par with each other. Therefore, this fight was like a thunderbolt striking the fire on the ground. The scene was extremely lively. However, it wouldn't be easy to determine the outcome of this fight. Yang Kai was already far away, and he continued to run forward. Yang Kai forcibly plowed a path for thousands of miles. Although he had become the demon race's army alone, no one below the half-saint level could stop him. There were as many as 3 half-saint who came to kill him. It was obvious that the demon race not only hated Yang Kai, but also treated him as their #1 enemy. Otherwise, why would half-saint continuously come to kill him? The first one was blocked by Baiya, the second one was blocked by Baizhua, and when the third one arrived, Yang Kai released his avatar into the sealed world bead. The 3 groups fought fiercely, and they were extremely eye-catching in this battlefield of tens of thousands of miles. Yang Kai had already arrived in front of the huge black hole. The demon race's army was still continuously rushing out from the black hole. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, and he fearlessly faced them head-on. When he activated his Devil Yuan, the astral winds that surged out of the wind gourd became even more violent. The wind whistled incessantly as it cut through the void and slashed into the black hole. Miserable howls sounded in his ears. Many demon race members were killed by the astral winds before they could rush out of the passage between the 2 worlds. The black hole was huge, but Yang Kai relied on his own strength to block this huge gap. The reinforcements of the demon race's army were directly cut off, and not a single demon rushed out. Outside the coiling dragon formation, Hyoji, who had been sitting in the middle of the army as steady as a mountain, was anxiously waiting. The battle reports from the front lines were continuously transmitted from the scouts of Soaring Eagle Town. Right at this moment, a scout flew over and half-knelt on the ground. He cupped his hands and shouted, reporting, "Army Commander Master has arrived in front of the passage between the 2 worlds. He has cut off the path of the demon race's army's reinforcements." Hyoji stood up, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. He couldn't help but shout, "Good." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, "Flag bearer." Fu Ling quivered and immediately took out the flag with the word, "Kill." In an instant, the huge red flag fluttered in the sky, dyeing the sky red. Hyoji was in high spirits as he waved his hand and pointed to the front. "Middle Army, listen to my order. Follow me to kill the enemy and support Master." Many soldiers in the Middle Army responded, and their voices shook the world. In the past few days of battle, the GZ army had killed countless enemies in the 9 towns and made great contributions. Even Soaring Eagle Town, who was in charge of gathering intelligence, had thrown themselves into the battle. Only the Middle Army was sitting in the rear, which made them very anxious. At this moment, when they heard Hyoji's order, they immediately became excited. The Middle Army had 30,000 soldiers. Not to mention Qiongqi, who was an outsider, even Yang Shao and Yang Shui were not weak. In the Middle Army, most of them were from the Eastern Sea's Sea tribe. For more than 10 years, Yang Shao and Yang Shui had been searching for the remains of the Flowing Time Great Emperor in the Eastern Sea. They had also subdued a large number of the Sea tribe. Among the Sea tribe, there were many powerhouses. There were no less than 30 monster kings like Bang Bang Air. Once such a powerful army joined the battle, they might not be able to change the direction of the entire battlefield. However, in a small area, they were invincible. After a few days of peace, the Middle Army of the GZ army attacked. At this time, the GZ army's 9 towns were still fighting against the released demon race outside the Coiling Dragon formation. The Middle Army charged into the battlefield like tigers and wolves, slaughtering the demon race along the way. The GZ army already had the advantage. Now that they had the support of the Middle Army, they were even more invincible. In less than 2 hours, the dust had settled. On the battlefield of the GZ army, the corpses of the demon race were piled up like mountains. Chapter 3695. The cheers of the GZ army shook the heavens. Hyoji ordered someone to pass on the message to Li Wui while reorganizing the army. A moment later, Li Wui replied with only one word, "Wait." The GZ army immediately took the opportunity to recover their strength outside the coiling dragon formation. Those who had spirit pills swallowed them, those who were injured bandaged their wounds, and sat down cross-legged to meditate. Inside the passage between the two worlds, Yang Kai's wind gourd was wreaking havoc, killing the demon race that came from the devil territory. On the other side, Wind Chaser and Di Li were engaged in a fierce battle. Di Li was originally a half-saint under Yu Rumeng's command. Besides Baizhua, Yu Rumeng valued him the most. He was also extremely powerful. However, on the eve of the Battle of Eternal Heaven, Di Li colluded with Yu Sang and Yin Si to create an opportunity for Yu Sang to kill Yang Kai. Unfortunately, they underestimated Yang Kai's strength and the strength of his subordinates. Not only did they fail to succeed, they even caused a lot of trouble. During the Battle of Eternal Heaven, Yu Sang was killed by the great emperors of Bright Moon and died on the spot. Yin Si Di Li escaped death, but Yang Kai went to Yin Si's territory and single-handedly killed Yin Si. Two of the half-saint of demon race that targeted him in the Eternal Heaven continent had died. Di Li was afraid that Yu Rumeng would settle the score with him in the future, so he betrayed her after the Battle of Eternal Heaven and joined another demon saint. After that, there was no news of him. This time, he came with the demon race's army to guard the passage between the two worlds in case anything unexpected happened. Yang Kai killed his way to this place, but Di Li caught him as soon as he entered the passage between the two worlds. Di Li had long found Yang Kai an eyesore. The reason why he betrayed Yu Rumeng was because of Yang Kai. At this time, he had nothing to say to Yang Kai, so he immediately wanted to kill him. Yang Kai had no choice but to release Jue Feng to entangle him. At this time, the four half-saint of demon race hidden in the sealed world bead had all taken action. Yang Kai no longer had any cards up his sleeve. If another half-saint of demon race blocked his path, he would have no choice but to turn back and ask Li Wui for help. Fortunately, the half-saint of demon race wasn't a cabbage. Although a lot of them had been dispatched this time, most of them had been trapped in the battlefield. Moreover, 4 of them had been stopped by Yang Kai's 4 protectors. How could there be more? Inside the passage between the two worlds, Di Li was anxious. He tried his best to break through Jue Feng's defensive line, but he still couldn't succeed. Although Jue Feng's intelligence wasn't high, he was very strong. When Yang Kai first met Jue Feng in the 100-spirit continent, the Lien sisters had told him that a half-saint of demon race had offended Jue Feng. Jue Feng chased him for 3 years and beat the half-saint until he complained incessantly. In the end, it still ended in tragedy. Although Di Li was strong, he was still a half-saint. When Jue Feng went berserk, he was really afraid of him. The 2 half-saint level existences, 1 demon and 1 beast, were fighting desperately in the passage between the two worlds. The aftermath of the battle swept across and affected many demon race members who had come from the demon territory. Many demon race members died tragically on the spot, which indirectly reduced the pressure on Yang Kai. At this moment, the law of space surged around Yang Kai. He stretched out his hand and the invisible law of space shrouded the entire void corridor. The passage, which was already dark, became even more chaotic. More than 10 years ago, Yang Kai was able to seal the passage between the two worlds when he escaped from the demon territory. In the past 10 years or so, he had been refining the universe and creating heaven and earth in the territory of the lower planes. His understanding and attainments in the law of space had more than doubled compared to before. The connection between the two worlds was gradually cut off, and the huge black hole in the sky was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the battlefield, this scene was extremely eye-catching. Tens of millions of human demon race members saw it clearly. The expressions of many demon race members changed slightly. They had seen Yang Kai break into the passage between the two worlds alone before, and now, the passage between the two worlds had changed so much. How could they not know what he was doing? They immediately moved closer to the passage between the two worlds. How could Li Wui allow the demon race to do as they wished? As early as when Yang Kai rushed into the passage between the two worlds, the coiling dragon formation had already begun to change. Originally, the dragon's head and tail were connected, forming a huge circle around the battlefield, but now, the dragon's head was the first to reach the passage between the two worlds. It led the Jia army to defend the passage between the two worlds, not allowing any demon race member to get close. With Li Wui and the coiling dragon formation blocking the outside and the wind gourd slashing inside, who could stop Yang Kai unless a half-saint appeared in the territory of the demon race? The black hole was originally a huge object, but it had shrunk by half in the time it took to drink a cup of tea. After another incense stick of time, it shrunk by half again. After an hour, the black hole was only a few dozen feet wide. Yang Kai's figure appeared, standing beside the passage between the two worlds with one hand in front of him. The law of space around him fluctuated. A few miles away, Windchaser and Li were still entangled with each other. Li Wui, who was fighting fiercely with a half-saint of demon race, felt this power and couldn't help but turn his head to look back, a bitter smile appearing on his face. There was no need to prove it. Just by feeling the fluctuation of the law of space, he knew that Yang Kai had already surpassed him in terms of the law of space. His bitter smile disappeared as he focused. At this critical moment of life and death for the Star Realm, Yang Kai's breakthrough was naturally a great thing. After 10 breaths of time, the black hole suddenly shrank, quickly turning into a black dot the size of a needle, which Yang Kai grabbed in the palm of his hand. When he let go, even the black spot the size of a needle's eye disappeared. The passage between the two worlds that Kan Yi had forcefully opened by using himself as a bridge existed for only a few days before it was sealed again by Yang Kai. On the battlefield, the cultivator of the Star Realm who saw this scene cheered loudly, his voice booming like thunder. They might not be able to participate in the important decisions of the various armies, but after fighting on the battlefield for so long, how could they not see the situation in front of them? As long as the passage between the two worlds existed, the demon race's reinforcements would be endless. The demon race had reinforcements to replenish their depleted forces, but the Star Realm didn't. The coiling dragon formation could no longer bear the burden and could collapse at any time. Once the formation collapsed, the various armies involved in setting it up would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Now that they saw Yang Kai cut off the demon race's reinforcements, they naturally felt excited without any worries. Li Wui smiled and ordered the personal guards beside him, open the formation. The Jia army's flag was quickly raised and waved a few times in the air with a strange rhythm. In the next instant, the coiling dragon formation staggered. The demon race's army was overjoyed at the sight and rushed towards the gaps. They also saw that the passage between the two worlds had been sealed, so how could they not know that they were in danger? Now that they saw the countless gaps in the coiling dragon formation that had always been airtight, how could they not run for their lives? However, before they could rush out of the gaps, they bumped into several ferocious armies. More than 20 armies from the Star Realm had been waiting outside the coiling dragon formation for a long time. They were only waiting for the moment a gap opened in the formation to charge in. When the two sides met, the demon race was a little stunned, but the armies from the Star Realm were like tigers descending from the mountains. Previously, these armies had only been guarding the periphery, waiting for the enemies to be released from the formation. Now, they were actively charging into the formation. One side was passive, while the other side was active. The morale was completely different. More than 20 armies charged in from all directions, and the demon race suffered heavy casualties in an instant. The coiling dragon formation had new reinforcements, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that victory was only a matter of time. After the armies charged in, the coiling dragon formation once again closed in and reorganized itself, surrounding the battlefield. The kill flag fluttered in the wind as the GZ army surged into the battlefield like a flood of steel. Everywhere they passed, the demon race suffered heavy casualties, and were utterly defeated. Hyoji took the lead, followed by Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. Qiongqi had his hands in his sleeves, his eyes drooping. He didn't seem to move, but any demon race soldiers who came within 10 feet of him were all knocked back by an invisible force, spitting out blood. After a while, Yang Kai finally met up with Hyoji. He cupped his hands and said, "Master." Yang Kai nodded slightly, then turned his head to look at Di Li, who was still entangled with Zhui Feng, and sneered, "Kill him." As soon as his words fell, he rushed straight towards Di Li with Lu Yen following closely behind. Her small body fluttered in the air, giving off an indescribable sense of elegance, her pair of big black and white eyes as clear as water. Di Li was startled. How could he dare to stay any longer? With a feint, he escaped and blended into the demon race's army. Yang Kai glanced in the direction Di Li had escaped, but after a moment of hesitation, he gave up on pursuing him. The battlefield was too chaotic, so it wasn't convenient to chase after him. Not to mention, Di Li was a half-saint of demon race, so it wasn't that easy to kill him. He immediately gave up on the idea of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots, and led the GZ army to charge left and right on the battlefield. The overall situation had been decided, the real overall situation had been decided. The 55 armies of the Star Boundary were gathered here, surrounded by the coiling dragon formation. The demon race soldiers trapped in the formation had no way to escape. Apart from being gradually killed off, there was no other possibility. A long roar suddenly sounded from a certain part of the battlefield. The roar rolled across the battlefield like thunder. Many masters of the Star Boundary frowned and looked towards the source of the roar, only to see a tall and straight figure standing in the sky. His hair was as red as blood, and even his eyes were crimson. Such a clear indication that this person from the demon race was a blood demon. When the roar stopped, more than 20 figures flew out from all directions on the battlefield and gathered around the blood demon. These dozen or so demon race soldiers all exuded a monstrous demonic chi, indicating that they were all half-saint. Master. Yang Kai's figure flashed and arrived beside Li Wu Yi, looking at the many half-saint soldiers with a solemn expression. The demon race had suffered a crushing defeat and suffered countless casualties, yet the half-saint of demon race had suddenly gathered together in such a formation. Who knew what they were up to? Li Wu Yi slowly shook his head, indicating that he should wait and see. The great emperors were not here, so with so many demon saint soldiers joining forces, how could the Star Boundary ignore such a large lineup? More than 20 half-saint of demon race soldiers stood behind the blood demon. The blood demon looked at Li Wu Yi from a distance, obviously knowing that Li Wu Yi was the one in charge on the battlefield. After a while, the blood demon grinned at Li Wu Yi, stretched out his hand, and made a gesture on his neck. Childish. Yang Kai sneered. Li Wu Yi remained indifferent. However, to their surprise, after the blood demon made the gesture of cutting his neck, his figure flickered, and he turned into a bloody light, enveloped the half-saint beside him, and soared into the sky. Chapter 3696. Li Wui's expression changed as he quickly shouted, "Stop them!" A dense crowd of figures rose into the air as the light from their secret techniques and artifacts shot towards the blood-red light. But how could they stop it? The blood-red light only twisted a few times before evading all the attacks and breaking out of the encirclement by a hair's breadth. In the blink of an eye, it had become a small red dot. In the demon race, the shadow demon was the best at concealment, but in terms of escape techniques, if the blood demon were to claim second place, no demon race would dare claim first place. The blood escape technique was unparalleled in the world. Li Wui's face turned ashen. More than 20 members of the demon race were fleeing. Although it didn't seem like a lot, they were all half-saint. If they were to hide in the star boundary and commit crimes, it would inevitably set off a storm of blood. But at this time, no one could stop them. There were quite a few false emperors on the star boundary side, but after fighting for so many days, they were already exhausted. Not to mention whether they could catch up, even if they did, what could they accomplish? "I'll go." Yang Kai's figure flickered and was about to move when Li Wui grabbed his arm and slowly shook his head. "There's no need to chase." Yang Kai asked, "Are we just going to let them escape?" Now that the situation was in their favor, if they didn't take this opportunity to exterminate them, there would be endless trouble in the future. Li Wui said, "What can you do by yourself?" He gestured towards the two sides fighting below and said, "This is the most important thing right now." Yang Kai also knew that what he said made sense, but he was still unwilling to watch so many half-saint of demon race escape. Li Wui saw through his thoughts and advised, "It won't be too late to deal with them after the battle here is over. They are all half-saint of demon race. It's fine if they hide, but if they dare to show their faces in public, their whereabouts will be immediately exposed." Yang Kai gently nodded and said suspiciously, "Why did they run away so decisively?" Although the passage between the two worlds had been sealed by him, the demon race still had the strength to fight. If they continued to fight like this, even if Astral Realm won, they would definitely have to pay a huge price. However, those 10 or so half-saint of the demon race immediately fled as soon as they saw that the situation was not right. It was as if they had discussed this beforehand, ignoring the millions of demon race soldiers. Without these half-saint, how could the already disadvantaged demon race contend against the astral world army? It could be said that although the half-saint of demon race's escape left a hidden danger in the astral plane, it was a great help in this battle. If one were to say that he was a brave warrior cutting off his wrist, the price he had to pay was a little too high. Moreover, Li Wui's words were not without reason. The demon race had demonic qi lingering all over their bodies, and their characteristics were obvious. If they fled this time, it would be fine, but if they dared to show themselves, they would definitely be surrounded by astral realms powerhouses, so it was not a big deal. Yang Kai could not figure out what the demon race was doing. While he was pondering, Li Wui suddenly frowned. "The situation is not right." Yang Kai was startled and looked in the direction of Li Wui's gaze. On the battlefield below, countless demon race demonic qi soared into the sky. Countless demon race soldiers seemed to have suddenly gone crazy, attacking all living things around them. Their targets were not only the astral world army, but also their companions. The demon race was like this, the demon general was like this, the demon commanders were like this, and even many demon kings were not spared. In just an instant, the eyes of all the demon race had turned red, and they no longer cared about their own kin, only knowing how to kill. The demon race army, which was already at a disadvantage, became even more precarious. Although the half-saint of demon race had retreated from the battlefield, the remaining demon race soldiers were still a force to be reckoned with. But now, in their madness, the demon race was actually slaughtering each other. Not to mention Li Wui and Yang Kai, even the soldiers fighting the demon race below were dumbfounded. In just a few breaths of time, the demon race had suffered countless casualties. Li Wui and Yang Kai glanced at each other and saw the shock and confusion in each other's eyes. However, this was not the time to get to the bottom of the matter, and Li Wui immediately ordered his personal guards to change banners. Yang Kai's figure also flashed, and he withdrew from the GZ army. "Master, what's going on?" Hyoji asked anxiously. He had also seen the changes around him, and he was completely confused. "I don't know, let's retreat first." Yang Kai looked around, found the weakest spot, and led the GZ army in that direction. Everyone was drenched in blood, and their killing intent surged to the heavens. The GZ army wasn't the only one retreating. The various armies that saw Li Wui's banner also retreated from the battlefield. On the battlefield, the 55 armies transformed into 55 armor torrents, crushing the demon race in front of them and slaughtering their way to victory. The armies gradually retreated from the battlefield, and Li Wui's Jia army was the last to retreat. When they turned around, the sounds of killing still hadn't stopped. However, there wasn't a single human left on the battlefield. Everyone was from the demon race. As night fell, a cold wind blew, and everyone felt a chill run down their spines. What's going on? Xia Wuwei muttered. Who the hell knew what was going on? Yang Kai couldn't give an answer. No one had expected such a situation. The coiling dragon formation had already dispersed. On the Jia army's side, Li Wui was also at a loss. Victory came too suddenly. It was so sudden that no one was prepared for it. It was precisely because of this suddenness that they felt uneasy. If the situation continued to develop, the demon race on the battlefield would eventually stop killing each other. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai turned around and looked at Baizhua and Baiya. Baizhua and Baiya were confused by his gaze. What's wrong? Are you guys okay? Yang Kai asked. Yang Kai wanted to ask them about the sudden change in the demon race. The two half-saint shook their heads. Even their avatars didn't react. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai raised his hand. Two figures appeared in front of him. In the small sealed world, the second territory had been separated and turned into stars. Yang Kai had left it in the lower star territory. There were still many demon race living in the third territory. Boya, Huoluan, and Mo Sheng were among them. Boya had always been by his side. Huoluan was forcibly taken into the small sealed world by him. As for Mo Sheng, his origins were clear. However, Yang Kai always felt that there was something wrong with this guy. That was why when he released the demon race in the small sealed world, he deliberately left him behind and ordered Boya to monitor his movements. Now that he had summoned Boya, the demon king, Yang Kai wanted to confirm his conjecture. When the two of them appeared, they were at a loss for a moment before hurriedly saluting. But before Yang Kai could ask anything, Boya suddenly let out a muffled groan, her face contorted in pain. Huoluan was even more unbearable, his eyes turning bloodshot as his demonic chi surged, sending a palm strike towards Boya. Yang Kai was already prepared. How could he let him hurt Boya? He grabbed Huoluan with one hand and his demonic chi surged, sealing his cultivation. Huoluan didn't seem to notice that he was captured by Yang Kai. He still had a ferocious look on his face. It was as if he wanted to bite off a piece of Yang Kai's flesh even if he died. Everyone around him was shocked. Baizhua and Baiya looked at Huoluan with solemn expressions. Master. Boya bit her red lips tightly, bleeding from them. Her expression was difficult, as if she was resisting something. She and Huoluan were both mid-rank demon kings. Huoluan's strength was lower than hers, so he went crazy faster than her. Although Boya could still resist, it seemed that she wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Yang Kai saw this and understood. His divine sense surged and he took Boya and Huoluan into the sealed world bead. Not long after entering the sealed world bead, the redness in Boya's eyes gradually receded and she slowly recovered. However, her clothes were drenched in sweat, revealing her exquisite curves. She was panting heavily and looked exhausted, as if she had just experienced a shocking battle. Huoluan was the same. His red eyes gradually returned to normal. He glanced at Boya, who was kneeling on the ground and panting, and asked in confusion, what happened? He couldn't remember what had just happened at all. Boya ignored him because Yang Kai's voice had already sounded in her mind, asking about the incident just now. After thinking carefully, Boya said weakly, I seem to have heard a voice in my mind, and then I couldn't control myself. After a while, I'm afraid. She was afraid that she would become like Huoluan and not recognize anyone. Just thinking about it made Boya shudder. That feeling of not being able to control herself was too terrifying, as if she had become a marionette. What kind of voice was it? Yang Kai asked. Boya shook her head. After asking a few more questions, Yang Kai could only give up. Outside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai told the two half-saint of demon race about what he had just discovered. Baizhua and Baiya both paled. Baizhua asked, so, this incident was man-made? Boya had heard a voice in her mind and her temperament had changed greatly. If this wasn't man-made, then what was? But what kind of person could have such a shocking divine technique that could affect so many members of the demon race at once? He and Baiya were not affected, probably because of their high strength. Under half-saint, even many demon kings could not resist the power of that voice. So, when Boya and Huoluan were released by Yang Kai into the sealed world bead, they were affected. Can a demon saint do such a thing? Yang Kai turned to look at them and asked. Baizhua and Baiya looked at each other. After a moment of silence, Baizhua said, the saint seniors are omnipotent. Their cultivation is not something we can speculate about. It was as good as not saying anything. Obviously, they were not sure whether this matter was caused by a demon saint, but if they thought about it carefully, it was not very likely. The 10 demon saints had fled after appearing. If they had really left behind some kind of backup plan, the great emperors would not have been unaware. Although they did not know what the demon race was up to, at least they now understood how this incident happened. Yang Kai was about to tell Li Wuyi this news when his expression suddenly changed and he shouted, not good. Master, why are you so flustered? Hyoji asked. Where is Ru Meng's army stationed? Yang Kai turned to Su Yan and asked. As soon as this was said, everyone's expression changed greatly. In the Western Territory, not only were there demon race troops from the demon territory, but also the 55 armies from the star boundary. There was also another army that had not shown up yet, Yu Ru Meng, Bei Li Mo, and Chang Tian. Chapter 3697. This army not only included the elite masters of the 3 demon saints' territories, but also those who had been absorbed by the 3 demon saint in the past 10 years. This army had a total of 2 million people. However, because they were all members of the demon race, Li Wuyi didn't feel at ease using them in today's battle, so he ordered them to stay put. Now, the demon race on the battlefield had gone crazy, and even the 2 demon kings summoned by Yang Kai from the small sealed world were not spared. What would happen to the 2 million army? Everyone didn't dare to imagine. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Su Yan quickly pointed in a direction. In the next moment, Yang Kai's figure disappeared, leaving behind a voice, quickly report this matter to Army Commander Li. Thousands of kilometers away, the place where Yu Ru Meng and the others were stationed was already in chaos. When Yang Kai arrived, he saw the 2 million soldiers howling and roaring below. The camp was in a mess, and the corpses of the demon race were strewn everywhere. The ground was soaked in blood. Many members of the demon race went berserk, and their eyes turned red as they attacked everything around them. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai sighed in his heart. Sure enough, they weren't spared. Amidst the chaos, almost 30 figures had gathered together and stood in the sky. All of them were staring blankly at the ground below, and their eyes were filled with loss and sorrow. Shockingly, all of them were half-saint realm experts. These nearly 30 half-saints were half-saint subordinates of Yu Ru Meng and the other 3 saint venerables. There were also several half-saints captured by Yang Kai when he devoured the demon saint Qi Yan's territory. Although these half-saints were loyal to the flame demon Qi Yan, they fell into the hands of Yu Ru Meng and the others. They had their own ways to make them obediently submit and not be disloyal. At this moment, these 30-odd half-saint soldiers were not affected at all. Just like Baizhua and Baiya, everything was fine. However, the sudden change in the army left the half-saint soldiers dumbfounded. There was no way to stop it. 2 million people going crazy at the same time, how could they stop it? Unless they were all killed. But could they kill all of them? They did not know how to explain to the 3 Saint Venerables when they returned. On the other side, there were over 100 figures sitting cross-legged. Demonic chi roiled around their bodies as demonic will surged. Yang Kai scanned these people with his divine sense and immediately knew that they were all high-rank demon kings. They were obviously affected as well, but their strength was still high, so they hadn't completely lost their minds. They were struggling to resist. However, looking at their posture, Yang Kai estimated that they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before they went crazy. His figure flickered as he arrived above the heads of the high-rank demon kings and shouted, "Don't resist." Sweeping his hand downwards, Yang Kai's divine sense swept out like a tide, wrapping up the hundreds of high-rank demon kings. By the time Yang Kai withdrew his hand, many of the demon kings who were struggling to resist had disappeared, all of them taken into his sealed world bead. "Master!" The Lien sisters flew over, and when they saw Yang Kai, it was as if they had seen their savior. They hurriedly begged, "Master, please save them. I don't know why they suddenly became like this." Yang Kai did not waste any time and nodded, "I came precisely for this matter." Saying so, he waved his hand and dozens of streams of light shot towards the half-saint soldiers, one for each of them. Many half-saint soldiers stretched out their hands and caught them. They discovered that it was a longan-sized bead. It didn't have any energy fluctuations, so they didn't know what it was. They all raised their heads and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "You all know what the sealed world bead is. This thing has the same function as the sealed world bead. It can store living creatures and can be used without refining them. Let's split up and save as many as we can." The half-saint soldiers were overjoyed when they heard this, and all of them clenched the one realm bead in their hands tightly. Yang Kai had already rushed into the army. His divine sense surged, and wherever he passed, the demon race soldiers disappeared. They were all taken into his sealed world bead. The sealed world bead had its own rules for accepting living people. As long as they did not resist, the consumption would not be too great. It would just be the amount of energy needed to open the sealed world bead's barrier, but if the person being accepted did not cooperate and resisted, the amount of energy needed to open the barrier would increase dramatically. Depending on the strength of the person resisting, the amount of energy consumed would vary. And if the person's strength exceeded Yang Kai's, then Yang Kai would be powerless. He vaguely remembered that when he first stored the behemoth embodiment into his sealed world bead, he was exhausted in an instant. The one realm bead was an imitation of the sealed world bead, so it naturally followed this rule. Among the frenzied demon race soldiers present, none of them were stronger than a half-saint, so the one realm bead could definitely play a role in the hands of a half-saint. And Yang Kai's current soul cultivation was far beyond that of an ordinary half-saint, so even if the demon race didn't cooperate, they couldn't delay their fate of being captured. With Yang Kai taking the lead, the half-saint soldiers scattered and ran around the battlefield, using the one realm bead in their hands to collect the frenzied demon race. A moment later, the sealed world bead had transformed into a rolling beast. Its huge round body covered the sky and earth. It opened its ferocious mouth and swallowed down, causing a large number of demon race soldiers to disappear. However, this was the star boundary, so Yang Kai didn't dare to let the rolling beast devour everything. Otherwise, if it swallowed the entire star boundary, he would become an eternal sinner. So, even if the rolling beast appeared, it couldn't solve the problem in a short time. In addition, the more than 2 million demon race soldiers were too scattered, so it was impossible to collect them all in a short time. The half-saint soldiers spared no effort and were burning with anxiety. They all knew that every time they collected a member, they could reduce the number of casualties. However, there was a limit to human strength. Even for someone as strong as a half-saint, forcibly collecting demon race soldiers without their cooperation would consume an unimaginable amount of soul power. After a short while, the faces of the half-saint soldiers turned pale. This was a sign that they had exhausted their divine sense. And looking at the battlefield, there were still half of them that hadn't been collected. Fortunately, at this time, Li Wui led a large number of Legion commanders to rush over. Li Wui had received Yang Kai's report. After learning that he had come here, he immediately thought of a lot of things. He immediately ordered the various legions to wait for orders and the legion commanders to follow him. Just in time to see the pale faces of the half-saint soldiers. After a brief understanding of the situation, Li Wui found more than 30 legion commanders with slightly stronger soul powers to replace the half-saint soldiers and continue to collect people. After bustling about for a long time, all the demon race soldiers who were still alive were collected. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Yang Kai stood in the void and looked down. Seeing the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, he couldn't help but sigh. Although he didn't take a detailed count, in this incident, at least 500,000 demon race soldiers had died. The casualty rate was as high as 20%. Such heavy casualties were simply inexplicable. Just now, he was busy collecting people and didn't have time to investigate. Only now did Yang Kai have the time to investigate the situation inside the small sealed world. After being collected into the small sealed world, the crazed demon race soldiers gradually regained their senses and no longer attacked everywhere. Only then did Yang Kai feel relieved. Since the situation inside the small sealed world was like this, the situation inside the One Realm bead must be the same. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that the One Realm bead he had painstakingly refined in the star territory would come in handy so quickly, and in such a way at that. Master. The Lien sisters flew over and quickly adjusted their breathing. Although they hadn't fully recovered, their complexions were at least much better, no longer as pale as before. Where are the 3 saint seniors? Yang Kai replied, the 10 demon saint soldiers from the demon territory are here. They've gone to chase after the others. The Lien sisters' expressions became solemn when they heard this and they asked again, what happened just now? Does Master know? Yang Kai slowly shook his head, I don't know. I asked a demon king and he only said that a voice suddenly sounded in his mind and he couldn't control himself. The Lien sisters' expressions changed again as they glanced at each other in disbelief. They didn't hear any voice, but they knew that Yang Kai wouldn't fool them about this kind of thing. This matter needs to be investigated carefully before we can come to a conclusion. When the 3 saint seniors return, I'll ask them. At this point, there was no other choice, so the Lien sisters gently nodded. Li Wui beckoned to Yang Kai and Yang Kai flew over. Li Wui gestured to the many corps commanders and said, why are you still holding on to it? Return it to them and let Yang Kai take away the demon race. The group of corps commanders glanced at each other, none of them moving. However, several corps commanders smiled meaningfully at Li Wui while others looked eagerly at Yang Kai. They had just experienced the benefits of the One Realm bead, so how could they be willing to return it now? They couldn't wait to put it all away and never take it out again. Yang Kai obviously knew what they were thinking and chuckled, time was tight, so I couldn't refine too many. There's not enough to go around for now, but I'll refine more in the future when I have some free time. I'll make sure that every corps gets one. The group still didn't move. Since there wasn't enough to go around, there must be someone who came first. Everyone wanted to be the first to get their hands on the One Realm bead. You're not young anymore. Don't you have any shame? Li Wui said with a straight face. Seeing him like this, the corps commanders reluctantly handed the One Realm bead to Yang Kai. Every One Realm bead contained a lot of demon race that had just been collected. Yang Kai transferred all of the demon race into the small sealed world. These One Realm beads would eventually be handed over to the various corps commanders, so naturally, there couldn't be any remnants of the demon race in them. When it was Bing Yun's turn, Yang Kai looked up and saw Bing Yun looking at him with a faint smile. Yang Kai coughed lightly and transferred the demon race into the small sealed world. He then immediately returned the One Realm bead to her, Senior, this is a token of my filial piety on behalf of Su Yen. Bing Yun said, this isn't appropriate, is it? She took it with a smile. How could it be inappropriate? Of course, of course. Yang Kai couldn't help but nod. Kid, don't forget which family's elder you are. Wen Zishan handed the One Realm bead over but didn't let go. He kept winking at Yang Kai. Yang Kai sighed helplessly, Temple Master, this One Realm bead is my contribution to the temple. Wen Zishan laughed, you're worth teaching. Chapter 3698. The remaining commanders looked at each other, speechless. One of the commanders stepped forward and said enthusiastically, Lord Yang, I have a disciple who is in the prime of her youth. She's beautiful and virtuous, and she's still unmarried. She admires heroes the most. I think Lord Yang is a good match for her, so I'm willing to matchmake the two of you. What do you think, Lord Yang? The commanders turned to look at him indignantly, but this person said sternly, men should marry when they're of age, and women should marry when they're of age. What's wrong with that? Another army commander stepped forward and said, Sir Yang, I have 63 unmarried women in my clan. They are all different in temperament. When you have time later, you can come to my place and I will call them over. You can take your pick. Yang Kai was completely speechless. He knew that the One Realm bead in his hand was truly enviable. Otherwise, these two commanders wouldn't have put down their pride like this. Seeing that the others were ready to act as matchmakers for him, Yang Kai hurriedly gave all the One Realm beads to Li Wui. Let him have a headache. As expected, Li Wui was immediately surrounded. The commanders tried to reason with him, but they all wanted to get a One Realm bead from Li Wui. Yang Kai removed himself from the matter and looked at the messy battlefield around him. The uneasy feeling in his heart grew stronger. The demon race had gone crazy for no reason, and there were countless casualties. This was a good thing for this war, but this was definitely a conspiracy. No one could be at ease until they found out what this conspiracy was. But now that the great emperors weren't here, how difficult would it be to find out what was going on? It was at this moment that Yang Kai felt a throbbing in his heart, causing his expression to change. Millions of kilometers away, in the sky above Black Frost City in the Northern Territory, two figures stood silently. One radiated righteousness, the other radiated demonic intent. In the sky above this small, unknown city, the astral Iron Blood Great Emperor and the Demon Territory's #1 Demon Saint, Endless Wilds, had both appeared, silently confronting each other. After several days of chasing and exchanging blows, the two had finally chased each other all the way from the Western Territory to this place. Here, Endless Wilds stopped, an enigmatic smile on his face as he quietly looked at Zhan Wuhen. Zhan Wuhen turned his head and looked around. His divine sense spread out like a tide. Everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles had nowhere to hide. Endless Wilds had inexplicably stopped here, leaving Zhan Wuhen puzzled. Inferring from the previous situation, Endless Wilds seemed to have come straight here, but what was so special about this place that could attract the attention of a demon saint? Although Zhan Wuhen was one of the great emperors of Astral, he wasn't omniscient. At the very least, he couldn't see what kind of chess game the demon saint was playing, so he could only react accordingly. Recalling the scene when the demon saint appeared, Zhan Wuhen faintly felt that there was a shocking conspiracy waiting for Astral. Endless Wilds had come here and didn't leave, but what about the other 9 demon saint? Did they also go somewhere else? What did the demon saint want to do? Although he didn't know, the only thing he was certain of was that the demon saint had entered Astral Boundary. Although it was dangerous, it also put the great emperors of Astral Boundary into a passive situation. The small city below was not big, with only a few 100,000 people living there. There were very few cultivators above the Origin King realm. Such a small city was lacking in resources, so it naturally couldn't attract masters. What's more, Astral Boundary had been recruiting everywhere for more than a decade, so most of the few origin kings in Profound Frost City had joined the army. Therefore, even though Endless Wilds and Zhan Wuhen had been here for a while, no one in the city below had discovered their tracks. Since Endless Wilds didn't make a move, Zhan Wuhen didn't want to make a move casually. Facing the #1 demon saint in demon territory, even though he was in astral boundary, Zhan Wuhen didn't dare to lower his guard. Once he made a move, he would have to go all out. When the aftermath of the battle spread, how many people in the small city below could survive? Unless he could find a flaw in Endless Wilds and give him a fatal blow. In the silent confrontation, Zhan Wuhen's face was indifferent, but Endless Wilds' expression was somewhat dignified. It wasn't that Endless Wilds didn't want to fight Zhan Wuhen. If there was a fair environment, the two of them would probably be evenly matched. However, this was the star boundary after all, so there were some subtle differences between the natural laws of heaven and earth here and in the demon domain. Zhan Wuhen was also someone who was blessed by the natural laws of heaven and earth, someone who was recognized by the natural laws of heaven and earth. On the other hand, Huang Wuji was an invading demon, and the natural laws of heaven and earth held enmity towards him. Zhan Wuhen was also full of confidence. If Endless Wilds didn't run away, he was confident that he could severely injure this demon at a certain price. However, the hundreds of thousands of people in the small city below made him unable to make a move easily. The great emperors had been recognized by the world, so they were the protectors of this world. If they didn't have this heart to protect, how could the world recognize them? Talk. Zhan Wuhen was the first to break the silence. Endless Wild said lightly, "What advice do the great emperors have for me? I don't dare to give advice. I only hope that the two worlds will be peaceful, and that there will be no more innocent deaths." Endless Wild smiled, "The war has already begun, and the casualties of the two worlds are incalculable. Who can let go of the blood feud? The great emperors are deceiving themselves." Zhan Wuhen said, "The demon race will retreat from astral boundary, seal the passage between the two worlds, and never step into astral boundary again. The war will end here. Do you think that's possible?" Endless Wilds laughed lightly. "Everything depends on effort." Zhan Wuhen usually used his fists to talk to others. This was one of the few times he tried to reason with others. However, if he wanted to avoid more casualties in astral boundary, this was the only way. "I know that the demon race's territory won't last for long. They invaded astral boundary just to find a place to live. In fact, there's no need to do this. If there's another world for the demon race to live in, why start a war between the two worlds?" As one of the great emperors, he naturally knew what Yang Kai's plan was. The so-called other world was the territory that the sealed world bead had swallowed. Endless Wilds shook his head slowly, "You don't understand. It's useless to tell you." Zhan Wuhen frowned. Just as he was about to say something, Endless Wilds suddenly opened his arms and said softly, "Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Life will eventually die. Spirits will eventually perish. All things will eventually perish." At first, his voice was not loud, but after he said the first sentence, his voice was like a great bell that resounded throughout the world. Not only that, there were 9 other people's voices that echoed and mixed together, but there was no sense of confusion. It was as if the same person was using 10 different tones to say the same sentence. In an instant, the entire world was filled with this sentence. Billions of living beings looked up at the sky in fear. At this moment, Kai Yang's heart was throbbing with excitement. On the battlefield in Western Territory, many Legion commanders were gathered around Li Wui. In order to obtain the One Realm bead first, they were arguing until their faces were red. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Life will eventually die. Spirits will eventually perish. All things will eventually perish. When the voice was heard, the world was silent and the noise stopped. Everyone looked up at the sky. With Li Wui at the lead, the Legion commanders looked extremely solemn. Although the 10 voices were mixed together, one of them was particularly loud and clear. The Legion commanders had heard Endless Wild's voice before, so they naturally recognized him immediately. 10 demon saint voices could be heard in the astral plane. How shocking was this? Not good. Yang Kai's expression changed. What's wrong? Li Wui asked anxiously. Although he knew that something bad must have happened, he had no idea what it was. However, judging from Yang Kai's tone, he seemed to have sensed something. It was not that his strength was inferior to Yang Kai's, but Yang Kai had inherited the recognition of heaven and earth from the great emperors, so he had a unique perception of heaven and earth. Barrier of heaven and earth. Yang Kai said a few words before his expression suddenly changed again. He turned his head and looked not far away. Not far away, the corpses of the demon race were rolling with demonic chi. In the blink of an eye, the 500,000 corpses gathered together to form a dense black demonic chi, which turned into a dragon that shook its head and wagged its tail and rushed into the sky. This was not only the case on the battlefield nearby, but also on the battlefield beside the passage between the two worlds. Yu Rumeng and the others' army only suffered 500,000 casualties, but on the main battlefield beside the passage between the two worlds, the demon race had suffered more than 10 million casualties. In just a few days, the number of people killed by the Star Boundary Army had reached 10 million, and the number of people killed by each other was likely no less than this number. Tens of millions of demon race corpses were strewn across the ground, and demonic chi gushed out from the incomplete corpses and gathered in one place. As far as the eye could see, the heaven and earth there were pitch black. Dense demonic energy soared into the sky, and an incomparably huge pitch-black pillar towered into the sky. It was as if it wanted to poke a hole in the sky. With a bang, the column exploded and split into 10 directions, turning into 10 black tides that quickly fled and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone could clearly see that the 10 directions were the same as the 10 demon saints' escape routes. Li Wuyi's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly took out a space spirit bead and sent out a message. He wanted to ask Zhan Wuhen what had happened and inform him of the changes here. Unfortunately, after the message was sent out, there was no response at all. At this moment, how could Zhan Wuhen have the time to reply? After Huang Wuji shouted those inexplicable words, Zhan Wuhen suddenly waved his hand, and a blood-red flag appeared out of thin air, covering mysterious Frost City below. The Iron Blood War Flag. The manifestation of Zhan Wuhen's cultivation could almost be said to be his symbol. The Iron Blood Great Emperor wanted to attack Huang Wuji, but he couldn't ignore the hundreds of thousands of lives below, so he could only think of a way to get the people of mysterious Frost City away first. When the hundreds of thousands of lives looked up, they saw the sky covered by a dark red color, and they immediately panicked. The Iron Blood War Flag enveloped the small city, and then it turned into a red light that sped away into the distance. There was not a single living creature in the city. All the creatures, including the kittens and puppies, were swept away by the war flag. It was not until more than 10 breaths later that the residents of mysterious Frost City gradually saw the light of day again. The dark red light that enveloped them gradually disappeared, and they all appeared in a wasteland. There was no one around, and no one knew where this place was. Chapter 3699. When the Iron Blood War Flag swept up the residents of Black Frost City and fled, Zhan Wuhen made a brazen move. He didn't seem to make any movements, but his figure suddenly appeared in front of Huang Wuji, his fist wrapped in the will of heaven and earth, raging with its power. Huang Wuji's eyes flashed wildly, and his open arms slammed together in front of him, catching Zhan Wuhen's punch with a bang. Demonic chi tumbled and Emperor chi surged. In the sky, two balls of light, one black and one red, collided with each other like two planets colliding. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and with the two as the epicenter, the void shattered inch by inch like a mirror. Huang Wuji's face was ferocious, as if he was trying his best to resist Zhan Wuhen's fierce attack, but he laughed loudly, "Many thanks." Zhan Wuhen's expression didn't change. Although he knew what the consequences of his punch would be, he had to do it. He wanted to pull back his fist, but Huang Wuji clamped his fist tightly, not giving him any chance at all. However, Zhan Wuhen didn't panic. When he activated his Emperor Qi, his fist energy overlapped like 3 layers of waves, each more ferocious than the last. Huang Wuji operated his secret art to dissolve the force, his demonic Qi whistling non-stop. However, he was in a passive position to clamp down on Zhan Wuhen, and this was the star boundary. How could he compete with Zhan Wuhen like this? A moment later, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, but Huang Wuji laughed wildly, unmoved. Suddenly, rolling demonic Qi shot out from the distance like a dragon, rushing into the shattered void. The demonic Qi was like ink, dyeing the sky black. In an instant, a black spot appeared between heaven and earth. This spot was no different from the one that appeared on the battlefield in the Western Territory. It was a tunnel that connected the 2 worlds. Zhan Wuhen was suddenly enlightened. Only now did he understand the intentions of the Devil Saints. The battle in the Western Territory was just a cover. The Demon Saints' real goal was to completely open up the connection between the astral plane and the Demon Territory. However, he didn't quite understand. Can he have been able to open the passageway between the 2 realms because of a special reason? He could use himself as a bridge to connect the 2 realms. How did Huang Wuji do it? He was the demon saint of the demon race and had nothing to do with the astral boundary. Although the battle between him and Yang Kai had caused the void of the star boundary to become unstable and the heaven and earth barrier to weaken, it was not to the extent that it would be broken so easily. So how could he build a bridge with himself? Were there any other powerful forces in the demon territory that could provide support? Otherwise, how could he have done this? Also, where did the demonic Qi that was shooting over from afar come from? Since Desolate Infinite was in such a situation, the other 9 demon saint must be in the same situation as well. A single passageway between the 2 realms in the Western Territory was enough to make the astral boundary's entire military force stand a chance. If 10 such passageways appeared in the astral boundary, who could stop the invasion of the demon race? There was no time to think. Zhan Wuhen only knew that if he didn't quickly deal with Desolate Infinite, the astral boundary would definitely face a great disaster. In his fury, he unleashed 120% of his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, blood continuously flowed from the corner of Desolate Infinite's mouth, but his smile became even more deranged. The newly formed ink spot was not large, only a few dozen feet in radius. However, the aura of another world came from the other end of the ink spot. Zhan Wuhen had also been to the demon territory, so he naturally sensed that this aura was the aura of the demon territory. The 2 realms were connected. In the next instant, Zhan Wuhen's expression changed. He looked up and saw an unimaginable amount of demonic qi gushing out from the ink spot. It was endless and unending. Previously, the demonic qi that had shot over from afar was already massive enough, but it had only opened up a passageway between the 2 worlds with a radius of around 100 feet. However, at this moment, the demonic qi that was surging out from the new passageway was more than 100 or 1,000 times more powerful than before. The demonic qi was like nutrients. Every time a little bit gushed out from the passageway would expand a little. In just a few breaths, the passageway that was originally only a few dozen feet in radius suddenly expanded to 100 feet. Moreover, it didn't slow down and continued to expand. As far as the eye could see, the sky seemed to be covered by thick and heavy dark clouds. It also seemed to be filled with ink. In this place filled with ink, the laws of the 2 worlds intersected and merged, turning the vast world into the demon land. Zhan Wuhen shouted angrily, "Open!" The muscles on his arm were tight. Under the raging laws, his fist, which had been suppressed all this time, suddenly punched forward and hit Endless Desolation's chest. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Even though Endless Desolation was the #1 demon saint in the demon territory, he didn't have much of an advantage in this situation where he could only defend and couldn't attack. Zhang Wuhen's punch had already caused him to suffer serious injuries. However, Huang Wuji refused to let go no matter what. His demonic qi surged wildly as he tried to wrap around Zhang Wuhen. He looked like he was going to take him down with him even if he had to die. He couldn't stop laughing as he said, "The great Emperor of Iron and Blood lives up to his name." An intimidating pressure descended from the sky. The pressure was so strong that even Zhang Wuhen's expression changed. He looked at Huang Wuji in shock and bewilderment, only to see that his mouth was full of blood. He chuckled and said, "He's here." These words were inexplicable, but as soon as he finished speaking, a giant hand that covered the sky descended from the huge inkta, reaching towards the two people who were in a deadlock. The speed of the giant hand was very slow, but as it fell, the world seemed to collapse. With every inch it fell, Zhang Wuhen's shoulders became heavier. He wanted to escape, but endless desolation didn't give him the chance. He would rather suffer injuries than let him escape. It seemed like only a moment had passed, but it also seemed like many years had passed. When the giant hand that covered the sky grabbed down, the demonic qi that filled the sky suddenly dispersed. The already eroded demon land suddenly expanded by several hundred li. Meanwhile, Zhang Wuhen in endless desolation, who had been in a deadlock, both disappeared. There were 9 other similar scenes in the astral boundary. The 13 demon saint disappeared, and so did the 7 great emperors. Under the clear sky, 10 more demon lands appeared in the astral boundary. The rolling demonic qi was still eroding the demon land from the demon territory, constantly expanding the area of the demon land. The speed was extremely fast, and it took less than the time to drink a cup of tea before the movement gradually disappeared. Above the demon land, armies of the demon race crossed the boundary and appeared in an orderly manner. A great disaster descended in an instant. On the battlefield in the Western Territory, Yang Kai's face was pale, and cold sweat kept sliding down his forehead. Li Wui had never seen him lose his composure like this before. He quickly asked, "What happened? What did you mean by the heaven and earth barrier just now?" Yang Kai turned to look at him, his pupils shrinking to the size of a needle. He took a deep breath and said, "Just now, I felt the heaven and earth barrier suddenly become much weaker, and then it was broken." There were 10 places in total. It was impossible for ordinary people in the emperor realm to sense these things, not even fake emperors. However, Yang Kai had inherited the legacy of the great emperors and was recognized by the will of heaven and earth. If there were any changes in heaven and earth, he would naturally be able to sense them. As soon as he said this, all the commanders were in an uproar. Li Wui frowned and said, "Perhaps the great emperors are fighting with them." Every action of the great emperors involved the heaven and earth. The demon saint was a powerful enemy, and if they really fought, it would definitely cause a landslide. It was not surprising that the heaven and earth would be affected. When the demon race first invaded the astral boundary more than 10 years ago, the great emperors did not dare to act rashly because of this concern. But now that the demon saint had arrived, they had no choice but to act even if they had this concern. Hearing this, all the commanders nodded in agreement. Yang Kai's face was still pale as he stared fixedly at Li Wui and said, "The auras of the great emperors have disappeared." The hustle and bustle came to an abrupt end as everyone stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Li Wui's eyes narrowed as he asked in a deep voice, "Which one is it?" Yang Kai gulped and said bitterly, "Everyone." "Impossible." Li Wui blurted out. It was indeed impossible. The great emperors already stood at the peak of this world. No matter how strong the demon saint was, it was not necessarily stronger than them. Moreover, the great emperors always had some natural advantages when fighting with the demon saint in the astral boundary. How could they just disappear for no reason? If it was 1 or 2 of them, it might be possible, but if it was all of them, Li Wui would be the first to not believe it. Li Wui knew that Yang Kai would not speak without thinking. Since he said so, he must have sensed something. Then, he remembered that he did not get a reply from Zheng Wuhen just now, so he could not help but frown. He took out a space spirit bead and activated the space spirit bead's power with his divine sense. Li Wui's expression sank as the space principles fluctuated. This space spirit bead was connected to the martial beast Mo Huang. If the great emperors were still in this world, Li Wui would be able to instantly reach Mo Huang's side as long as it was not in a great array that isolated the world. But now that the space spirit bead did not react after it was activated, there could only be three possibilities. The first possibility was that the space spirit bead in Mo Huang's hand had shattered. How could the space spirit bead in Mo Huang's hand shatter for no reason unless he was dead? The second possibility was that Mo Huang was in a great array that isolated the world, so the space spirit bead did not work, but what great array in this world could stop the great emperors? Then there was only one last possibility left, Mo Huang was not in this world. Seeing Li Wui take out the space spirit bead to verify, Yang Kai immediately took out a space spirit bead as well. This space spirit bead was connected to Yu Ru Meng, but after the space principles fluctuated, it encountered the same result as Li Wui. The two of them looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. The great emperors had really disappeared, and they had disappeared at the same time. This was a big mess. If the great emperors did not come out, who could stop the demon saint? Could they have gone to the territory of demons? Li Wui guessed. Yang Kai nodded and said, "It's possible, but how could they have disappeared at the same time?" Yang Kai could not understand this. The great emperors had chased in 10 different directions before, so logically speaking, they should have encountered different things, so how could they have disappeared at the same time? Chapter 3700. Although he thought so, Yang Kai didn't say it out loud. This matter was of great importance. If it were to spread, it would inevitably affect the morale of the star boundary, so he could only extrapolate on the positive side. In this current situation, the great emperors being in the demon territory was the best result. "Master, I'll go to the demon territory to take a look." Yang Kai took the initiative to volunteer. He had the space spirit bead that could communicate with Yu Ru Meng, so if the missing great emperors were in the demon territory, he only needed to go in and investigate. Li Wui pondered for a while before waving his hand and saying, "Don't be in such a hurry. At the very least, we need to figure out what happened to the great emperors before making any plans." Yang Kai could only nod when he heard this. Although there was a worried look on his face, the anxiety in his heart had subsided a lot. Just now, he had noticed that the auras of the great emperors had disappeared in an instant, which had really frightened him, but now that he had calmed down and thought about it carefully, how could the great emperors suddenly meet with misfortune? Even if they had encountered some trouble, there would definitely be no danger to their lives. The great emperors and the demon saint were chasing after each other, so the commotion they caused would definitely not be too small. At this time, they only needed to inquire a little and they would be able to find some clues. Immediately, with Li Wui taking the lead, the various corps commanders took out the space spirit bead and sent out jade slips to the 4 territories of the star boundary to inquire about information. While waiting quietly, Yang Kai suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. Today's events had been changing one after another. First, the demon race in the star boundary had gone crazy, not recognizing their own family and friends, and the millions of soldiers had killed each other. Then, the world barrier had shattered, and the auras of the great emperors had disappeared. Not long after, another change occurred. When Yang Kai looked over, he saw a black dot the size of a needle appear out of thin air, as if someone had dropped a drop of ink into the void. The ink spread out, soaking the star boundary, and in the blink of an eye, it expanded a little. Rolling demonic chi escaped from the black dot, turning the vast world into a demon land. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Everyone noticed the change in his expression and followed his gaze. In the next instant, their expressions changed. Everyone present was a top-notch cultivator. Naturally, their eyesight was extraordinary. Although the change in the heavens and earth was a little far away, everyone could still see it clearly. A channel between the two worlds. Fu Renjia exclaimed, How could there be a channel between the two worlds over there? For a long time, everyone had thought that there was only one channel between the two worlds, which was the center surrounded by the coiling dragon great array. After all, the place where the two worlds were connected was definitely the place where the world barrier between the two worlds was the weakest, and such places were generally very rare. Therefore, Li Wui arranged the great array and the core of the star boundary all stared at the channel between the two worlds. Yang Kai had entered the depths of the star boundary army alone and sealed the channel between the two worlds, laying the foundation for the star boundary army's victory. Although the demon race had killed each other afterwards, the sealing of the channel between the two worlds had resolved the worries of the star boundary army. But now, in the distant sky, another channel between the two worlds had appeared. How could everyone not be shocked? Where did this channel between the two worlds come from? Before anyone could figure it out, Yang Kai had already soared into the sky and pounced in that direction. No matter how this channel between the two worlds had appeared, it was best to seal it as soon as possible. As soon as Yang Kai moved, Li Wui also quickly followed. Many corps commanders and even the half-saint of demon race also rose into the sky. In an instant, many masters rushed towards the demon land. Before they arrived, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and saw an army of the demon race crossing the demon land. This army was at its peak, and there were several powerful auras lingering in the air. Yang Kai's brazen charge naturally attracted attention. In the demon land, more than a dozen sharp gazes looked over from afar. The demon king in the lead was sitting on a tall demonic beast with a mocking smile on his face and bloodthirsty eyes. When he waved his hand, the army of the demon race that had crossed the border stood ready, waiting for Yang Kai to walk right into their trap. But soon, the demon king could no longer smile as a large number of streams of light followed closely behind Yang Kai. These streams of light all exuded auras that made one's scalp tingle. The demon king was horrified. How could he not know that he had fallen into a tiger's den? Clamping his legs together, the demonic beast beneath him hurriedly turned around, wanting to rush back into the channel between the two worlds. But at this moment, the army of the demon race was still pouring in from the other end of the channel between the two worlds, so how could he return in a short time? In a moment of desperation, the demon king's demonic chi surged as he attacked without mercy, forcibly cutting a bloody path through his own camp. The surrounding demon race were all shocked, not knowing what their demon king was thinking. Dragon! Transform! A loud shout came from the sky. The demon race raised their heads and saw a resounding dragon roar coming from the sky, shaking heaven and earth. A small figure suddenly swelled up, turning into a huge monster that smashed into the center of the army. Like a meteorite falling from the sky, when Yang Kai's 300-meter-long body landed, the earth trembled violently and a violent shockwave spread out from where his feet landed, causing the demon race army in a radius of several kilometers to be thrown off their feet. Yang Kai slowly straightened his body, looking as majestic as a mountain. His pair of pale golden dragon eyes were filled with endless majesty. He stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. The demon king, who was leading the fleeing army, felt the space around him tighten. He felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, and the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. In a panic, he roared and turned around, thrusting the demonic treasure spear in his hand. Asterisk clang, asterisk sparks flew in all directions, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. The spear hit the back of Yang Kai's hand, covering it with dragon scales, leaving only a white mark. However, that big hand had already seized the heaven and earth, and caught the demon king in the palm of his hand by a hair's breadth. With a fierce squeeze, the demon king let out an earth-shattering scream, and the sound of bones shattering rang out. When Yang Kai's demonic chi surged, both man and beast exploded into fine powder. For the current Yang Kai, killing a demon king didn't even require a second move. He could even fight to the death with a fake emperor, so what was a demon king worth? After killing a demon king with a single grab, Yang Kai leaned back slightly, his chest caved in, and took a deep breath. This breath seemed to suck the heaven and earth away. Amidst the whistling of the wind, the surrounding demon race members couldn't stand still, and those with weaker cultivation were sucked towards him. Just as the demon race members thought they were about to be swallowed, Yang Kai exhaled. A dragon's roar shook the sky, and scorching flames swept out, instantly turning the area in front of him into an empty space. The dragon race had countless secret techniques, each with its own unique characteristics, but Yang Kai only loved the fire dragon's breath because it was extremely lethal. Perhaps it was also because Zhu Qing was a fire dragon. In the area covered by the dragon's breath, the demon race members died. Without waiting for Yang Kai to spit a second time, the commanders of the various armies had already arrived. There weren't many of them, only 30 or so, but many of them were fake emperors, and even the weakest was a third-layer emperor. Like a group of ferocious tigers in a flock of sheep, they spread out and started killing without a word. On the other hand, the half-saint of demon race members stopped not far away and didn't make a move. Although they had followed Yu Rumeng and the others to the star boundary, they were still members of the demon race and couldn't bear to slaughter their own kind. There was no need for them to participate in this one-sided battle. This army that had crossed over from the demon territory didn't have a half-saint in command, or perhaps they originally did, but they had already fled when they sensed that something was wrong. The strongest remaining was only a high-ranked demon king. Although there were many of them, how could they resist the joint attack of a group of commanders? The army was defeated like a landslide. They had crossed over excitedly, thinking that they would be able to reap a bountiful harvest, but who would have thought that they would fall into a tiger's den? Several 100,000 demon race members were completely defeated before they could do anything. Behind them was the passage between the two worlds. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the demon race members naturally fled towards the passage. Yang Kai and the others pursued them all the way into the demon territory. Along the way, corpses were everywhere. Only then did they sound the gong to retreat. Half an hour later, under the black dot, a group of commanders returned from the demon territory one after another. Yang Kai was the last to return. Seeing him appear, Li Wui immediately looked over and asked anxiously, "How was it?" Yang Kai shook his head. Li Wui frowned, "I also tried, but the space spirit bead didn't respond." Yang Kai said, "The situation in the demon territory is special. The continents are connected to each other through the realm gate, but they are also independent. Each continent can be considered a small world. If the great emperors are really in the demon territory, it's not strange that the space spirit bead can't contact them. Perhaps they are on another continent." Li Wui nodded, "That's the only possibility." He then looked up at the sky and said, "The situation here is a little different from the passage between the two worlds. Can you seal it?" Li Wui noticed the difference here, so how could Yang Kai not? This didn't seem to be a simple passage connecting two worlds. Instead, it gave Yang Kai a feeling that it was more like the influence of a great world, just like when his own Heng Luo star field was swallowed up by the Grand Desolation star field. "I'll try." Yang Kai nodded gently, flew up, and took a deep breath, his space principles fluctuating. It was not until more than 2 hours later that Yang Kai landed with a pale face and a head full of sweat. Clearly, he had consumed a lot of energy. In the sky, the black dot had disappeared, clearly sealed, but the contaminated demon land showed no signs of recovery. The demonic chi was everywhere, and the demon intent was clear. Standing here, an ordinary cultivator would feel extremely uncomfortable. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai was stunned. "Where is everyone?" Nearby, Li Wui and the others were nowhere to be seen. Even the core commanders had disappeared. 90% of the half-saint of demon race was gone, leaving only the Lotus Sisters waiting. Just now, when he was sealing the passage between the two worlds, he noticed some movement below, but at the critical moment of sealing, he didn't pay much attention to it and only noticed it now. Black Lotus stepped forward and handed a jade slip to Yang Kai. Li Wui asked us to give this to you. He said you will understand after you read it. Yang Kai frowned and took it, his divine sense surging as he probed the jade slip. After a quick scan, his expression changed drastically and he cried out, "How could this be?" Chapter 3701. When the passage between the two worlds opened for the second time, the 10 demon saint from the demon race crossed over, and the great emperors left in hot pursuit. A few days later, a sudden change occurred. The demon race's 10 million troops lost their minds and killed each other. At the same time, the great emperors disappeared, and the demon saint went into hiding. On the same day, in different locations of the 4 territories of the star boundary, there were signs of the connection between the two worlds. The star boundary was eroded by the demon territory, and the heaven and earth barrier was shattered. A large area of beautiful mountains and rivers turned into demon land. The demon race's troops crossed over from different demon land, and with the various demon land as their base, they gradually spread out and invaded the star boundary. The star boundary was in chaos. When Yang Kai was sealing the passage between the two worlds, the various army commanders received information that more than 30 demon land had been born in the 4 territories of the star boundary, and they were scattered all over the place. This was only the information obtained in a short period of time, so the real number was probably even higher. The jade scroll that the Lien sisters gave to Yang Kai already explained everything. The matter was urgent, so Li Wui and the various army commanders could not wait for too long. They left behind a jade scroll explaining the situation and left early. Most of the half-saint from the demon race were taken away by him, and only the Lien sisters, who were familiar with Yang Kai, were left behind to relay the message. Yang Kai had just finished reading the contents of the jade scroll, but before he could digest this sensational news, the space spirit bead on his wrist suddenly flashed, and a jade scroll appeared out of thin air. The jade scroll had Bian Yuqing's aura, so it was clearly information sent from the High Heaven Palace. This time, when the GZ army went to the Western Territory, almost all of the High Heaven Palace's cultivators with decent cultivation were taken away by Yang Kai. However, such a large sect had to be guarded by someone, and Bian Yuqing was the person he had left behind to guard the sect. Now that Bian Yuqing had sent a message, there was no doubt that something had happened at the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it, probing it with his divine sense. The next moment, his face turned ashen. "You're courting death." Crushing the jade slip, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he was about to return to the GZ army's main camp. Unexpectedly, his vision darkened and he felt dizzy, almost falling to the ground. Just now, in order to seal the passage between the two worlds, he had expended a great deal of energy. At this moment, the demonic chi in his body was a little sluggish. White Lotus reacted quickly and supported him. Yang Kai glanced at the sisters and said in a deep voice, "Take me back to the camp." The Lien sisters nodded and activated their devil chi. They turned into streaks of black light and sped towards the GZ army's main camp. Yang Kai, on the other hand, hurriedly swallowed the elixir and circulated his chi to dissolve the elixir. He wanted to recover as soon as possible. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the Lien sisters appeared in front of the GZ army's main camp with Yang Kai wrapped around them. The various main towns immediately surrounded them. Hyoji asked in a deep voice, "Master, what happened? Why did the other armies withdraw?" At this moment, the 55 armies of the star boundary had all disappeared, leaving only the GZ army behind. Therefore, this group of people had no idea what had happened. Yang Kai raised his hand and threw the jade slip that Li Wui had given him to him. "Take a look at it yourself. Pass this message to each other." Also, pass down my orders to assemble the entire army and return to the Northern Territory. Yang Xiao accepted the order and immediately passed it down. The army that was in the midst of recuperating hurriedly got into formation. After a short while, Hyoji handed the jade slip to Xia Wuwei with a grave expression. He looked at Yang Kai in disbelief and asked, "Master, is this true? How could it be false?" Also, Protector Bien sent a message saying that the demon land has appeared 3,000 kilometers away from the High Heaven Palace. A large number of demon race members are attacking the High Heaven Palace. When everyone heard this, they immediately became anxious. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the sealed world bead. It transformed into a huge rolling body and bit down ferociously. The GZ army was swallowed into its stomach. They had experienced this before, so they didn't panic. Even if Yang Kai didn't warn them, no one resisted. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Hyoji. After pondering for a moment, he still said, "The great emperors are missing. This matter couldn't be hidden. Sooner or later, the whole world would know about it. Since it couldn't be hidden, he could only tell the truth. The others wouldn't mind, but as the son of the great emperors, Hyoji should know about this." Hyoji turned his head with a confused expression. He clearly didn't understand what Yang Kai meant. Yang Kai sighed. Not long ago, the great emperor's auras disappeared. Army Commander Li and I both tried, but the space spirit bead couldn't teleport to the great emperor's side. They are no longer in this world. Hyoji's face paled. He couldn't believe it. Yang Kai patted his shoulder and said, "The great emperors are extremely powerful. Their lives shouldn't be in danger. Perhaps something happened." Hyoji nodded blankly. When the GZ army set off, they had 300,000 soldiers. Now, they had lost 50,000 soldiers. These 50,000 soldiers had died on the battlefield, and their blood dyed the Western Territory red. However, compared to the casualty rate of the demons and the other legions, such a loss was still acceptable. After a while, the GZ army was all taken into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai put away the sealed world bead and stepped out, disappearing from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he was already on High Heaven Peak, in his own palace. He had left the space spirit bead in his palace, so he could naturally return quickly. When he reappeared, he felt the earth tremble and the mountains shake. The rumbling sounds were endless. Without stopping, Yang Kai rushed out of the door. The High Heaven Palace was in chaos. Streams of light were fleeing from the mountains like headless flies. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that the High Heaven Palace's sect defending array had been activated. World energy lingered on the spirit peaks as white light flashed. The sect defending array absorbed the power of the earth veins and spirit peaks to form a protective barrier, blocking the invading enemies. Seeing this, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that when he returned, he would see the sect defending array broken. If that were to happen, who knew how many people would die in the High Heaven Palace? The High Heaven Palace had a total of 100,000 disciples, including the main sect and its branch sects. Anyone with a little cultivation was stuffed into the GZ army. When they set off, other than Bian Yuqing, who had a slightly higher cultivation, the disciples of the High Heaven Palace were not strong enough. Once the sect defending array was broken and the demon race entered, they would not have the strength to fight back. Fortunately, the High Heaven Palace's sect defending array was personally set up by the South Gate Army. When he set up this sect defending array, Yang Kai spared no effort. He gave the people he needed and the materials he needed to make this sect defending array impregnable. Although the demon race's army came aggressively, they were unable to break through the sect defending array in a short period of time. Although the sect defending array was not broken, at this moment, the sect defending array was on the verge of collapse. Fine cracks appeared on the sect defending array's light barrier. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, it would be completely broken. Seeing this, the demon race's army attacked even more fiercely. Bian Yuqing held the palace lord's order and mobilized the world energy of the spirit peaks in the High Heaven Palace. She continuously strengthened the sect defending array and tried her best to delay the sect defending array. However, her cultivation was still a little low. Using the palace lord's order without sparing any effort, she was already drenched in sweat. Her face was as pale as paper, and her body was swaying in midair. It seemed like she would faint at any time. Seeing this, Yang Kai rushed towards her. Halfway through, a person rushed over from the side, but Yang Kai grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Staring at him coldly, Yang Kai saw that this person was very unfamiliar. His cultivation wasn't high, but he was at least a third-order Tao Source Realm cultivator. All the disciples of the High Heaven Palace who were above the Origin King realm had been taken away by him. How could there be a Tao Source Realm cultivator left? However, the High Heaven Palace was the base for alchemy in the star boundary, so there were still many outsiders. This person was obviously an outsider. There was a faint pill fragrance on his body, so he should be an alchemist. What are you panicking for? Yang Kai shouted. The man's face was pale. He was suddenly captured and did not even know how to resist. He was undoubtedly scared out of his wits. When he heard Yang Kai's question, he instinctively replied, "Hurry up and run. The High Heaven Palace can't be defended. If we don't run now, it will be too late." Bullshit. Yang Kai was furious. Instead of killing the enemy in front of you, you're trying to cause chaos. You should be glad that you are not in my GZ army. Otherwise, I would have killed you. Hearing this, the alchemist raised his head and glanced at Yang Kai. Only then did he recognize him, Yang. Palace Master Yang. Scram. Yang Kai casually threw him away. He was too lazy to waste time with him. He took a step forward and arrived beside Bian Yuqing. Bian Yuqing was struggling to hold on. When she suddenly sensed someone approaching, she could not help but be shocked. When she turned her head, she was overjoyed. Palace Master. Yang Kai nodded, "Rest for a while." As he spoke, he waved his hand and Hua Qingxi appeared. Yang Kai ordered, "Receive the Palace Master's order and hold on for a while." Hua Qingxi nodded, took the Palace Master's order from Bian Yuqing, and continued to maintain the spirit array. Bian Yuqing was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The only reason she was still holding on was because of the conviction in her heart. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai appear, Hua Qingxi took the order and her mind relaxed. She directly fainted, her body falling limply to the ground. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took her into the medicine garden in the sealed world bead before instructing the two little wood spirits to take good care of her. Bian Yuqing was only exhausted, but her life was not in danger. She only needed to rest for a while to recover, so Yang Kai was not worried. A person flew over from below. When he came close, he was surprised to see that it was Ji Ying. He looked at Yang Kai in horror and said, "Brother Yang, what is going on? Where did this demon race come from? Also, why can't I contact Honored Master?" The sudden appearance of the demon race and the sudden attack on the High Heaven Palace made Ji Ying feel that something was wrong. He immediately contacted the great emperors of the Wondrous Pill Palace to ask about the situation, but he could not get in touch with the great emperors at all. He could not even send a message through his jade slip. This was something he had never encountered before. Yang Kai said, "The situation is a bit complicated. I will tell Brother Ji in detail after I solve the immediate crisis." Raising his hand again, 3 figures were summoned from the sealed world bead. They were Qiongqi, Yang Xiao, and Yang Shui. Old Qiong, escort Xiao to Dragon Island and inform the 2 elders about this matter. Ask Great Elder and Second Elder to come out and take charge of the situation. This was Li Wuyi's arrangement. It was mentioned in the jade slip. Li Wuyi also knew that Yang Kai had a close relationship with Dragon Island. If he stepped in, Dragon Island would definitely not ignore it. Now that the great emperors were all missing, the situation of the demon saint was still unknown. If the demon saint was still in the star boundary, then the only ones in the world who could compete with them were the two elders on Dragon Island. However, the dragon race abided by their ancestral teachings and never left the island easily. It was fine if it was an ordinary dragon race, but Great Elder and Second Elder had not come out for tens of thousands of years. Last time, Second Elder Fu Xiu also came out because he was worried about Yang Xiao. Li Wuyi was not sure if he could ask them to come out, so he could only leave it to Yang Kai. Chapter 3702. Yang Xiao was clearly aware of the urgency of the situation. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "Yes, I won't disappoint foster father. Go." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Big brother, be careful. Keep an eye on father and mother too." Yang Shui reminded. The demon race was invading, and the only thing she was worried about was the safety of her parents. Yang Kai smiled and rubbed her head. "Don't worry, as long as Big Brother is here, no one can harm a single hair on our parents." Yang Shui nodded. Only then did she set off with Yang Xiao and Qiongqi. They rushed towards the main hall where the Law of Space was located. Dragon Island was also a small world, so the Space Spirit Bead couldn't be used at all. They could only use the Law of Space to cross the territory and arrive outside Dragon Island before entering the island. After watching the three of them leave, Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Over there, the South Gate army was anxiously busy. They were leading a group of their disciples to urgently repair and reinforce the array. The entire High Heaven Palace's protective array was set up by him, so no one knew the mysteries of the array better than him. If it was under normal circumstances, he wouldn't need to spend any effort to completely repair the array. However, right now, the demon race was attacking non-stop. Although his repair speed wasn't slow, he still couldn't make ends meet. In his anxiety, he cursed a few of his disciples who weren't nimble enough. Just as he was cursing, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. The South Gate army was furious. "Who the hell is it?" Palace Master. Palace Master, you're back." The anger on his face turned into surprise and joy. His hanging heart also calmed down. Since Yang Kai was back, the crisis in front of them was easily resolved. After following Yang Kai for so many years, they had an inexplicable confidence in their Palace Master and the South Gate army. Yang Kai's gaze passed through the light screen of the array and looked forward. There was an extremely powerful aura there. It was like a bright light in the dark night. It was extremely special among the many demon race members. Half-Saint. This time, there was a half-saint among the demon race army that came to attack the High Heaven Palace. When the half-saint sensed that someone was spying on him, his powerful divine sense immediately surged out and turned into a fierce attack. Like waves crashing against the shore, his divine sense pierced into the depths of Yang Kai's sea of consciousness. Yang Kai coldly snorted, and his divine sense surged, causing the seawater in his sea of knowledge to rotate and turn into a huge whirlpool. At the same time, he opened his divine sense and took the initiative to welcome the half-saint's divine sense. The invisible force fell into Yang Kai's sea of consciousness, but before it could exert any force, it was swallowed up by the vortex. 100 miles away, a tall and sturdy half-saint of demon race riding a tall and big magic beast let out a muffled groan. His body slightly swayed on his mount, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Sensing the sudden appearance of a relatively powerful aura, this half-saint wanted to show off his strength, so he didn't hesitate to launch a divine sense attack. But who would have thought that his divine sense would be inexplicably cut off, and even his mind would be shaken? A look of disbelief appeared on his face. He clearly sensed that the other party's divine sense was comparable to a high-ranked demon king, but the other party's divine sense was much more powerful than his own. This kind of thing that went against common sense left him scratching his head. Before he could figure it out, his vision blurred, and a figure suddenly stood in front of him. Standing on the head of his mount, the figure was less than 3 feet away from him, quietly looking at him. Seeing that face, this half-saint vaguely felt that it was somewhat familiar. It seemed to be Yang Kai who had caused havoc in the territory of demons, but why was his hair somewhat white? While he was in a daze, the other party had already formed a series of hand seals, quickly changing them a few times, and slapped down on him. When the palms slapped down, this half-saint only felt that everything around him had become incomparably slow, and even his thoughts seemed to have stopped working. Between heaven and earth, only this palm was rapidly expanding in front of his eyes. Flowing time, great emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream. Yang Kai had only learned a superficial knowledge of the principles of time, but this didn't hinder the formidable might of the flowing time, great emperor's shuttle like seal. Seeing that the palm was about to hit the half-saint, he unexpectedly roared, his face flushed red, and he forcibly broke free from the influence of the principles of time. His big hand grabbed at the void, and a long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear shook, and like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, it pierced towards Yang Kai. Demon chi burst forth, and a loud bang resounded. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan, and his body flew out like a kite. In this head-on clash, even though he had taken the initiative, he had still suffered a loss. After all, his cultivation was still lacking. A high-ranked demon king facing off against a half-saint, there was no second person in the world who could do what he did. Yang Kai was sent flying backwards, his face pale, and he cut a sorry figure. The half-saint of demon race, however, didn't spare him. He leapt up from his mount, and his spear shot out like a dragon, enveloping Yang Kai in a brilliant spear, and even sealing off the world around him. He sneered, "Die." Regardless of whether this person in front of him was the Yang Kai who had wreaked havoc in the demon territory, as long as he killed him and brought back his corpse for his clansmen to identify, everything would be clear. As his voice fell, the half-saint of demon race's heart suddenly throbbed, as if something bad was about to happen. At his level of cultivation, when facing danger, he had a mysterious feeling. Perhaps he himself didn't know what kind of danger he was about to face, but before it arrived, he could sense it and avoid it. The last time he had this feeling was when he was a high-ranked demon king. At that time, he was facing a powerful enemy and had almost been killed. After so many years, this feeling once again struck his heart. The half-saint of demon race was decisive and immediately withdrew his spear, just in time to see the strange smile on Yang Kai's face. With a few swishes, Yang Kai raised his hand, and several figures appeared out of thin air, each of them exuding an aura not inferior to a half-saint. Just as the half-saint of demon race landed on his mount, he turned his head and found himself surrounded by several people. His eyes swept over their faces and his expression changed, Baizhua, Baiya. In addition to these two half-saint, there was also a pair of twins. If he wasn't mistaken, they should be the Black Lotus and White Lotus sisters of the 100-spirit continent. All of them were existences whose strength wasn't inferior to his own. In an instant, the half-saint of demon race's expression became solemn, and fine sweat appeared on his forehead. He finally remembered a rumor. That boy called Yang Kai was not only proficient in the law of space, he also had a space artifact that could hold living things. Seeing the strange appearance of the 4 half-saint of demon race with his own eyes, how could he not know that the guy he sent flying with his spear was Yang Kai? And these 4 should have come from his space artifact. He complained inwardly. If there was only one half-saint, he wouldn't be afraid, but there were 4 of them. It was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Could it be that his luck was so bad that he accidentally bumped into Yang Kai's territory when he just came from the demon race's territory? Otherwise, why would that bastard appear here? I'll leave it to you. Yang Kai released the 4 half-saint and borrowed their strength to fly, directly landing in the middle of the demon race's camp. From the moment he stepped out of the High Heaven Palace to the moment he exchanged blows with the invading half-saint, it only took a moment. It was so fast that the demon race members didn't even have time to react. The demon race's army numbered in the hundreds of thousands. They covered the mountains and plains, and almost half of the High Heaven Palace was surrounded. The scene was huge, and although the movement here wasn't small, it couldn't be heard outside. So when Yang Kai landed, only some demon race members in the vicinity noticed the abnormality. The demon race members in the distance didn't see anything at all, and were still attacking the High Heaven Palace's sect protecting array. When Yang Kai landed, the surrounding demon race members were startled, and immediately attacked him without hesitation. In an instant, he was surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. A roar shook the heavens and the earth, and a violent power was released. The demon race members gathered around Yang Kai were thrown off their feet. Many demon race members were sent flying into the sky, and exploded into a bloody mist. Blood fell down like raindrops. In an instant, there wasn't a single person within 300 meters of Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned Wind Chui. With a series of neighs, Yang Kai mounted his horse and raised his hand again to summon his embodiment. As soon as it appeared, the embodiment flew 10 kilometers away, suddenly transforming into a behemoth mid-air and smashing into the demon race army. Another loud rumble was heard, and the earth trembled. Gravel from the surrounding mountains rustled down. The Dharmakaya stretched out his hand, and the demonic war hammer appeared in his hand. He swung it horizontally, and no one could get close to him within a radius of 1,000 feet. Just the strong vibration of the demonic vitality alone was enough to kill the demonic clan. While the embodiment was on a killing spree, a large number of people had already appeared around Yang Kai. The space wasn't very spacious, so he couldn't release his army all at once. Yang Kai could only pull the 10 garrisons out of the sealed world bead in batches. There was no need for further instructions. When Yang Kai flashed out of the High Heaven Palace, he had already communicated with the sealed world bead with his divine sense and informed the situation here to the 200,000 soldiers. So, as soon as he appeared, his army was ready to set off. Under the leadership of the vice-town commander, they rushed out in a certain direction. The 270,000 soldiers were divided into 10 different directions, plowing 10 empty paths on the battlefield outside the High Heaven Palace. Wherever they passed, all the demon race members were killed on the spot. The demon race army had a lot of people, even more than the GZ army, but no one had expected that the enemy would attack from the middle of their army. They were completely unprepared. On the other hand, the GZ army was already prepared. Because of this, it was a one-sided battle. What's more, in the GZ army, there were masters above the Emperor realm. The pressure on the High Heaven Palace's sect defending array was greatly reduced. When the demon race members who were attacking the sect defending array heard the strange movement behind them, they stopped what they were doing and turned around. What they saw was a stunned expression. Hua Qingxi, who was controlling the sect defending array, and the Southern Gate Army who were repairing the sect defending array couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw this. On the day the great emperors disappeared, when the two worlds were connected, hundreds of thousands of human demons fought a decisive battle outside the High Heaven Palace. In this battle, rivers of blood flowed outside the High Heaven Palace, and mountains of corpses were piled up. The scene was so tragic that it wasn't inferior to the battlefield in the Western Territory. In this battle, the GZ army killed countless enemies. Nearly half of the demon race's hundreds of thousands died, and even a half-saint died. It was a heavy loss. Chapter 3703. The half-saint of the demon race who led the demon race's army to attack the High Heaven Palace wasn't weak. He was born a stone demon and had an innately strong defense. However, he was facing Bai Zhua, Bai Ye, and the Lian sisters all by himself. How could he possibly have a good ending? While his army was charging left and right to kill the enemy, the stone demon half-saint was killed on the spot by Bai Zhua and the others. The stone demon's defense was indeed outstanding, but everyone was a half-saint. One had a strong shield, while the other had a strong spear. Fighting 1 against 4 would naturally end in tragedy. However, Bai Ya also suffered heavy injuries. When the stone demon half-saint saw that there was no hope of escaping, he desperately fought back. Even with the 4 half-saints' combined forces, they couldn't escape unscathed. When the stone demon half-saint died, the demon race's army, which was already at an absolute disadvantage, became even more flustered. Even if they had the courage to fight 10,000 men, they wouldn't be willing to take the initiative to seek death. They immediately scattered and fled in all directions. The GZ army chased after them for 1,000 miles before retreating. When Yang Kai saw Bai Ya again, he saw that he was sitting cross-legged on the ground with a pale face. There was a bloody hole in his abdomen that almost pierced through his entire body. "How are you?" Yang Kai asked. Bai Ya opened his eyes and weakly shook his head. "I won't die, but I'm afraid I'll have to recuperate for a year or so." Yang Kai said, "The most outstanding alchemists in the entire star boundary have gathered in my high heaven palace. We have the best pills. You can recuperate in the palace and also take care of my high heaven palace while you're at it." Bai Ya naturally didn't have any objections to this arrangement. Yang Kai immediately arranged for Hua Qing Si to lead him into the palace and settle him down properly. "Master, look around." Hyoji walked up and whispered with a grave expression. Without his reminder, Yang Kai had already noticed the strange situation around him. This battle had killed many members of the demon race. It could be said that at this moment, outside the High Heaven Palace, there were corpses of the demon race everywhere. In the past, the death of the demon race was nothing special. However, at this time, the corpses of the demon race were emitting demonic qi. If it was only 1 or 2, it would be fine. However, if all the dead demon race were like this, it would be a little scary. 200,000 to 300,000 demon race corpses were emitting demonic qi. Under the guidance of an invisible force, they floated in a certain direction. Outside the High Heaven Palace, the demonic qi was steaming and shrouded in darkness. Even though the sky was clear, it still made people feel as if they were in the middle of the night. Yang Kai looked in the direction where the demonic qi was drifting and saw a huge black dot in the sky. It was as if someone had splashed ink on a painting of the blue sky and white clouds. Under the black dot, there was demon land everywhere. The black dot was some distance away from the High Heaven Palace. It was estimated to be at least a few thousand miles away. However, its scale was huge. In Yang Kai's field of vision, it was already the size of a millstone. One could imagine how huge it would be if one were to personally experience it. Yang Kai frowned. Such a demon land appearing a few thousand miles away from the High Heaven Palace was exactly the same as the situation near the battlefield in the Western Territory. In the entire astral realm, who knew how many places had been corroded and turned into demon land? After the battle, the GZ army was still recuperating and wouldn't be able to fight for a while. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation over there, he saw Hua Qing Si running over in a hurry. "Palace Master, the branch sect is under attack. In addition, Temple Master Wen of the Azure Sun Temple has requested reinforcements. The demon race is attacking the Azure Sun Temple. There is a half-saint among them. The temple is invincible." Yang Kai's face turned cold. The battle in the Western Territory and the great victory in the astral realm was originally thought to be a decisive battle. Who knew that the chaotic situation had just begun? Now, the entire astral realm was like a house with a broken roof, leaking wind and rain everywhere. It gave people a feeling that the astral realm was on the verge of collapse. Just the High Heaven Palace and Azure Sun Temple had encountered such a situation. One could imagine what would happen to the other sects. It was too late to pull the GZ army out. Yang Kai only pondered for a moment before ordering, all those from the Emperor realm and above who still have the strength to fight, come with me to the branch sect. He turned to look at the Lotus Sisters. I'll have to trouble the two of you to go to the Azure Sun Temple to hold the line. I'll rush over later. The Lotus Sisters naturally had no objection to this. Now that Chang Tian was not here, they could only follow Yang Kai's lead. Yang Kai had the space spirit bead that was connected to Gao Shueting, so he immediately urged the space spirit bead to send the Lotus Sisters to Gao Shueting's side. Then, he put the Emperor realm into the sealed world bead. His figure flickered, and he was already at the space array. Stepping on the array, the space law fluctuated, and he appeared in the Southern Territories branch sect. There were 100,000 disciples in the High Heaven Palace. The number was too many. Even though the High Heaven Palace occupied a large area, it was still not enough to accommodate all of them. Therefore, half of the disciples were accommodated in the branch sect, totaling 50,000 people. However, the situation in the branch sect was the same as before. There were no masters in the branch sect, and they only relied on the sect protecting array to defend against external enemies. When Yang Kai arrived at the branch sect's sect protecting array was rumbling non-stop, but it was still solid and showed no signs of damage. The main reason was that Yang Kai arrived quickly. The demon race had only attacked for a short time before he arrived. Otherwise, the branch sect's sect protecting array would not have lasted for too long. The branch sect's disciples were in a good state of mind. Although they were panicking, they were not in a panic. At this moment, some of the stronger brothers and senior sisters were arranging the troops to fight. They were waiting for the sect protecting array to be broken. They didn't know that Yang Kai had appeared in the space array. Time was running out, so Yang Kai didn't have time to say anything to the branch sect's disciples. He flashed out of the branch sect's sect protecting array and stood in the middle of the demon race's army. He swept with his divine sense and understood the situation of the demon race's army. The number of people wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. There were about 100,000 of them. There was no half-saint, and the strongest was only a high-rank demon king. With a sigh, Zhui Feng appeared. Yang Kai jumped on his horse and waved his hand. Hundreds of people from the Emperor realm stood beside him, along with several half-saint. He stretched out his hand and held the myriad sword in his hand. He pointed the sword forward and shouted, "Kill!" A group of people from the Emperor realm grinned and scattered. They formed groups of 3 to 5 and rushed into the demon race's army. Like a pack of wolves breaking into a sheep pen, the demon race's army couldn't resist at all. Even if the demon king could resist for a moment, he couldn't escape the fate of being beheaded. Although Yang Kai didn't bring many people with him this time, all of them were from the Emperor realm or above. Among them, there was Baizhua, embodiment, and Zhui Feng, 3 half-saint of demon race. There was also Zhu Qing, Zhu Lai, and Fu Ling, 3 dragon race experts. How could the demon race's army be a match for them? Zhui Feng rushed through the army. Whether it was the demon commander or the demon king, all of them exploded into pieces. Yang Kai rode on Zhui Feng's back. His myriad sword surged, and the sword chi danced in the air. The demon race's army was beheaded. Until the demon race's army scattered and fled, the disciples hiding in the formation finally reacted. They realized that reinforcements had arrived. They fixed their eyes and saw the figure riding on the back of a strange beast. It was none other than their palace master. Immediately, cheers shook the sky. The formation opened, and the disciples of the sub-school rushed out and chased after them. To be honest, the strength of the disciples who were still in the sub-school was somewhat weak. After all, Yang Kai had recruited all of them into the GZ army. Naturally, the disciples who were left behind were slightly weaker. With such a group of people, it was likely that any random devil king would be able to annihilate them all, but they still rushed out and chased after the devil race in high spirits. However, the devil race that was being chased didn't even look back and hurriedly fled. The disciples of the sub-school still had some sense. They knew that their strength was not good enough. If they chased too deep, they wouldn't have a good ending. So, after chasing for dozens of miles, they returned home. After seeing Yang Kai, they saluted him. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Wait until the demonic chi of the demon race's dead body dissipates. Then, we can clean up the battlefield. Otherwise, we will become the demon race." Many disciples nodded. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Go back. If there are any more enemies, remember to send a message to the great general manager." After a little tidying up, he put the people he brought back into the sealed world bead again. The space spirit bead flashed and teleported away again. The place where he reappeared was in the temple. Beside him was a beautiful figure holding a long sword, fighting a demon king. Yang Kai was teleported here through the space spirit bead, which was connected to Gao Shueting, so he naturally appeared beside her. The long sword in Gao Shueting's hand danced in the air, and sword chi filled the air. A round mirror hung above her head. The mirror's surface shone brightly like a round sun, and from the mirror, streaks of ardent sun true flames transformed into ferocious fire serpents that attacked the Devil King. Yang Kai recognized at a glance that this was Gao Shueting's natal emperor artifact, the fierce sun mirror. This mirror's power was extraordinary, and Yang Kai had only seen it a few times. Gao Shueting's opponent was a high-ranked demon king with a profound cultivation. Logically speaking, it was stronger than Gao Shueting, but Gao Shueting's natal emperor artifact was extraordinary, and this was the star boundary. The world principle's subtle differences made the invading demon race somewhat uncomfortable. So, even though it was slightly stronger, it was still flustered by Gao Shueting's attacks. Even if it wasn't in danger of losing its life, it was still in a difficult situation. The Demon King was furious and was about to use a dangerous secret technique when it suddenly saw a white-haired young man riding a majestic strange beast appear. The white-haired young man was nothing special, but the strange beast's body was filled with the aura of a half-saint. At such a close distance and with such a strange appearance, the high-ranked Demon King was so scared that it trembled, and its mind was thrown into chaos. When Zhui Feng glanced at it, the demon qi in its body started to circulate erratically. When Gao Shueting saw this, how could she miss such a good opportunity? The fierce sun true flames gushed out from the fierce sun mirror, burning the Demon King to the brink of collapse. When it managed to resist the power of the flames with great difficulty, a long sword pierced through its vision. It felt a sharp pain in its chest as the long sword pierced through its body. When Gao Shueting circulated her emperor qi, she waved the sharp weapon in her hand and directly cut the Demon King in front of her into pieces. Gao Shueting withdrew her sword and gently waved it, causing the demon blood on the sword to scatter. She swept a glance at Yang Kai and said, "Quite impressive." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Senior sister, you flatter me." His expression turned solemn and he asked, "How's the situation?" Gao Shueting breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, thanks to the help of the two half-saint you called, the temple would be in big trouble this time." Yang Kai looked around and saw that the flames of war were everywhere in Azure Sun Temple. The demon race had already broken in. In other words, the sect-protecting array of Azure Sun Temple had been broken. Chapter 3704. This was inevitable. The High Heaven Palace's powerful sect-protecting array was on the verge of collapse from the demon race's attacks. If Yang Kai had returned at 1 p.m., it would have been broken. Azure Sun Temple's sect-protecting array was indeed extraordinary, but it was still a little worse than the High Heaven Palace's, so how could it hold on? When the array was broken, Wen Zishan made a prompt decision to send a message to the High Heaven Palace for help, because he also knew that the flames of war were everywhere in the star boundary now, and the star boundary's major legions must be exhausted from defending against the enemy. Asking for help from other legions may not be useful. Only by asking for help from the GZ army and Yang Kai's numerous subordinates could the Azure Sun Temple have hope of surviving. Not long after the request for help was sent out, the Lien sisters were sent over to fight the demon race's half-saint. When Zishan then led his army to fight the demon race in the Azure Sun Temple, gradually stabilizing the situation. Yang Kai glanced around and took in the situation in the temple, warning in a deep voice, "Senior sister, be careful." Squeezing his legs, Zhui Feng dashed out. The myriad sword flickered with a cold light as it rushed towards the nearest demon king. Seeing Zhui Feng's attack, the demon king's face turned pale. He made a prompt decision as a bloody mist burst out from his body. He turned into a bloody light and fled. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab the demon king, and under the fluctuations of the space principles, the demon king was frozen in place, unable to move for a moment. Yang Kai rode past, the myriad sword swaying slightly, and without even looking at the demon king, it had already rushed several kilometers away. Behind him, the demon king's body shook, its eyes widened, and it exploded, not leaving behind a corpse. The several hundred players that had just been put into the sealed world bead were released again. Without needing any instructions from Yang Kai, they immediately spread out and attacked the demon race. Yang Kai rode on Zhui Feng for a while. He felt Zhui Feng's bloodthirsty and excited aura. He simply let Zhui Feng do whatever he wanted. His figure flashed, and he killed enemies with his sword. The myriad sword was invincible to all demons. One by one, the demon race died under his sword. Needless to say, the demon marshal and the demon general did not even have time to react before their souls returned to the underworld. Even the demon king was rarely able to last more than 3 breaths in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai had just killed a demon king that Murong Xiao Xiao was entangled with. Just as Murong Xiao Xiao was about to express her gratitude, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction 5 kilometers away. Over there, Xia Ning Chang's figure fluttered like a butterfly. She was struggling to hold on under the fierce attacks of a mid-rank demon king. Her figure fluttered like a willow branch in a storm, unable to control herself. Although the little senior sister was already an emperor, she had rarely fought with others since she started cultivating, let alone this kind of head-on battle. Among Yang Kai's wives, she had the least amount of combat experience. At this moment, her opponent's cultivation was higher than hers, so she was naturally at a disadvantage. Even though her figure was nimble, she was still being beaten by the Demon King. In contrast, the Demon King's face was full of malevolence. Its attacks were wild, and it looked like it wanted to kill Xia Ning Chang. When Yang Kai looked over, the Demon King threw a punch. Its huge fist was almost half the size of Xia Ning Chang's face as it headed straight for her chest. This punch was so powerful that even if there was a mountain in front of it, it would definitely explode, let alone Xia Ning Chang's delicate body. Murong Xiao Xiao cried out in alarm. Her figure flickered as she tried to rush forward to help, but she was 10 kilometers away. No matter how fast she was, it would be too late. Yang Kai didn't move, but his mind was also at its limit at this moment. He was waiting for the situation to worsen so he could take action to save his little senior sister. Faced with this punch that could split a mountain, Xia Ning Chang's beautiful eyes inevitably flashed with a trace of panic. She had never felt so close to death before. Even when the Great Desolate Star Territory invaded the Chaotic Star Territory and ruined her Tong Xian realm, she didn't feel this way. At this critical moment, Xia Ning Chang raised her hand and took out a longan-sized bead between her 2 white jade-like fingers. This bead looked unremarkable. It was brown in color and didn't have the slightest fluctuation of world energy. In her mind, she remembered Yang Kai's advice when he gave her this bead: if you are in danger, throw this out. It will turn misfortune into fortune. Towards Yang Kai, Xia Ning Chang naturally had unreserved trust in him. At this critical moment, she threw this bead towards the Demon King. When the Demon King saw Xia Ning Chang throw this bead, he instinctively became vigilant, but after sweeping it with his divine sense, he didn't find anything special about this bead. Looking at the panic on Xia Ning Chang's face, he immediately sneered, knowing that this delicate human race woman in front of him was scared out of her wits and had thrown something at him. His fist became more and more powerful as it flew forward and struck the bead flying towards him, *kacha, *, a crisp sound rang out from the fist, followed by an intense pain. The Demon King's expression changed, and he was horrified to the extreme. When the fist and the bead collided, the Demon King only felt that the world was oppressing him. The fist that he was so proud of, and the body that could even resist a demon treasure, was as fragile as paper in front of this strange bead. An irresistible force came from the front. The fist burst and the arm collapsed, but the bead's momentum didn't decrease. It crushed half of the Demon King's body and went straight to a mountain behind him. The Demon King screamed. Looking at Xia Ning Chang, there was no longer any contempt in his expression. His eyes were full of horror and disbelief. The scream was covered by a loud bang. In an instant, the world shook. The chaotic Azure Sun Temple quieted down at this moment. Everyone turned their heads and looked towards the source of the sound. Over there, a mountain peak thousands of meters high was hit by an unknown attack and burst apart with a bang. In an instant, gravel and dirt flew everywhere, as if the world had collapsed. When the sound subsided, only a few dozen meters of the mountain peak remained standing. The top of the mountain was full of potholes and was in a mess. Xia Ning Chang was stunned. Others didn't know what had happened, but she was very clear. She had just used the bead her junior brother had given her and had instantly injured a mid-rank Demon King. The bead had smashed into the mountain peak and caused it to become like this. That bead actually had such power. Although Xia Ning Chang knew that the thing Yang Kai gave her was definitely not ordinary and was definitely a life-saving treasure, she didn't expect it to be so powerful. For a moment, she didn't react and even forgot to chase after her opponent. Feeling two gazes on her, Xia Ning Chang turned her head and saw Murong Xiao Xiao with a similarly dull expression and Yang Kai with a smile on his face. Xia Ning Chang couldn't help sticking out her tongue, calming herself down, reaching out with her hand, and the bead she threw flew back and was caught between her fingers. The mid-rank Demon King had half of its body blown apart, but it didn't die immediately. It had already pulled away from Xia Ning Chang. At this moment, seeing Xia Ning Chang holding the bead in her hand, it immediately screamed, turned around, and ran away. Having suffered a big loss once, how could it make the same mistake again? Xia Ning Chang shouted and chased after it. The opponent had been seriously injured and his strength had been reduced by 80%. If she didn't kill him now, when would she? She continuously threw the bead in her hand, sending out terrifying attacks again and again. After the Demon King dodged a few times, it couldn't dodge anymore and was hit by the bead, dying tragically on the spot. Shanqing Luo saw Xia Ning Chang chase after a mid-rank Demon King, killing it until it covered its head and fled like a rat. Out of curiosity, she couldn't help but take out a bead. This bead was almost identical to the one in Xia Ning Chang's hand. Not only did the two of them have this kind of bead, but Xueyu, Su Yan, and Zhu Qing also had one. Looking around, Shanqing Luo found a high-ranked Demon King that was locked in a fierce battle with Shi Lei. Shanqing Luo casually threw the bead in her hand at the high-ranked Demon King. The bead silently approached the Demon King, but this Demon King's cultivation wasn't bad. How could it not notice that someone was sneak attacking it from behind? After fainting with Shi Lei, it reached out to grab the bead, wanting to catch this hidden weapon in the palm of its hand. He hadn't seen what happened to the mid-rank Demon King before, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so careless. As soon as the bead entered his hand, the crisp sound of bones cracking immediately rang out. Using his palm as the base, an arm exploded inch by inch. This unremarkable bead actually had an unimaginable weight. Greatly shaken, he hurriedly withdrew his hand to avoid it. While he was distracted, Shi Lei's attack arrived. The lightning in the sky turned into a pillar of lightning, wrapping around the high-rank Demon King. Amidst the crackling sounds, electric snakes danced wildly. The high-rank Demon King's body stiffened, but it was too late to dodge. The bead hit its body, exploding with a bang. The bead's momentum didn't decrease. It smashed into the ground, causing the earth to shake. Shi Lei lost his footing and almost fell to the ground. The ground caved in, and a huge crater appeared in the sky. Kacha, a ravine appeared with the crater as the center, spreading out in all directions like a spider web. What the hell is this? Shi Lei's expression changed greatly. He turned his head to look at Shanqing Luo. Shanqing Luo had the bloodline of the heavenly moon demon spider, so she could be considered a member of the monster race. Thus, the monster kings of the savage desolate ancient land all treated her as one of their own and took good care of her. The monster kings were well aware of Shanqing Luo's strength. Even if they risked their lives, they wouldn't be able to unleash such a ferocious attack. And yet, she had. Shi Lei knew that if he had been hit by that attack just now, his fate wouldn't have been any better. Shanqing Luo was stunned. She had only shot the bead out of curiosity. She never imagined that a high-rank demon king would be killed by her just like that. Hearing Shi Lei's question, she blinked and reached out with her hand, summoning the bead back to her palm. She carefully examined it. Shi Lei rushed over. Looking at the bead in her hand, he shouted, "What is this thing?" "My husband gave it to me." Shanqing Luo replied, "Each of my sisters has one." Shi Lei's eyes narrowed. He stared at the bead. Such a ferocious object was definitely an incredible artifact. But from what Shanqing Luo said, each of the wives of Yang Kai actually had one. When did the High Heaven Palace become so rich? Chapter 3705. Looking at it with rapt attention, he didn't see the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy from this bead, as if it was just a stone bead picked up from the side of the road. But after looking at it carefully for a moment, this inconspicuous bead rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes, instantly turning into a huge planet. It was vast, boundless, and incomparably desolate. Being on this planet, Shi Lei's heart was flustered, as if his mind was trapped in a cage. He bit the tip of his tongue and felt a sharp pain. Shi Lei broke out of the cage, his forehead covered in cold sweat as he shouted, "One realm bead. This is the one realm bead?" Shanqing Luo was stunned. She did not know what this was, but before the GZ army left for the Western Territory, Yang Kai specially called her sisters over and gave each of them a bead. Then, he helped them refine it. As for what it was used for or what it was called, they did not understand until they took it out to kill the enemy. "There's no mistake, this is the one realm bead." Shi Lei nodded. Although he had never come into contact with the one realm bead before, he had at least heard of it. At this moment, he connected the dots and immediately concluded that this was definitely the one realm bead refined by Yang Kai. However, this one realm bead seemed to be slightly different from what he knew. It was indeed different. The one realm bead that was given to Shanqing Luo and the others was one of Yang Kai's first experiments. In order to separate the second territory bead from the small sealed world, he had refined many dead stars and large meteorites. These original one realm beads did not have the ability to accommodate living people. If a living creature was forcibly stuffed into them, they would be crushed into dust by the energy inside. Only the sealed world beads that Yang Kai refined later could accommodate living creatures, but they were all given to Li Wu Yi to be distributed to the corps commanders. Earlier, the reason the army of the Star Dimension had retreated so quickly from the Western Territory was precisely because they'd utilized the Realm Pearl. If it wasn't for that, how could those hundreds of thousands of troops have retreated so quickly? However, although the one realm bead in the hands of Shanqing Luo and the others did not have the ability to contain living things, it was still refined from many dead stars. With Yang Kai's help, they could control it as they wished. Throwing it out was equivalent to throwing a dead star into their hands. That mid and high-ranked demon king wasn't on guard, so how could it block it? Yang Kai still had a lot of one-realm bead like this in his possession. He was planning to find an opportunity to distribute them to the GZ army. If these toys were put to good use, they would definitely give the elites of the demon race a huge surprise. It was a pity that they didn't have enough time. If they had more time, Yang Kai would have been able to refine even more weapons and become one of the GZ army's greatest killing machines. We'll know when we go back and ask. Shan Qing Luo smiled and gripped the bead in her hand tightly. Originally, she felt sad that her cultivation was not enough to share Yang Kai's burden, but now that she had this treasure in her hand, even a high-rank demon king could be killed instantly. Shan Qing Luo was delighted from the bottom of her heart. She immediately held the bead in her hand and tossed it around the battlefield. The one-realm bead was thrown out again and again, killing people like cutting melons and vegetables. The deadlock in the Azure Sun Temple was broken. Before Yang Kai led his people here, the demon race army broke through the array and entered the Azure Sun Temple, fighting a fierce battle to the death with Wen Zishan's army. After Yang Kai led hundreds of masters here, it was like a handful of salt had been sprinkled into a pot of oil, and the entire situation changed rapidly. Demon race masters were constantly being killed, and the half-saint of the demon race who was guarding this place couldn't do anything under the joint attack of the Lotus Sisters. He could only parry and had no power to resist. Seeing that the situation was not good, the half-saint let out a long roar and took a hit from the Lotus Sisters. He flashed out of the battlefield and escaped in a panic, but the Lotus Sisters chased after him. With the strongest master escaping, the remaining demon race masters were even less of a threat. Corpses were strewn all over the place, and only a few managed to escape. After a hurried hour, the noisy Azure Sun Temple quieted down. Wen Zishan, covered in blood, stood in the void, looking at the thousands of years of foundation of the temple, and sighed. Although many demons were killed in this battle, the Azure Sun Temple also suffered a great loss. The corpses of their disciples could be seen everywhere, and they died miserably. Even his army suffered nearly 30% casualties, which could be said to have hurt Yuan Qi. The demonic qi of the dead demon race masters escaped from their bodies and floated in the air, gathering in a certain direction, causing the entire Azure Sun Temple to be filled with yin qi. After meeting with Yang Kai and communicating with both sides, Wen Zishan learned that the High Heaven Palace had also been attacked by the demon race. However, the High Heaven Palace had a strong army and didn't suffer any losses. Instead, the demon race masters were badly battered. Looking at the several half-saint of the demon race gathered around Yang Kai, Wen Zishan couldn't help but feel a little jealous. He pulled a long face and coughed lightly. Yang Kai, this king has something to discuss with you. I'll let the Lotus Sisters follow master, Yang Kai said. Wen Zishan was startled when he heard this, but immediately became overjoyed. That would be best. He originally wanted to poach a half-saint from Yang Kai. Although his army was strong, the only drawback was that he didn't have a half-saint master to oversee it. Normally, it might not be obvious, but if a half-saint of the demon race came, there was no one on his side who could match them. He originally only wanted Yang Kai to keep one half-saint, but he didn't expect Yang Kai to ask for two. Wen Zishan suddenly felt that they were indeed family. Elder Yang could be anxious for him. Immediately, he cleaned up the battlefield and sorted out the casualties. Yang Kai didn't stay and led a group of people back. Back at the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai immediately sent a message to Li Wuyi and reported that the High Heaven Palace's branch sect and Azure Sun Temple had been attacked by the demon race's army. Not long after, Li Wuyi sent a message. After reading the message, Yang Kai's expression became solemn. As he expected, the entire star boundary was now in turmoil. The two worlds were connected, and a large number of demon land had appeared in the four territories. The demon race's army had crossed over from these demon land and broken into the star boundary, killing and looting. The current situation was much more serious than when the demon race crossed over from the Western Territory. Previously, there was only one passage between the two worlds. Although the demon race was strong, the star boundary only needed to set up a few defenses, but now, the demon race had spread out and spread the flames of war to the entire star boundary in an instant. The 55 armies were a little tired of defending. It wasn't just the High Heaven Palace and Azure Sun Temple that were under attack. In just half a day, Li Wuyi had received no less than 30 requests for help. Just in the Northern Territory alone, there were 7. Even if Li Wuyi had a clear mind, he didn't know how to deal with the enemy at this moment. He could only react to every move and try to preserve the Yuan Qi of the star boundary as much as possible before the great emperors appeared. Knowing that Yang Kai was free, Li Wuyi was overjoyed and asked him to lead the troops to support the 7 places. Yang Kai naturally agreed and immediately gathered the troops. The GZ army had only rested for half a day and had not fully recovered, but at this moment, he couldn't care less. He moved the army into the small sealed world and stepped into the High Heaven Palace's space array. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had made various arrangements in the past. In order to unify the Northern Territory, he had arranged many space arrays all over the Northern Territory. Now, they finally came in handy. If it weren't for these space arrays, it would have taken a lot of time to rush to each place. The demon race had a large base, but after dividing the army, there weren't many people in each place. This gave Yang Kai an opportunity to destroy them one by one. Yang Kai led the GZ army on a campaign of slaughter. Everywhere they went, the demon race suffered heavy casualties. In just a few days, the GZ army had destroyed no less than 1 million demon race members. But along the way, they also saw the demon race wreaking havoc in the star boundary. Many cities were slaughtered, and many villages were set ablaze. Even some small and medium-sized sects that were not strong were massacred. Corpses were strewn everywhere, and countless humans were fleeing, but in this chaotic world, where could they run to? Running around like headless flies, once they encountered the demon race, the only thing that awaited them was death. When he encountered these fugitives, if they had the ability to kill the enemy, Yang Kai would keep them and add them to the GZ army. If they weren't strong enough, he would take them into his sealed world bead. Along the way, he had killed many people, and his army had expanded by quite a bit. Now, he had recovered to 300,000 soldiers. In the sealed world bead, Yang Kai had taken in no less than 1 million refugees. In a ruined city, Yang Kai stood in front of a house. In the city, flames soared into the sky, corpses littered the streets, and nearly half of the houses in front of him had collapsed. In the house, a woman was completely naked, her lower body was in a mess, and there were many wounds on her body. Her corpse was already cold, and her eyes were wide open. Before she died, her eyes were filled with fear and shock. She turned her head to look to the side, and there was a trace of reluctance in those eyes that were filled with fear. In the place where her eyes were looking, a 3-year-old child was lying in a pool of blood. There was a hole in the child's chest, but there was nothing inside. Although he did not see it with his own eyes, Yang Kai could still imagine the scene at that time. The demon race had attacked, and the mother had desperately protected her child. But how could a powerless woman be a match for the powerful demon race from a foreign territory? The woman was defiled, she died an unnatural death, and the child was killed. Even though Yang Kai was used to seeing tragedies in the human world, he could not help but be furious at this moment. A murderous intent was brewing in his chest like a volcano that could erupt at any time. In the past few days, many cities and villages were massacred, but in those cities, the demon race only killed people and did nothing else. But in this city, Yang Kai saw something different. The scene in front of him made him unable to control his emotions. Brother-in-law. Fu Ling rushed over from not far away. Her beautiful eyes were red, and there were tears in her eyes. But before she could get close to Yang Kai, she was shocked by the murderous intent. Looking in the direction of Yang Kai's gaze, Fu Ling bit her lips. Yang Kai took a deep breath and restrained his murderous intent, causing his clothes to flutter. Speak. There are no survivors in the city. Everyone was slaughtered, and the children under the age of 10. Fu Ling frowned, as if it was difficult for her to speak. What happened to the children? Fu Ling pointed at the house and said, they were all like her. Their hearts were dug out. Brother-in-law, the demon race, does it eat people? Fu Ling turned her head and looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and looked at her. Fu Ling said, if it's not eating people, why would they dig out their hearts? Moreover, they are all children, and there are only a few corpses in the city. They should have been taken away. Chapter 3706. Yang Kai hadn't thought of this. After all, he had stayed in the demon territory for several years and had never seen the demon race having this kind of hobby. But after hearing Fu Ling's words, he felt that it was possible. He hadn't seen it in the demon territory because the demon territory was full of the demon race. Now that the demon race had invaded the star boundary, the situation was completely different from before. If there really was something special, it wouldn't be strange for it to be exposed at this moment. Let's go. Yang Kai turned around and shouted. After a short while, a figure descended from the sky. It was Ying Fei. He cupped his fists and said, Master. Yang Kai nodded. Space principles fluctuated and wrapped around the two of them, instantly disappearing. At this moment, he had divided the GZ army into two groups. One group was led by Baizhua from the south to the north. The other group was led by the embodiment from the east to the west. Baiya was still recuperating in the sealed world bead. It would take a while for her to fully recover, so she wouldn't be able to do anything for the time being. It wasn't that he was willing to divide the army. The GZ army was indeed powerful, but the demon race was no pushover. This time, all the half-saint soldiers had been mobilized. But now that the northern territory was filled with war, there were too many places that needed to be rescued. Splitting the army would be more efficient. This was a helpless move. The two groups of troops crossed each other and headed to various places in the northern territory. He and Ying Fei led the way and inquired about the enemy. Fu Ling insisted on following them, saying that as a flag-bearer of the GZ army, she couldn't be too far away from the army commander. Yang Kai didn't want to be entangled with her, so he simply brought her along. They had only investigated the first city, but they had already witnessed such a tragedy. The blood in the city hasn't completely dried up yet. The demon race shouldn't have left for too long. Master, please go this way. When it came to tracking, Ying Fei was an expert, and Yang Kai would never be able to match him. Following the direction Ying Fei pointed, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he sped forward. From afar, Yang Kai saw a huge black spot in the sky. It was as black as ink, and the demonic chi was awe-inspiring. From that black spot, the aura of another world seeped out. Ying Fei came to a realization, it seems like they want to return to that devil's den. Yang Kai snorted, let's go take a look. Ever since they returned from the Western Territory, Yang Kai had been leading the army everywhere in the Northern Territory. He hadn't had the time to investigate what was going on in the demon land under the ink dots. Although he had seen it in the Western Territory before, he had sealed the ink spot in the Western Territory as soon as it opened. The demon race that had crossed over from the ink spot had either died or fled. However, although the gap between the two worlds had been sealed, the eroded ink spots had not disappeared. Yang Kai really wanted to know what was different about the ink spots in the Northern Territory. Now that he had chased the enemy here, it was a good time to investigate. There was no need for Ying Fei to guide him. There were traces of the army along the way, and they were heading straight for the Devil's Den. Thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai's figure flickered a few times before he arrived. Standing in the void, Yang Kai frowned as he looked around. In his field of vision, the old demon territory was everywhere. Within the demon land, the trees were withered and the grass was withered. It was as if he was really in the demon land, giving him an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Yang Kai had obtained the bright moon's legacy and was recognized by the will of heaven and earth. No matter where he was in the star boundary, his perception was unmatched by ordinary people. However, in the demon land in front of him, he couldn't sense any star boundary aura. In other words, the demon land's expansion was no longer in the star boundary, but in the demon territory. Not only that, within the demon land, the laws of heaven and earth were slightly fluctuating, invisible to the naked eye. Along with the fluctuation, the demon land's area was also quietly expanding. Only Yang Kai could sense this. If it were any other fake emperor, they probably wouldn't be able to discover anything. The demon land's expansion was very slow, but it was indeed expanding, constantly eroding the star boundary's territory. This should be the foundation of a certain sect. The mountains were stacked on top of each other, and there were many pavilions and terraces in the forest. It should have been a beautiful place, but the ink spots in the sky just happened to appear above this sect. The entire sect's territory, including the surrounding 10,000 kilometers, had long been transformed into the demon land. Vaguely, miserable howls and cries could be heard from one of the mountain peaks. Yang Kai was stunned. He thought he was hallucinating, but when he listened carefully, there was indeed a sound. There were still people alive. Yang Kai originally thought that wherever the demon race went, they would definitely exterminate all living beings in the star boundary. Even if they didn't kill them, they would let the demonic chi erode them and turn them into demons. He didn't expect that there were still people alive, but he didn't know what they had encountered. At this moment, the cries were incomparably miserable. Yang Kai tilted his head and listened to the sound to determine its location. After a while, his figure flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in a valley. The valley was bustling with noise and excitement. Many members of the demon race had gathered. At this moment, these demon race members were busy in full swing. Inside the valley, there were many large cauldrons. The cauldrons were filled with boiling hot water and boiling oil. Some demons were carrying human corpses that had been disemboweled, throwing them into hot water or boiling oil. Sizzling sounds could be heard, and the entire valley was filled with a strange and nauseating smell. On the other side of the valley, a group of hundreds of people were tied up. The demon race members were strictly guarding them. From time to time, a demon race member would come forward with a sharp weapon, pull out a person, and directly stab them to death. Then, they would drag them to the side and deal with them. Seeing their clansmen being killed with their own eyes and their corpses thrown into the pot, the people who were still alive were incomparably pale. They had long been scared out of their wits. The cries and cries came from here, mixed with many people begging for mercy and cursing. When Yang Kai arrived here and swept his eyes over, he suddenly felt his scalp go numb. Previously, in the dilapidated city, Fu Ling asked whether the demon race members ate people. He was still somewhat uncertain, but after seeing the scene here, how could he not know that the demon race really ate people? 3 unfamiliar figures suddenly appeared in the valley. How could the busy demon race not see them? The demon race immediately shouted, "Who goes there?" Yang Kai coldly glanced at him and shouted, "Kill." As soon as the word left his mouth, he arrived in front of the demon race. He reached out and grabbed his neck, pouring his demon chi into the demon's body. In an instant, his meridians were broken, and his resistance was destroyed. Raising his hand, Yang Kai threw the demon race away. With his meridians destroyed, the demon race was in pain all over. Demon chi leaked out, but he didn't die. He simply couldn't move. After being thrown away by Yang Kai, the demon race fell straight into a pot of oil. With a sizzling sound, the demon race writhed in the pot of oil, howling miserably, but he wouldn't die for a while. With a series of popping sounds, the demon race was continuously thrown into the pot of oil. For a time, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling resounded through the world. When Yang Kai made his move, Ying Fei and Fu Ling also made their moves, one to the left and one to the right. Ying Fei's figure was extremely fast, almost turning into a bolt of lightning. In just a few swings, a large number of demon race fell to the ground. Unlike Kai Yang, he didn't give them a taste of their own medicine. Instead, he simply slaughtered them. Fu Ling was also the same, her petite body containing a huge amount of strength. Although she wasn't as graceful as Ying Fei, her pair of fists still smashed into pieces. The demon race in the valley didn't have any powerhouses, not even a demon king, so how could they withstand the slaughter of these three gods of slaughter? In just 10 breaths of time, the hundreds of demon race in the valley had been completely slaughtered. The people who were tied to the side were originally in a state of panic, thinking that they wouldn't be able to escape today, but who knew that 3 saviors would suddenly appear. They were all overjoyed, and under the ups and downs of their emotions, many people cried bitterly. In the boiling water and the oil pot, the demon race thrown in by Yang Kai were still howling miserably, but their voices were getting softer and softer, gradually becoming inaudible. Under normal circumstances, this kind of boiling water and oil pot wouldn't be able to take the lives of these demon race. Since they had invaded the star boundary, they definitely had some cultivation. This boiling water and oil pot might be a threat to ordinary people, but how could they be hindered in the slightest? They only needed to circulate their demon chi to resist. However, Yang Kai had already crippled their cultivations when he subdued them, so at this moment, they were unable to use any of their strength. Although their physiques were still quite good, this blunt knife cutting through their flesh would eventually take their lives. You guys save them. Yang Kai ordered as he turned his gaze to the top of a mountain to his left. From there, he could hear a huge commotion and the air was filled with enthusiasm. Master, should we wait for the army to come and join us? Ying Fei asked in a deep voice. Although Yang Kai's strength wasn't bad, he was still an Emperor Realm Master. If he really encountered a half-saint, he might not be able to match them. Moreover, this was the demon cave, and who knew how many demon race had gathered here? No need. Yang Kai shook his head and took a step forward. Ying Fei wanted to say something, but he had already disappeared. Fu Ling said, "It's not like you don't know brother-in-law's ability. Even if there is a half-saint here, he can still escape." Ying Fei thought about it and agreed. If he hadn't targeted Yang Kai's space divine technique, perhaps only the demon saint and the great emperors could pose a threat to his life. He immediately felt relieved and walked towards the group of people tied up with Fu Ling. The group of several hundred people had long been scared out of their wits, and some of them had even fainted. Ying Fei flicked his finger and released several rows of people in front of him, then told them to save their companions. Facing the orders of these 2 saviors, everyone naturally obeyed, and after thanking them, they began to work with trembling hands. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man, although pale, was much better than the others and could still be considered calm. At this moment, he walked forward and cupped his fists. Water Cloud Sect's Yuan Wenlong greets the 2 saviors. May I ask for the 2 saviors' names? Ying Fei frowned and looked around. This is the Water Cloud sect. Although he knew that this was the base of a certain sect, he didn't know which sect it was. Now that he heard Yuan Wenlong's self-introduction, he finally understood. Yuan Wenlong respectfully said, "Yes." Ying Fei looked him up and down and chuckled. "Your surname is Yuan, what is your relationship with Yuan Mao?" Yuan Wenlong suppressed his grief and asked, "Savior, do you know my father?" Ying Fei curled his lips and said, "I don't know him, but I have heard of him." The Water Cloud sect was in the Northern Territory, but it could only be considered a mid-level sect. In front of the High Heaven Palace, it was not enough, but there was still one in the Emperor Realm, and that was the Water Cloud sect's leader, Yuan Mao. Chapter 3707. Any cultivator in the world who reached the Emperor realm would have the qualifications to establish their own sect. The Water Cloud sect had only been established recently, and there was only one person in the Emperor realm, the sect master, Yuan Mao. Under normal circumstances, Ying Fei wouldn't have known about this person. He was one of the 32 monster kings in the ancient wildlands, and his cultivation was comparable to a third-stage Emperor realm master. How could a trivial first-order Emperor realm master enter his eyes? However, in the past 10 years, the GZ army had been building up and recruiting soldiers in the Northern Territory. Ying Fei had been instructed by Hyoji to send a recruitment letter to the Water Cloud sect, hoping that the Water Cloud sect would contribute to the GZ army. However, when the people he sent returned to the High Heaven Palace, they didn't bring back a single soldier. They only brought back some supplies, saying that the Water Cloud sect was showing respect to the GZ army. The GZ army's recruitment wasn't compulsory, and it was completely voluntary. Those who were willing to join could join, and those who weren't, Hyoji wouldn't force them. At that time, he made this decision in consideration of the reputation of Yang Kai and the GZ army. Therefore, when the Water Cloud sect refused to join the GZ army, Ying Fei didn't pay any more attention to it. Since he was in charge of this matter, he naturally remembered. Actually, it wasn't just the Shueyan sect. There were many sects and schools in the world that were just like the Shueyan sect, indifferent to the war between the two realms. After all, the two-realm battlefield was in the western regions. Everyone felt that even if the sky fell, the great emperors would be there to hold it up. No matter what, they wouldn't be pressured. The battlefield was so far away from them, so why risk their lives to go to the western regions and fight to the death with the demon race? No one expected that one day, the situation would change. The Western Territory was no longer the battlefield between the two worlds, and the flames of war had ignited everywhere in the 4 territories of the star boundary. "Where's your father?" Ying Fei asked. He couldn't sense the presence of the Emperor realm in this group of people. Naturally, he knew that Yuan Mao wasn't here. Moreover, judging from Yuan Wenlong's mournful expression, Yuan Mao was probably dead. As expected, Yuan Wenlong's eyes reddened. He gnashed his teeth and said, "My father was killed by the demon race." Ying Fei sighed, "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place." Although Yuan Mao hadn't accepted his own army's invitation to recruit soldiers back then, and the Shueyan sect hadn't sent a single soldier either, their selfishness and self-preservation being clear as day. But who in this world wouldn't think for themselves? As the saying goes, every man for himself and the devil takes the hindmost. Ying Fei didn't have any ill feelings towards the Water Cloud sect and Yuan Mao. He just didn't think much of them. If the Water Cloud sect had accepted the recruitment invitation and sent their elites to the GZ army, they wouldn't have been able to avoid the fate of being destroyed. However, at the very least, they would have been able to preserve some of their Yuan Qi. They wouldn't have lost their inheritance, and they might have had a chance to make a comeback in the future. But now, Yuan Mao was dead, and most of their elites were probably gone. The Water Cloud sect was probably going to be wiped out from the Northern Territory. This was why Ying Fei sighed. Yuan Wenlong didn't understand and asked respectfully, "How should I address my 2 benefactors?" Ying Fei glanced at him and said indifferently, "Eagle Town's main commander, Ying Fei, under the GZ army." Fu Ling interrupted in time, "Flag leader Fu Ling." Yuan Wenlong was stunned and his face turned red with shame. Obviously, he also remembered how he had persuaded his father to reject the recruitment of the EZ army. For a moment, regret welled up in his heart and he burst into tears. Fu Ling said with a disgusted expression, "What's a man like you crying for? Let me ask you, is this all you have left?" Yuan Wenlong stopped crying and nodded, "This is all we have left. The others, have all been killed or eaten." He suddenly pointed in a direction and said, "Out of the valley, there's a cave in the mountain wall. I just heard some crying sounds coming from there." I think the demon race must have kidnapped people from the outside and imprisoned them there. Ing Fei turned his head and looked over. This was consistent with the information he had obtained along the way. Those kidnapped people should be the residents of the city from before. He and Fu Ling split up. One stayed here, and the other rushed in that direction. The main hall was bustling with noise and excitement. More than 100 members of the demon race were gathered here, and the Demon King could be found everywhere. This should be the conference hall of the Water Cloud sect. The Water Cloud sect wasn't big, but the conference hall was grand and magnificent. It could accommodate hundreds of people without feeling crowded. At the top of the hall, a high-ranked demon king with crimson eyes was sitting in the main seat. His entire body was filled with a bloody aura, and his crimson eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light from time to time. On the left and right sides of the hall, there were continuous tables. Behind each table, there were 2 members of the demon race. The tables were filled with steamed, boiled, fried, and fried food. Looking at these items, one could see that they were all scraps of human bodies. Some were half-cooked, some were bloody, and some were fried until they were yellow. They emitted a strange aura. More than 100 members of the demon race were hunched over the tables and eating with relish. There were even some members of the demon race who tasted the most delicious food from time to time, causing the demons beside them to nod their heads in agreement. In the center of the hall, a group of human women were dancing with pale faces. Around them, the sound of gongs, drums, and strings could be heard intermittently. It was unknown whether these people were originally members of the Water Cloud sect or were captured by the demon race. At this moment, they were forced to sing, dance, and sing in this place. They were all terrified, but when their lives were at stake, no one dared to resist. Their wriggling bodies were stiff, and there was no aesthetic at all. The sound of gongs, drums, and strings was also a mess. No one could maintain their normal state in this kind of environment. The food that the demons in the hall ate was all steamed, boiled, or fried food that was sent up from the foot of the mountain. The only exception was the high-grade blood demon who was sitting at the head of the table. There was a tray placed in front of him. On the tray, there were a few bright red fruits. A charming succubus lay in his arms. Her clothes were messy. The blood demon reached his hand into her clothes and rubbed them, causing the succubus to giggle incessantly. "Master, do you still want to eat?" The succubus demon stretched out her slender hands, picked up a bright red fruit from the tray, and put it in front of the blood demon's mouth. The blood demon opened his mouth and bit down. In an instant, juice and blood splashed everywhere. That bright red fruit wasn't a fruit at all. It was clearly a human heart that had just been plucked not long ago. The blood demon ate the human heart in the succubus demon's hand in a few bites, and the bloodthirsty light in his eyes became even more terrifying. He shouted, "Delicious, delicious. The taste of human hearts is indeed the most delicious." With his sudden roar, the women in the center of the hall, who were suppressing the fear in their hearts, turned pale with fright. The timid ones even fell to the ground on their buttocks, and a few of them even began to cry. The blood demon lowered his head, and the bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. He said in a cold voice, "Who told you to stop?" He stretched out his hand, and a huge suction force came, directly pulling a woman who had fallen to the ground over. His big hand grabbed her neck, and he couldn't stop laughing. The woman's expression changed greatly. She kept shaking her head and begged, "No, no, how could the blood demon pay attention to her?" He stretched out his hand, tore her clothes, and opened his mouth to bite her snow-white neck. Under the surge of demonic chi, the woman in his hand turned into a dried corpse in a few breaths of time. His big hand let go, and the dried corpse fell straight to the ground, no longer breathing. The blood demon closed his eyes, as if he had hysteria. His whole body trembled non-stop, and it was obvious that he was extremely excited and comfortable. Even the skin on his face was slightly twitching. The hall was filled with screams. Seeing their companion suffer such misfortune, how could the women below remain calm? They were already in great fear, and now they were in a mess. The demon race members around them laughed, as if they were very happy with this scene. The laughter stopped abruptly. A figure wrapped in a cold aura rushed in from outside. Demonic chi surged around his body like boiling water, and the place where he stood almost turned into a black hole, swallowing everything in the world. His face couldn't be seen clearly, and only a pair of scarlet eyes burned like flames in the boundless black aura. "Who goes there?" A demon king stood up and shouted. Although this person's aura wasn't friendly, and he was a high-ranked demon king, he wasn't afraid. After all, they were all from the same race, so what was there to be afraid of? Yang Kai ignored him and swept his gaze across the hall. He looked at the blood demon sitting at the top, then at the dried corpse at his feet, and gently waved his hand. A gentle force swept out, wrapping around the surviving humans in the hall. Amidst a burst of panicked screams, they were taken into the sealed world bead. With a walla, the door was closed. The demon king who asked the question before suddenly stood up and asked fiercely, "Who are you?" He was curious. Why did the people in the hall suddenly disappear? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him, a strange force flashing across his eyes and entering the demon king's knowledge sea. The demon king let out 2 gasps before suddenly sitting down with a dull look on his face. Then, under the stunned gazes of all the demon race, he lifted his sleeve and bit down on his arm. With a single bite, blood dripped out, but the demon king didn't feel any pain at all. Instead, a silly grin appeared on his face as he chewed on the flesh of his arm with relish. Crash. All the demon race members stood up together, the table in front of them flipped over, and the things on it spilled all over the floor. Some stared in horror at their companion who was eating his arm while others stared at Yang Kai in horror. None of them were fools. Although this person also had demonic chi, at this time, how could they not know that he didn't have good intentions? Moreover, his strength was terrifying. They didn't see him do anything, but their companions were chewing on their own flesh. This kind of method was simply sensational. Is it delicious? Yang Kai looked at the demon king with a dull expression and asked softly. The demon king replied vaguely while chewing, "It's delicious." "If it's delicious, then eat more." Yang Kai nodded and no longer paid attention to him. His dark red eyes swept across all the demons present one by one, and the power of his knowledge sea was pushed to the limit. One after another, the demon race members sat down. Just like the demon king at the beginning, they stretched their arms to their mouths and bit off their own flesh, chewing it. There were over 100 demon race members in the hall, all of whom had the cultivation of demon king. Yang Kai looked around and saw that only 10 demon race members were still standing. These 10 were either peak mid-rank demon king or high-rank demon king. Only with such cultivation could they contend with Yang Kai's knowledge sea. There's a monthly Xuanhuan King event here, and the rewards are generous. Just looking at it makes me drool. I'm going to fight for it with all my might. Chapter 3708. Yang Kai had obtained the power of Yu Ru Meng's primordial yin, and his divine soul's cultivation had soared. Even an ordinary half-saint false emperor couldn't compare to him, let alone the demon kings in the hall. If Yang Kai really wanted to kill them, his divine soul could instantly destroy the knowledge seas of most of the demon kings present, killing them on the spot. But after witnessing such a tragedy in the mountain valley and witnessing a group of demon kings feasting on human flesh in the hall, how could Yang Kai so easily kill them in his fury? If you like to eat meat, then eat to your heart's content. Only when you eat yourself clean will you be done. 2 streaks of blood slid down his cheeks from his scarlet eyes that pulsed like flames. The method he used just now was much more strenuous than directly using his divine soul to attack. Even though Yang Kai's divine soul was now incomparably powerful, it was still beyond his power to deal with over 100 demon kings at once. His divine soul's power had already been fully unleashed. The expressions of the dozen or so demon kings who were still standing in place changed greatly, and they all tried to resist. Among them, several peak mid-rank demon kings resisted with great difficulty. Their bodies trembled, and they clenched their teeth without uttering a sound, for fear that the slightest bit of carelessness would cause them to follow in the footsteps of their companions. Although the remaining few high-rank demon kings were a little more relaxed, they weren't that relaxed. A voice kept echoing in their minds, and under the influence of that voice, the thought of eating their own flesh kept rolling in their minds, and they couldn't suppress it no matter how hard they tried. Roar! An angry roar was heard. It was a mid-rank demon king who couldn't bear the pressure and took the initiative to launch an attack. If he didn't act now, he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. After seeing the fate of his companions with his own eyes, how could he not know what would happen to him once his knowledge sees defense collapsed? He would rather die at the hands of the enemy than eat his own flesh. This roar was like a fuse. When that mid-rank demon king flew over, the other demon kings who were still standing in the hall also rushed over. In a split second, the demonic chi in the main hall surged, and the killing intent was abundant. Yang Kai had come here in anger. Now that he saw the demon king taking the initiative to attack, he was even more furious. His mind was shaken, but his mind suddenly fell into an unprecedented tranquil state. His body and heart were one, and his heart was one with the heavens and earth. In his mind, something seemed to be stirring, about to break out of its shell. Somehow, a trace of the truth of the great Tao flashed in his mind. In his field of vision, there were no more enemies, and he was no longer in the conference hall of the Water Cloud sect. Instead, he seemed to be standing in the vast and boundless world. His mind was constantly rising, and he looked down at all the living beings in the world. In this strange state, the laws of heaven and earth surged into his body, tempering his mind and spirit. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed into his body like streams returning to the sea. His cultivation continued to rise. In the demon territory, because he obtained Ming Yu's legacy and advanced to the third-layer emperor realm, and because of the laws of heaven and earth in the demon territory, his emperor chi transformed into demon chi, and he became a high-rank demon king. After escaping from the demon territory back to the star boundary, Yang Kai's cultivation gradually stabilized due to the tremendous pressure he faced. After returning to the star boundary for more than 10 years, he mingled in the lower planes, refining the universe and creating the heavens and earth. Although it was of great help to his cultivation, and his attainments in the laws of space had deepened, to the point where even Li Wuyi felt inferior, his cultivation did not improve much. But now, after more than 10 years, Yang Kai suddenly had a realization in the Water Cloud sect's main hall. It was as if he had become the heavens and earth. Yang Kai was angry, and the heavens and earth were angry. Thunder exploded on the flat ground, rumbling in all directions. Yang Kai's aura, which was already powerful to begin with, clearly increased by a lot. Without thinking, Yang Kai instinctively stretched out his hand, but he did not slap any demon king. Instead, he slapped the void. With a single slap, the heavens and earth collapsed. With his palm as the center, an incomparably huge suction force pulsed, pulling in everything around him. With a series of crashing sounds, the tables and chairs in the main hall, as well as the pillars on the walls, all flew into the void and disappeared. The demon kings who had rushed over, whether they were mid-rank or high-rank demon kings, were unable to control their bodies at this moment. Each and every one of them had a look of horror on their faces as they flew along with the tables and chairs to a certain point in the void. Even the blood demon sitting at the top was not spared. Although he was more than 20 meters away from Yang Kai, after that palm strike, his body was still sent flying uncontrollably, as if an invisible hand had grabbed his body. As for the succubus demon beside him, it was only a demon commander and was simply unable to resist such a huge suction force. Its body drifted, and with a cry of alarm, it was directly sucked into the void, disappearing without a trace. It was unknown whether it was dead or alive. With a loud roar, The blood mist on the blood demon's body surged, and his blood essence spurted out like crazy, turning into a mass of blood light as he tried to break free from that huge suction force. But no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to withdraw. He could only watch as his body flew forward bit by bit. Turning his head to look, he saw that the main hall was in a mess. The magnificent building had been completely destroyed, and there seemed to be an invisible beast in the void, devouring everything. Everything that entered the mouth of that beast, whether it was a demon king or an inanimate object, mysteriously disappeared. At this moment of life and death, the blood demon bit the tip of his tongue, turning his blood essence into a blood arrow, and shot it towards Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai frowned. After feeling this murderous intent, his mind was immediately pulled out of that strange state. Tilting his head, he dodged the blood arrow attack. With this move, the mysterious palm he sent out lost its momentum. The collapsed void turned into a small black dot, which rapidly shrank into nothingness. The entire main hall was rapidly collapsing towards that black dot, and even a large part of the mountain peak was missing. That extremely terrifying suction force disappeared, and the blood demon regained his freedom. Wild with joy, he used the blood escape technique, turning into a streak of blood light to escape. From the time Yang Kai entered the main hall until now, only a dozen breaths of time had passed, but the various divine technique he had used were unimaginable. Over 100 of his Demon King subordinates had been wiped out before they could even touch his clothes. How could the blood demon not know that he was no match for him? If he didn't leave now, he was afraid that he could only wait for death. A high-rank demon king with an awe-inspiring demonic chi, yet he was so hostile towards the demon race. At this time, the blood demon finally understood Yang Kai's identity. Only that human who had once wreaked havoc in the demon territory could have such means. Even if he wanted to run, how could he? Yang Kai extended his hand and grabbed, and the blood demon froze in midair. Under the restriction of the space law, he couldn't even move a finger. Only now did he realize how big the gap was between him, a high-rank demon king, and Yang Kai, a high-rank demon king. For a moment, his heart was as dead as ash. Yang Kai maintained his grabbing posture, lowered his head, and frowned as he pondered over the feeling he had just felt. No matter what, he couldn't enter that mysterious state again. He knew that he had missed a great opportunity because of this blood demon's interruption. But thinking about it again, if he hadn't come here and been stimulated by what he had seen, how could he have gotten such an opportunity? Although this opportunity had been interrupted midway, it wasn't like he hadn't gained anything. Thinking of this, his mind immediately calmed down, and the anger he had just felt dissipated. When he raised his head again, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, and revealed a stunned expression. He hadn't sensed anything that had happened in the hall just now. Before he was interrupted by the blood demon, he was completely immersed in a strange state of comprehension. Only when he looked up did he discover that the conference hall was no longer there. Even the mountain that the hall was situated on was missing a large chunk. Among the devilish beings in the hall, only the blood demon that he had imprisoned was left. After a moment of silence, he understood what had happened. Although he had been immersed in comprehension, it wasn't that he was completely unaware of the outside world. He just didn't pay attention to it. Now that he thought about it, he naturally remembered. It was a pity. Although those demon kings had to be killed, Yang Kai's original plan was to let them eat themselves clean, giving them a taste of their own medicine. But now, those demon kings had already died without a complete corpse, so there was no way to let them eat themselves. Collapse. Yang Kai whispered softly, and the demonic chi lingering around his body converged, revealing his true appearance. What? The imprisoned blood demon was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't understand what these two words meant. Yang Kai turned his head and grinned. Why would he explain anything to him? Collapse was the name he had given to his newly comprehended space secret technique. Since he began cultivating the space secret technique, all the space divine technique had been comprehended by himself. After all, there were very few people on this path, so there was no experience he could draw from. Besides Li Wu-yi, there was no one in this world who could teach Yang Kai anything about the space principles. Everything depended on himself. After the moon blade, nihility, exile, and instant movement, the collapse technique was born. The moon blade was an offensive method, condensing space force into a deadly blade with great power. Nihility was a means of self-protection. By merging one's body into the void and concealing all auras, even those stronger than Yang Kai would find it difficult to find him if they were not careful. The nihility technique could also be used to avoid fatal attacks. Yang Kai had encountered many powerful enemies over the years and had relied on nihility to protect himself many times. Exile was the use of the space principles to connect to the void and banish the enemy into the void. Needless to say, teleportation was the most practical secret technique for escaping and chasing. The collapse technique that Yang Kai had comprehended was somewhat similar to exile, but the difference was that exile only banished the enemy into the void. If the banished person was lucky enough, they could still struggle at death's door in the void. Although they could not avoid the fate of death in the end, there was always a glimmer of hope. Perhaps a blind cat would run into a dead mouse and be able to escape from the void. There were all kinds of strange things in the Great Thousand Worlds, so this kind of thing was not impossible. Sheng Yuzhu, whom Yang Kai had rescued from Temple Luo sect, had survived in the void for tens of thousands of years. She was a character who had participated in the last struggle for the Great Tao. Chapter 3709. The collapse technique had nothing to do with void cracks. Once it was used, heaven and earth would collapse. Under the pressure of the huge space force, everything would collapse to the size of a speck of dust, invisible to the naked eye and unable to be scanned by divine sense. It was a true destruction technique. This was the difference between collapse and exile. If it was said that exile could still allow one to survive in the midst of death, then collapse meant certain death. Yang Kai walked towards the blood demon. The blood demon was trembling all over as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He had crossed over from the demon domain, and his subordinates were strong and powerful. The star boundary cultivators he had encountered over the past few days couldn't even withstand a single blow. There was no one within a radius of 100,000 kilometers that could stand up to him, causing him to think that the star boundary was nothing more than this. Only now did he understand what despair and fear were. How could he know that because they had to deal with the war in the Western Territory, most of the star boundary's elites had joined the army? How could there be any powerhouses left? Under the restraint of the space force, the blood demon couldn't move at all. He could only watch as Yang Kai reached out and grabbed his neck, lifting him up. Yang Kai. The blood demon roared, "You are now part of the demon race, why?" Before he could finish, his eyes suddenly widened. Yang Kai's hand had turned into a knife and stabbed into his chest. The unbearable pain drained the blood from his face and he trembled all over. Inside his chest, his heart felt like it was being squeezed by a strong hand, making it hard for him to breathe. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently and said, "I am a human." The big hand slowly withdrew from the blood demon's chest, causing the blood demon to tremble even more violently. With a puff, something seemed to be torn off. When Yang Kai withdrew his hand, a fist-sized demon heart had appeared in his hand. Above the demon heart, there was a pitch-black demonic chi lingering. It had just been taken out, but it was still beating, making thumping sounds. Yang Kai brought the demon heart to his mouth. Although the demon heart in the blood demon's chest had been taken out, he wouldn't die immediately. The powerful demon race would always refine more than one demon heart. Seeing this, the blood demon cried out in alarm, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai didn't answer, but a grin appeared on his face as he bit down. Immediately, a piece of the demon heart in his hand, blood spraying everywhere. The blood demon was stunned. Although he liked to eat people's hearts, it was only recently. When he was in the territory of the demon race, where was there a human heart? He didn't feel anything when he ate someone else's heart, but now, someone was eating his demon heart right in front of him. Seeing this scene in front of him, his heart was filled with fear. It was simply indescribable. Looking at the evil grin on Kai Yang's face, he felt that the person in front of him was even more demonic than himself. Although young Kai hadn't completely become the demon race, after all, his Emperor Qi had been turned into demonic Qi, so his temperament had been somewhat affected. Normally, it didn't matter, but if he was stimulated, his demon heart would naturally act up and become evil. After chewing a few times, Yang Kai opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of mush onto the blood demon's face. The powerful force behind this action actually knocked the blood demon's head back. Disgusting. Yang Kai stared at the blood demon gloomily. You should rejoice. I was planning to eat your demon hearts one by one, but now it's too difficult to swallow, so, you'll be able to enjoy yourself. As soon as his words fell, Yang Kai madly poured his demonic qi into the blood demon's body. The blood demon's body immediately swelled up like a balloon, turning into a round ball in less than 5 breaths of time. From the looks of it, it seemed that as long as Yang Kai let go of his hand, he would fly out. Amidst the extreme panic and uneasiness, the blood demon suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Yang Kai's demonic qi surged, blocking the filth that was thrown at him. Looking back, the mountains were full of demon race soldiers, all of them staring blankly at him. There were hundreds of thousands of demon race soldiers stationed here, so their defenses shouldn't have been so lax, but Yang Kai and the others had snuck in quietly and acted quickly. Although the demon race army was large in number, they simply couldn't react in time. It wasn't until Yang Kai used his collapsing secret technique that the demon race soldiers scattered throughout the demon land noticed. However, the hundreds of demon kings gathered in the hall had been wiped out by Yang Kai, so there weren't many masters left in the demon race, nor were there anyone who could give orders. At this moment, looking at Yang Kai, they didn't know what to do for a while. Yang Kai had already called out Zhui Feng, mounted his horse, and waved the myriad sword forward. He had been hiding Zhui Feng to guard against a half-saint guarding this place, but who would have thought that there was no half-saint in this demon land? What else was there to say? Zhui Feng knew what he meant. With a roar, he stepped forward, igniting fire under his feet, and with a few steps, he had already charged into the demon race army with Yang Kai on his back. With a charge, he charged into the enemy army. The myriad sword chi crisscrossed, slashing out sword rays of death. His empty right hand constantly pointed at the void. Wherever he pointed, the heavens and earth would collapse. Within a large area, everything would collapse towards the center, turning into a small black dot and disappearing. The demon race in this area often didn't understand what was happening before their vision turned black and they disappeared. At the beginning, the demon race wanted to rely on their numbers to drag out the battle and kill Yang Kai. However, after fighting for a while, they discovered that no one could approach within 100 zhang of Yang Kai. The sword qi that crisscrossed the heavens and earth slashed out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the demon race would fall like straw, and the void would collapse from time to time, silently swallowing the lives of many of their clansmen. Facing such a powerful enemy, the demon race that wasn't even a demon king didn't have the courage to fight. They all scattered in all directions, only wanting to get as far away as possible. However, hundreds of thousands of demon race members were scattered all over the Water Cloud sect. How could they all escape in such a short time? Yang Kai and Zhui Feng split up and chased after the demon race members. Every moment, a large number of demon race members would fall to the ground and die. Just as he was in the mood to kill, Yang Kai suddenly heard the sound of fighting coming from more than 10 li away. His hands stopped moving and he listened carefully. A moment later, his figure flashed and he disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the place where the fighting came from. This place was in front of a cave. Tens of thousands of demon race members had gathered outside the cave and were fiercely attacking the cave. The mountain peak where the cave was located was on the verge of collapse. At the front of the cave, Fu Ling and Ning Fei were fighting fiercely. The corpses of the demon race members on the ground had already piled up into a small mountain. However, although their cultivation wasn't weak and it wasn't difficult for them to break through the encirclement, it was beyond their power to kill all the demon race members. What's more, there were many people in the cave who had been captured by the demon race. The two of them were guided by Yuan Wenlong in the mountain valley before and came to this cave to rescue people, but before they could rescue them, they were surrounded by the demon race members and trapped inside the cave. A fierce battle immediately ensued. With a creaking sound, the mountain peak behind them was about to collapse, causing Shilei and Fu Ling to become anxious. If the mountain were to collapse, not many of the people who were abducted from the cave would be able to survive. However, they had no way to stop it. Just as they were feeling anxious, they sensed Yang Kai's aura suddenly appear beside them. Turning their heads, they saw Yang Kai appear. Immediately, their anxiety was swept away and they focused on dealing with the enemy in front of them. Yang Kai flashed into the cave and returned after a few breaths. All the captured people in the cave had been stored in his sealed world bead. After nodding lightly to Ning Fei and Fu Ling, the two of them understood and immediately felt that the shackles binding them had been removed, so they immediately let loose. Just now, because they were worried about the group of people behind them, neither Ning Fei nor Fu Ling dared to use their full strength, but now that this restriction was gone, their anger erupted in an instant. With a furious roar, Ning Fei transformed into his original form. A gigantic demonic beast that was over 100 meters long appeared, his wings flapped, and the astral wind transformed into blades that slashed out in all directions. Before he could even get close, the demon clan in front of him had already been sliced into pieces by the sharp wind blades, and their corpses were scattered all over the ground. Wherever Ning Fei flew, the wind blades would slash, turning the demon race's army into a sea of blood. Fu Ling also revealed his dragon body. The purple dragon of the seventh step flew in the sky, spewing out large amounts of purple dragon breath from his mouth. Wherever the dragon breath passed, as long as it was contaminated, the demon clan would turn into purple sculptures, and become stiff on the spot, unable to move. Tens of thousands of members of the demon race were instantly scattered, fleeing for their lives. With a rumbling sound, a team of several hundred people emerged from the other side of the mountain, led by none other than the young sect master of Water Cloud Sect, Yuan Wenlong. After being rescued by Yang Kai and the others, he had been resting in the mountain valley for a while, so when he heard the commotion here, how could he not know what had happened? Although he had not fully recovered, the demon race had slaughtered his home, his sect, and his hatred for the demon race had already seeped into his bones. He immediately led a few hundred people out to avenge the deaths of his fellow sect members. If it was under normal circumstances, these few hundred people would not be of much use, but now that the demon race was fleeing for their lives, and there were no powerhouses to hold the fort, Yuan Wenlong and the rest had killed many members of the demon race along the way, venting the anger in their hearts. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the Water Cloud Sect gradually regained its calm. In the wilderness, the corpses of the demon race could be seen everywhere, and the demonic chi in their bodies was slowly dissipating. Yang Kai stood in the void and threw out jade slips one after another. There were many old demon race members here, and it was impossible for him, Shilei, and the others to kill them all. Although there were tens of thousands of demon race members who died at their hands, most of them still managed to escape. These demon race members were scattered into stragglers, and if they encountered a powerhouse or a regular army, they would not be able to withstand a single blow. However, if they encountered some small sect or small family, there would be many more tragedies. Since Yang Kai had stirred up this demon den, he naturally had to do it thoroughly. The GZ army's two main forces were not far behind, and Yang Kai immediately issued an order to split up and set up a defense. They had to wipe out all the demon race members who had escaped. Ing Fei and Fu Ling stood on both sides of him, looking at a mountain peak from afar, their eyes wide open. That mountain peak was the mountain where the discussion hall of the Shueiyun sect was located. However, at this very moment, the shape of the mountain peak was a bit peculiar. There was actually a huge semicircular gap on the entire mountain peak. Through the outline of the semicircular gap, the two of them could roughly piece together a circular pattern. Chapter 37:10. The semicircular gap was flat, as if someone had cut it with a sharp weapon, making the top of the mountain look like an upside-down crescent moon. Ing Fei and Fu Ling were a little stunned, not knowing how Yang Kai had done it. With Yang Kai's ability, it wouldn't be surprising if he had smashed the mountain into pieces, but he had made a semicircular gap in it, which was somewhat puzzling. "Master, can we leave this place first? If we are too late, I'm afraid, everyone won't be able to hold on." Yuan Wenlong looked at the hundreds of people from the Water Cloud sect who were still alive with a worried expression. These hundreds of people weren't very strong. After being captured by the demon race, their cultivations were sealed, and after staying in the demon land for a few days, they were all showing signs of discomfort. At this moment, most of them were breathing heavily, and a violent and evil aura was faintly emitting from their bodies. The demon land was filled with demon intent, silently eroding their minds at all times. This process wasn't fast, but it definitely wasn't slow either. After going through a great battle just now, these hundreds of people's minds were agitated, and the process of being eroded by the demon intent accelerated. If they stayed here any longer, most of them would become the demon race and become demons. That was why Yuan Wenlong wanted to take them away from here as soon as possible. Seeing this, Yang Kai naturally understood the worries in his heart and nodded, "Relax your minds, don't resist." His big hand moved forward, and under the cover of his divine sense, he took these hundreds of people into the sealed world bead. A moment later, 3 figures soared into the sky. In the sky, the passage connecting the two worlds had been sealed by Yang Kai, but the black dots and the demon land couldn't be eliminated. The situation was exactly the same as what happened a few days ago in the Western Territory, which made Yang Kai feel a little uneasy. The demon race that escaped from the Water Cloud sect did not even take 5 days before they were surrounded and killed by the GZ army. If the hundreds of thousands of people gathered together, they might be able to fight against the GZ army. However, if they were scattered, they would only give the GZ army a chance to defeat them one by one. They didn't encounter any decent resistance at all. Hundreds of thousands of demon race members were either killed or injured. Very few managed to escape. The army did not stop. They continued to split into 2 groups, crossing each other as they advanced into the depths of the Northern Territory. Along the way, Yang Kai had sealed more than a dozen passages between the two worlds. The GZ army's soldiers were strong and powerful, and they rarely met any worthy opponents. Only a half-saint could stop the GZ army's attacks. In some places, there was even more than one half-saint, which was really a headache. At the same time, in the Eastern Territory, the Southern Territory, and even the Western Territory, the 55 armies of the Star Boundary turned into 55 steel blades, galloping across the entire Star Boundary. Almost every day, large-scale battles broke out. Both the human and demon races suffered heavy casualties. Countless cities and sects were destroyed, and hundreds of millions of lives were lost. Half a month later, the situation of the entire Star Boundary was clear. Currently, there were a total of 108 black dots in the Star Boundary. They were evenly distributed across the 4 territory of the Star Boundary, and the number coincided with the number of days, which was really alarming. There was still no news from the great emperors. However, the Star Boundary side had also found out that the Demon Saint had also disappeared without a trace. When the 10 Demon Saint crossed over from the Demon Territory, the 7 great emperors, together with Yu Rumeng and the others, scattered and chased after them. Along the way, they fought with each other. The huge commotion could be said to be incomparably rare, and it was difficult for people to not notice. At the final moment, when the world collapsed and the giant hand reached out from the crack, many people saw it with their own eyes. Therefore, as long as they made a little investigation, they would be able to find out what had happened that day. The great emperors and the demon saint had been captured by a giant hand. No one would dare to believe such a thing. Li Wui secretly guessed that the giant hand should not be some kind of divine technique. In this world, there was no one who could do such a thing. Thinking about it, the demon saint must have secretly arranged something in the demon territory, and would activate it when the crack opened. This guess was reasonable. Originally, because of the disappearance of the great emperors, everyone was in a state of panic. Now that they knew that even the demon saint had disappeared, it made everyone feel a little more at ease. What everyone was afraid of was that the great emperors had disappeared and the demon saint had remained in this world. If that was really the case, then no one in the star boundary would be able to contend with the demon saint. No matter how powerful the 55 armies were, there would be a day when they would be completely annihilated by the demon saint. The ink spot in the sky was huge, and a black halo could be faintly seen rising and falling. Every time it rose and fell, the ink spot would imperceptibly expand a little. For a short period of time, nothing could be detected, but if this continued, the entire northern territory would be swallowed by the ink spot. Under the ink spot, everything within a radius of 300,000 li was demon land. On the periphery of the demon land, an army of nearly 1 million was stationed. The tent stretched as far as the eye could see. Back then, when the 55 armies gathered in the Western Territory, they were in high spirits. They were just waiting for the right time to open up the passage between the two worlds and give the demon race a head-on blow. Although the head-on blow was given, the passage between the two worlds was opened by the demon race. In the Western Territory, the demon race had suffered 20 million casualties. The losses could be said to be disastrous. However, the demonic chi from the corpses of the dead demon race spread to various parts of the star boundary. Under the support of some kind of power, 108 passages were opened in the star boundary, bringing an unimaginable disaster to the star boundary. At that time, no one could have imagined that the war would develop in such a way. Under the will of heaven, the flames of war were everywhere in the star boundary. It had been more than a month since the incident in the Western Territory. During this time, the GZ army had been fighting in various parts of the Northern Territory. Not only had their numbers not decreased, they had increased by a lot. Now, there were more than 350,000 soldiers. When Li Wui sent out a recruitment letter to the entire star boundary, most of the cultivator had the same idea as the Water Cloud sect. They only wanted to protect themselves. Even if the sky fell, there would be someone tall to hold it up. The Western Territory was far away, so the war would not affect them. Therefore, they turned a blind eye to the recruitment letter. But now, the methods of the demon race had shattered their illusions. Countless people were separated from their families destroyed, their sects destroyed, and their families massacred. Of those who survived, there were those who were scared out of their wits and fled in panic, but there were also those who had a burning desire for revenge, who took the initiative to join the various armies and go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. This was how the GZ army expanded their numbers. However, the GZ army was very strict in its selection, so even though there were many people who wanted to join, only a few tens of thousands of people were accepted. It was just to replenish the manpower they had lost. Yang Kai's small sealed world was already overcrowded. The space in the small sealed world's first territory was limited to begin with, and as Yang Kai and Yang Kai continued to move forward, the small sealed world had already taken in several tens of millions of refugees and could no longer hold any more. Now, in the small sealed world, besides the small plot of land where the medicine garden was located, everything else was packed. The second territory had already been stripped away, leaving the third territory, which was vast and could easily accommodate more people. However, the key point was that the third territory was formed from the mainland of the devouring demons' territory. It could be considered the second unformed demon territory. How could people from the star boundary survive in it? If they were really placed in it, it would not be long before they were eroded by the demon intent and turned into demons. The small sealed world could no longer be accepted. If they encountered any refugees, they could only point them in the direction of the high heaven palace. As for whether they lived or died along the way, no one could care so much. War had never been so cruel before. The GZ army did not expand by much. Bing Yun's Bingchen army had already expanded to 600,000 soldiers. The Bingchen army's foundation was not as solid as the GZ army's. Every time they encountered the demon race, they would suffer heavy casualties. Naturally, they would need to expand. As long as there were people who wanted to join the battle, the Bingchen army would gladly accept them. Whether it was the GZ army or the Bingchen army, they were both armies of the Northern Territory. After the incident in the Western Territory, they both returned to the Northern Territory. For the past month, the Bingchen army, like the GZ army, had been fighting in various parts of the Northern Territory. 5 days ago, the two armies met outside Surging Wave City. Surging Wave City was a small city. Legend had it that in the past, the Emperor Realm came here and spread his branches and leaves. He attracted living beings from all over and gradually formed this city. Because the Emperor's name contained the word Surging Waves, the city was named after him. However, this was a long time ago and whether it was true or not was impossible to verify. Surging Wave City was originally an unknown city in the vast Northern Territory. There were only a few 100,000 residents in the city and the strongest was only a Dao source. There was not even an emperor. It was probably inferior to Maplewood City in the past. However, this place was now very famous. The demon saint, Huang Wuji, and the Iron Blood Great Emperor, Zhan Wuhen, had once fought here and disappeared together. When the demon saint and the great emperors disappeared, a crack appeared in the sky and black dots were born. The surroundings of Surging Waves City turned into the demon land and this place became one of the 108 demon dens. Inside the demon den, there were nearly 3 million demon race soldiers stationed here. In the demon land, the demon race soldiers were densely packed and there was no end in sight. With so many demon race soldiers gathered in one place, the world was filled with demonic chi and chaos. In the past 5 days, the GZ army and the Bingchen army had joined forces and clashed 3 times with the old demon race, but all of them ended in failure. This demon den was different from the other demon dens that Yang Kai had encountered recently. The demon race seemed to place a lot of importance on this place. Not only were there 3 million demon race soldiers stationed here, there were even 5 half-saint experts among them. Yang Kai also had many experts under his command. Including Zhui Feng, Dharmakaya, Baizhua, and Baiya, there were 4 half-saint experts. Yang Kai himself was almost equivalent to a half-saint. Moreover, Bing Yun was a fake emperor. In terms of the number of half-saint experts, the two armies were not inferior to the demon race. However, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Although an army of 1 million wasn't a small number, the demon race had 3 times the number of soldiers. Moreover, the demon race was stationed in the demon land. The ubiquitous demonic chi in the demon land affected the combat strength of an ordinary cultivator. On the contrary, the demon race was like a fish in water. During the first clash, both sides fought for a full day and night. Within a 300,000 kilometer radius, the corpses of both sides' clansmen could be seen everywhere. The army of 1 million was also reduced by more than 100,000. After attacking for a long time, seeing that the bloodthirst technique was about to lose its effect, Yang Kai and Bing Yun could only helplessly retreat. That night, Yang Kai put Bing Yun and all of his half-saint subordinates into the small sealed world and single-handedly became the demon race's main camp. As long as he could get rid of the 5 half-saint experts on the demon race's side, the remaining demon race members wouldn't be able to pose a threat. Chapter 37:11. However, the half-saint of demon race seemed to have been prepared for this. They gathered together and never separated. The half-saint experts from both sides engaged in another great battle. In the end, one of the demon race's half-saint was injured. 2 days later, in the GZ army's commander's tent, Yang Kai encountered an assassination attempt. The assassin was a shadow demon half-saint. He quietly infiltrated the GZ army alone and launched an attack. If it wasn't for Yang Kai's extraordinary soul cultivation, it would have ended in tragedy. Even so, Yang Kai was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. In the past, he only knew that the shadow demon race was talented and proficient in the art of concealment and assassination. The shadow demon half-saint was one of the best among them. However, this knowledge was one thing. It wasn't until he personally encountered it that he had a clear and profound understanding of this matter. The shadow demon half-saint's infiltration and sneak attack were simply impossible to guard against. Even Yang Kai didn't notice it, let alone the others. Fortunately, the shadow demon half-saint left a trace when he attacked. Yang Kai was alerted and immediately turned his body into nothingness, thus avoiding a disaster. The shadow demon half-saint didn't succeed in his attack and immediately fled. Yang Kai activated the law of space to solidify the void but still wasn't able to stop him. When Bai Ye's Dharmakaya and the others heard the commotion and rushed over, there was no trace of the enemy. One head-on battle, 2 sneak attacks, in just 5 days, 3 clashes. This made Yang Kai and Bing Yun realize that the enemy in front of them was a tough nut to crack. It would be difficult to defeat the 3 million demon race's army with just the strength they currently possessed. Yang Kai and Bing Yun stood side by side on a lonely peak surrounded by clouds. They stood on the peak of the mountain and looked at Sanglang City that was thousands of miles away. Even though they were thousands of miles away and more than a month had passed, the aftermath of the battle between the great emperors and the demon saint could still be clearly seen. Above the demon land, under the ink dots, the great emperor's emperor auras circulated while the demon saint's demonic aura wreaked havoc. They turned into 2 dazzling lights in the air and entangled with each other endlessly. How many years had it been since experts of this level fought in this universe? That remnant battlefield was definitely a holy land for one to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. If someone could comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth from the clash of those 2 forces, they would definitely reap great benefits, allowing their own cultivation to progress by leaps and bounds. However, that place was currently under the control of the demon race, so who could cross over? On the contrary, it was the demon race where many demon king-level powerhouses and above were comprehending. Senior, is there any news? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked around for a while before asking. Bing Yun sighed and said, none of them can leave. They all have their own enemies to deal with. Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. He had already expected this result. The 2 armies had clashed with the demon race 3 times, but no one could do anything to the other. Bing Yun was wondering if they could ask for help from the other armies in the Northern Territory. They could work together to remove this nail in front of them and then eliminate the demon race in the other demon dens one by one. But now, all the armies in the astral boundary were busy fighting the demon race. Who could come and help? Li Wui had received countless requests for reinforcements, so he could not send more people. He could only let the various army commanders think of a way to solve this problem. Now, in the 4 territory of the astral boundary, there were 108 demon dens. Every one of them had a demon race army stationed there. Although many demon race in the demon dens had been eliminated in the past month, the demon land still remained. Even the astral boundary's laws of heaven and earth could not repair it. The demon race in some demon dens had already evacuated in advance before the astral boundary's army arrived. They gathered in a larger demon den, causing the astral boundary's army to miss. Most of the demon dens were still manageable. After all, the number of half-saint in the demon territory was limited. Not every demon den had a half-saint overseeing it. For example, in the Water Cloud sect, there was no half-saint powerhouse. Yang Kai could single-handedly turn the place upside down. However, some demon dens overseen by a half-saint were more difficult to deal with. Among them, there were more than one half-saint overseeing demon dens. There were a total of 10 demon dens overseen by more than one half-saint. The demon race attached great importance to these 10 demon dens. There were at least 4 or 5 half-saint in each of them. Sanlang's city in front of them was one of them. These 10 demon dens were where the ink dots first appeared in the astral boundary that day. It was also where the 7 great emperors, Yu Rumeng, and the others disappeared along with the demon saint. Sanlang's city alone was enough to hold back the GZ army, preventing them from diverting their attention to other matters. The same was true for the other 9 demon dens. These 10 demon dens were enough to prevent the 30 armies of the astral boundary from acting rashly. They could only divide their forces to defend against the demon race. At this point, anyone could see that these 10 demon dens were extremely important to the demon race. The demon land could ignore the other demon dens, but these 10 demon dens had to be conquered. As long as they could conquer these 10 demon dens, no matter what schemes the demon race had, it would be difficult to carry them out. However, how difficult would it be to conquer them? Based on the current situation of the various armies in the astral boundary, it was no different from a pipe dream. These 10 demon dens were also scattered across the 4 territories of the astral boundary. Among them, 3 were in the northern territory, 3 were in the southern territory, and 2 were in the eastern territory in western territory. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, gathering all the powerhouses in one place and finishing everything in one go might not be a bad idea. Bing Yun nodded and said, I've also thought about what you said. We have the Space Spirit Bead and the One Realm Bead. Our mobility is far greater than the demon races. If we can gather 10 fake Emperor-level powerhouses, we might be able to eat this fat piece of meat in front of us. However, once they leave, what will happen to the armies under them? The demon race will definitely not let go of this opportunity. Without the fake Emperor-level powerhouses, those armies will definitely suffer heavy casualties. If that's the case, the losses will outweigh the gains. It's not impossible to bring the entire army into the One Realm Bead, but this means that we will completely abandon our vigilance against certain demon dens. Yang Kai nodded and said, Senior is right. What does Army Commander Li think? Bing Yun said, the general said to wait for news from Dragon Island. If the 2 elders from Dragon Island can come out of seclusion, then all the problems will be solved. Yang Kai smiled and said, then I'm afraid it won't take long. Ever since they returned to the High Heaven Palace from the Northern Territory, An Kai asked Xiongqi to escort Yang Xiao and Yang Shui to Dragon Island. Now that a month had passed, there should be some results. The astral realm was in danger. Although Dragon Island was a small world, it was also dependent on the astral realm. No matter how much the dragon race did not care about worldly affairs, they would not stand by and do nothing in this situation. They still understood the principle of interdependence. I hope so. Seeing Yang Kai's determined expression, Bing Yun also smiled. While they were talking, Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand. At the same time, the law of space fluctuated slightly. When he opened his hand again, there was a jade slip in his hand. Li Wui's aura came from the jade slip. Bing Yun said, a message from Army Commander Li. Yang Kai nodded and immersed his divine sense into it. After checking it, he smiled bitterly and said, Senior, I'm afraid I can't fight alongside you. What does the general want you to do? Bing Yun asked. Yang Kai threw the jade slip over and said, the general wants me to go to the demon territory to search for the great emperors and devour the demon territory. Bing Yun had already finished reading the contents of the jade slip and knew what he said was correct. He nodded and said, this is a good idea. Just by looking at the number of demon race troops in the heavens and earth, we know that the demon race's elites have all left. The ones left are probably the old and the weak. You shouldn't be in any danger in the demon territory. He smiled and said, the demon race invaded my astral realm. Army Commander Li is giving them a taste of their own medicine. If Yang Kai went deep into the enemy's territory to devour the demon territory, the demon race would definitely not ignore it. At that time, Yang Kai alone would be able to divert a lot of the demon race's attention. It would be even better if he could draw away a few half-saint. Moreover, Li Wui guessed that the great emperors should be in the demon territory right now. The main purpose of this trip was to find out the great emperor's whereabouts and current situation. Yang Kai said seriously, after I leave, I'll have to ask Senior to take care of the GZ army. Bing Yun laughed and said, your GZ army is strong and powerful. Which army in the astral realm can compare to it? Why would you need me to take care of it? My Bingchen army needs your GZ army to take care of it. Hyoji might be steady, but he's still young. Now that the great emperors are missing, I'm afraid his mind will be in chaos. Bing Yun said seriously, don't worry, I'll take care of him. Yang Kai nodded and thanked him. Bing Yun said, when are you leaving? Where are you going? Yang Kai replied, I'll leave after I make some arrangements. He looked at the black dot thousands of miles away and grinned. Let's leave from there. Bing Yun followed his gaze and was stunned. She secretly sighed at Yang Kai's courage. If you want to leave from there, perhaps you can make some arrangements. Yang Kai looked at her and thought for a moment before understanding Bing Yun's plan. He nodded and said, I'll listen to Senior. The two of them immediately set off and returned to their encampment. A moment later, in the GZ army's commander's tent, the two armies gathered. Yang Kai told them that he was preparing to leave for the demon territory, causing an uproar. After knowing that this was Li Wui's order, they fell silent. Bai Ye and Bai Zhuo requested to follow. After all, they were arranged by Yu Ru Meng and Bai Li Mo to protect Yang Kai. Logically speaking, wherever Yang Kai went, they had to follow. However, now that the war situation was critical, how could Yang Kai cut off the arms of the two armies at such a crucial time? He immediately rejected them. Even his Dharmakaya was left behind by Yang Kai. After a simple discussion, everyone dispersed. At night, the two armies gathered and launched a fierce attack on Sanglang City. The demon race was already prepared and naturally met the enemy quickly. However, what made the demon race a little puzzled was that the attack of the humans this time was all bark and no bite. After an hour, the humans had already retreated. It was very puzzling. Watching the human army retreat like a receding tide, the devil race's half-saints stood in the void with their brows tightly knitted. They instinctively felt that the human army was up to something, but they didn't notice it at all. Suddenly, the shadow demon half-saint who had previously infiltrated the GZ army to assassinate Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the black dot in the sky. His eyes flashed. Chapter 37:12. There's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell but you want to barge in. The shadow demon sneered in a low voice. His figure suddenly faded and disappeared. Xian Chong, where are you going? A half-saint asked. To kill. The shadow demon half-saint's voice came from the direction of the ink dots. As soon as these words came out, the few half-saints raised their eyebrows as they suddenly realized what that strange feeling was. They hadn't seen any trace of Yang Kai in this battle. Logically speaking, Yang Kai had a high position in the human race. He seemed to be a corps commander. It was impossible for him to not appear in such an important battle. Thinking about the movements of the human race's army, how could they not know that the human race's army was only here to distract their attention? That human race brat was proficient in the law of space. It was reasonable for him to take advantage of the chaos to become the demon race's territory. He's proficient in the law of space. I'm afraid it won't be easy to kill him. Qian Chong tried once before but returned without success. A half-saint frowned. If he really wants to become the demon race's territory, he should be complacent and let his guard down. It's not impossible for him to give it a try. I hope so. However, that human race brat has the space artifact. There are always traitors protecting him. Baiya, Baizhua, and that strange stone man have already appeared. They aren't with that brat. I'm afraid he only brought that beast Jui Feng this time. If Qian Chong makes a move, even you and I won't be able to guard against him. As long as that brat relaxes a little, Qian Chong will be able to kill him. That's true. I hope Qian Chong can bring back good news. At this point, the half-saint didn't say anything else. They just vigilantly watched the human race's army's movements. They were on guard against the human race's counterattack. The Shadow Demon clan was naturally proficient in concealment and assassination. It was like a rabbit eating grass and a wolf eating meat. This was an instinct that originated from their bodies. The Shadow Demon half-saint was even more proficient in concealment and assassination. Qian Zhong concealed his figure and aura, passed through the huge ink spot in the sky, and quietly sneaked back into the demon territory. Yang Kai had secretly become the demon race's territory. This was only his guess because he didn't see any traces of Yang Kai on the battlefield. However, he wasn't too sure whether this was the truth or not. However, the moment he returned to the demon territory, he was able to confirm that his guess was correct. Because the place where he appeared clearly had Yang Kai's aura left behind. Qian Chong was overjoyed. All the half-saint and even the demon saint hated Yang Kai to the bone. It was just that this kid was proficient in the laws of space, and although he was weak, he was an expert at escaping. After the Battle of Eternal Heaven, the demon saint hadn't been able to do anything to him. Later on, this person wreaked havoc in the demon territory, splitting the demon race's territory. He instigated 3 demon saint-level experts and even a large number of demon race experts, causing the demon race to bear a grudge against him. Before invading the Star Realm, the demon saint had said that if anyone could take down Yang Kai's head, the demon saint would personally guide that person's cultivation and help that person reach the peak as soon as possible. If it was an ordinary reward, the half-saint wouldn't be moved, but who wouldn't be jealous to be able to obtain the personal guidance of a demon saint? This credit belongs to me. Qian Chong thought to himself, but he didn't show any excitement. An outstanding assassin could precisely control the changes in his mood, and not cause the slightest ripple. He didn't need to carefully search for traces. He only needed to raise his head to see Yang Kai riding Windchaser not more than 1.5 kilometers away from him. He leisurely moved forward, as if he was leisurely coming to the demon territory to play. At such a distance, to Qian Chong, it was almost as if they were face to face. He could already make a killing move. However, before he could make a move, he suddenly saw Yang Kai turn around and smile brightly in his direction. That smile was full of the taste of a successful scheme. Qian Chong's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively felt that something was wrong. However, before he could react, his body suddenly collided with a layer of gentle force. That force was invisible and very well hidden, and Qian Chong didn't notice it at all. The force didn't have any killing power, and it was probably only used for reconnaissance. However, after colliding with that force, the figure hidden in the void immediately revealed itself. "I've been waiting for a long time." A person's voice came from the side. Along with the voice, a figure stepped out of the void. He was dressed in white and had one hand behind his back. He was calm and composed, and he had the bearing of a master. Li Wui. Qian Chong's hair stood on end, and his eyes widened. His mind was full of questions. Why is he here? In the astral boundary, there weren't many false emperors, and they couldn't compare to the half-saint in the demon race. Even with Yu Rumeng and the other subordinates, the number of false emperors in the astral boundary was still somewhat lacking compared to the demon race. However, the disparity wasn't that great. Among all the false emperors, Li Wui was the most famous, and the half-saint feared him the most. This was because at least 3 half-saint had died at his hands. He was an existence that stood above all the false emperors and half-saint. His title as the strongest person in the astral boundary below the great emperors was not just empty words. Although Qian Chong was powerful and could look down on all the false emperors in the astral boundary, he definitely didn't dare to underestimate Li Wui. Therefore, the moment he saw Li Wui, Qian Chong knew that this was a trap. A trap to lure people into a trap. And Qian Chong just had to step into it. Without hesitation, Qian Chong's figure retreated. Not far behind him was the passage between the 2 realms. As long as he returned to the passage, he would be able to return to the demon land. At that time, Li Wui wouldn't be able to do anything to him. On the contrary, he could join forces with his companions and see if there was a chance to kill Li Wui here. However, just as he moved, a scorching heat came from behind him. This heat seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. Before the attack even arrived, Qian Chong's face was filled with shock. His retreating figure suddenly froze. He didn't stop moving at all, displaying his powerful strength. Dodging to the side, Qian Chong hastily turned his head to look back. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, a slender woman with bright eyes and white teeth was smiling faintly at him. Her hand formed a seal, and a flame danced like a dragon, chasing after him. While casting her technique, the woman smiled and said, "Yang Kai, there really is an idiot who walked right into my trap." Yang Kai spurred his horse over and laughed, "If he isn't an idiot, how can I compare to him?" As soon as he finished speaking, he had already sent a palm strike towards Qian Chong. As the law of space fluctuated, he shouted, "Condense." At the same time, Li Wui also slowly raised his palm and sent it towards Qian Chong. Although he was strong, his opponent was also a half-saint. This palm strike contained his full strength. With the combined strength of the 2, the space around Qian Chong suddenly froze. Qian Chong, who was escaping like a shadow, instantly felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. The blood in his heart roiled, and his breathing became difficult. His originally unpredictable figure also became extremely sluggish because of this. The scorching heat quickly attacked, causing Qian Chong to break out in cold sweat. With a shout, his demonic qi surged out, and the surrounding space immediately became like a mirror that was bombarded by a huge force. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, countless small cracks appeared. With a crash, the void collapsed, and chaos gradually rose. Qian Chong also took this opportunity to break free from the restraints of the void. However, in this short delay, the fiery light had already pounced in front of him. At this time, Qian Chong had already used up all of his strength and had yet to regenerate his strength. Although this gap was so short that it was negligible, it was still perfectly grasped by the woman. The fiery light enveloped Qian Chong in an instant, and then turned into a ring of fire. It quickly shrunk and suddenly tightened, firmly binding Qian Chong. The ring of fire bound him, and the scorching heat caused the demonic qi on the surface of his body to sizzle. Qian Chong was greatly shocked, and he bit the tip of his tongue. His aura suddenly surged, and the ring of fire that bound him showed signs of collapsing. With 2 whooshing sounds, 2 more fiery lights flew out from the woman's hands. Like the first fiery light, they swayed like fire dragons and enveloped Qian Chong. The 3 fiery lights turned into 3 rings of fire that bound Qian Chong's chest, waist, and legs. Qian Chong, who had been on the verge of breaking free, now showed a look of despair. Yang Kai and Li Wuyi's attacks arrived at the same time. Li Wuyi's robes fluttered in the wind as his emperor qi surged and he pointed a finger at Qian Chong. This finger seemed to be extremely slow, but it also seemed to be completed in an instant. When this finger was pointed, Qian Chang's head jerked back as if he had been struck by lightning. A finger-sized hole appeared on his forehead, but strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed out. Yang Kai also pointed his finger. Unlike Li Wuyi's calmness, when he pointed his finger, the void trembled and the world hummed. The power of his finger was terrifying to the extreme. Qian Chang's chest suddenly caved in, and then his entire body rapidly shrank, collapsing into the hollow. Collapse. Li Wuyi's eyes lit up when he saw this. As a Grand Master proficient in the Tao of Space, Li Wuyi knew that Yang Kai's move was extraordinary. He had already comprehended the essence of the Tao of Space. The scene of a living person collapsing so quickly was somewhat strange. If Yang Kai was alone, it would be impossible for him to defeat this shadow demon half-saint, but by taking him by surprise, Li Wuyi and Yang Yan were able to defeat him in a very short time. In just 3 breaths of time, Qian Chang's entire body had completely collapsed, and a small black dot suddenly formed in the void. The 3 rings of fire flew towards Yang Yan and wrapped around his white wrist. Just as he was about to say something to Yang Kai with a smile on his face, his expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "Be careful." Hong. The small black dot suddenly expanded, exploding into countless figures, each of which looked exactly like Qian Chong. There were tens of thousands of figures, and each of them had the same aura, making it impossible to distinguish which was the real one. The tens of thousands of figures scattered in all directions. Li Wuyi and Yang Yan attacked together, and before the figures could even run a few steps, more than half of them were eliminated. Yang Kai's entire body tensed up, feeling as if he was being stared at by a great monster. Looking up, he saw a figure rapidly rushing towards him. In the eyes of this figure, there was an unforgettable hatred and determination to perish together with him. A trapped beast's desperate struggle. Yang Kai coldly snorted and flicked his wrist, summoning the mountains and rivers bell. With a light flick of his finger, a melodious sound rang out, and a world-suppressing power swept out in all directions. Chapter 37-13. As soon as Qian Chong appeared, he was surrounded by Yang Kai, Li Wuyi, and Yang Yan. Before he could use his divine technique, he was beaten half to death. Although he tried his best to escape, he was still heavily injured. At this moment, he didn't even have half of his peak strength. When the mountains and rivers bell rang, the sound of the bell directly entered his mind. Qian Chong spat out a mouthful of blood. The melodious sound of the bell echoed in the demon territory, shattering the void and reaching the star boundary. Logically speaking, even if the 2 worlds were connected by a passage, the commotion in the demon territory shouldn't have reached the star boundary. However, the sound of the mountains and rivers bell did. After the sound of the bell, the expressions of many half-saint in the demon land shook. A thought appeared in their minds: success. The demon race knew a lot about Yang Kai. They knew that he had a treasure like the mountains and rivers bell. Why would he use such a treasure unless he was in a life and death situation? Therefore, when they heard the sound of the bell, the half-saint felt that Yang Kai was at the end of his road. It wouldn't be long before Qian Chong returned with good news. While they were secretly happy, they were also envious of Qian Chong's good luck. Killing Yang Kai was a great contribution. He would be able to obtain the personal guidance of the demon saint. Coincidentally, Bing Yun and the others also had the same thought. The demon race didn't know about Yang Kai's arrangements, but Bing Yun and the others knew. Before the 2 armies attacked, Yang Kai had disappeared for a while. Needless to say, he had gone to find reinforcements. In the demon territory, Qian Chong spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was no longer graceful and agile. Yang Kai urged his horse to charge at him. The mountains and rivers bell in his hand spun and rapidly enlarged, covering his head. Qian Chong wanted to dodge, but the mountains and rivers bell's suppressive power made his body feel heavy. He couldn't dodge no matter what. With a boom, the bell fell and covered Qian Chong, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai jumped down from wind-chasing wolf and rushed to the side of the mountains and river's bell in a single step, then struck out with his palm. There was another loud bang, and the sound waves were visible to the naked eye. The shadows that were fleeing in all directions were instantly turned into nothingness. Qian Chong's scream came from the mountains and river's bell. Yang Kai didn't stop there. He struck the mountains and river's bell again and again. The bell rang continuously, and Qian Chong's screams turned into screams and howls. After dozens of palms, Qian Chong's voice gradually disappeared. Yang Kai put away the mountains and river's bell, but where was Qian Chong's figure? All that was left was a pile of mangled flesh and blood. It was almost impossible to tell the shape of a human. The dignified shadow demon half-saint had died in such a humiliating manner. This was probably something that he had never expected when he had chased after them. Yang Kai scanned him with his divine sense, and after confirming that he was no longer breathing, he reached out and pulled him into the sealed world bead. Yang Yen frowned, "What's the point of taking such a filthy thing?" Yang Kai said, "What if he faked his death? Once he enters the sealed world bead, even if he has extraordinary abilities, he won't be able to cause any trouble. In the sealed world bead, he was the master. The moment he collected Qian Chong's corpse, he had already used his means to destroy it." Yang Yen nodded, "It's good to be careful." Li Wuyi said, "Boy, take care of yourself. We're leaving. Take care, we won't see you out." Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. He knew that he had wasted a lot of their time. Without them, it would be bad if something happened to their legions. Yang Yen saw his cheeky smile and stretched out a hand to poke his forehead. Li Wuyi nodded, "If there is news from the great emperors, reply immediately." Saying so, he wrapped Yang Yen with his emperor Qi and retreated towards the passage between the two worlds. In the sky above surging Wave City, the expressions of the few semi-saints were uncertain. When the mountains and rivers bell rang for the first time, they all thought that Yang Kai was about to die, but the ringing of the bell didn't stop. It rang a few dozen times in a row, and there was no sign of it slowing down, which made them feel that something was wrong. At this time, the bell stopped ringing and the several half-saint were discussing whether to send people in to check the situation. Suddenly, they saw two figures appear under the black dot. The half-saint was shocked and looked over. One demon shouted in a low voice, "Li Wuyi." Li Wuyi glanced at them faintly before his figure flashed and disappeared into the void. The several half-step sages watched as Li Wuyi fled, none of them making a move to stop him. Of course, Li Wuyi's strength was terrifying, but the main reason was that they knew that even if they tried to stop him, they wouldn't be able to. In this world, if Li Wuyi wanted to leave, no one could stop him except for the demon saint. This person was like Yang Kai, proficient in the law of space and could come and go like the wind. However, he was much more terrifying than Yang Kai because he was a genuine false emperor. They looked at each other in dismay and realized that Qian Chong's fate was likely to be sealed. After Li Wuyi and Yang Yen left, Yang Kai immediately sealed the passage between the two worlds. Although he estimated that the demon race wouldn't send people to chase after him, he still had to be careful. After the passage between the two worlds was sealed, Yang Kai had the time to look around. The world laws of this continent were not small, but he wasn't sure which continent he was on. Although he had visited almost all the continents in the demon race's territory in the past, except for a few continents with obvious characteristics, the others were more or less the same. If he didn't ask someone, he wouldn't be able to figure it out. However, this didn't matter. In any case, he was going to devour it, so who cares which continent it was? Before devouring, Yang Kai first tried to use the space spirit bead to contact Yu Rumeng and the 7 great emperors. He already had the space spirit bead that could contact Yu Rumeng, and from Li Wuyi, he obtained 7 more space spirit beads that could contact the great emperors. As long as any one of them was on this continent, he would be able to contact them. Unfortunately, to his disappointment, the space spirit bead didn't respond to him at all. However, he wasn't too disappointed. There were so many continents in the demon race's territory. If the great emperors were really in the demon race's territory, he would be able to find them one day. Summoning the sealed world bead and turning it into a rolling beast, Yang Kai stood on top of the rolling beast's huge head and stomped his feet. Let's get to work. After so many years, he was once again devouring the continents in the demon race's territory, and this time, there would be no obstacles. The rolling beast's devouring speed was extremely fast. Its ferocious mouth was like a bottomless pit, turning everything it passed into nothingness. The swallowed continents would fall into the sealed world bead and merge with the world, perfecting its world principles and expanding its territory. As time passed, Yang Kai's brow furrowed. He couldn't sense the aura of a single living creature on this continent. The entire continent was lifeless. There were 108 channels connecting the demon race's territory to the star boundary, and every one of them had an army of the demon race crossing over. The smallest army was in the hundreds of thousands, while the largest army was in the millions. There were a total of 108 channels, an unimaginable number. Even if the demon race's territory was vast and had a large population base, with so many demon race crossing over to the star boundary, the demon race left in the demon race's territory were probably old, weak, and disabled. Even if their numbers were still large, there was nothing to be afraid of. That was what Yang Kai originally thought. But what he saw in front of him was different from what he imagined. On this continent, there was not a single living demon race, not even a single living creature. It was extremely strange. This demon land could best be described as an empty nest. He originally thought that this was just a phenomenon in the territory of the demon race. After all, he started devouring from the channel between the two worlds. Even if there was a demon race guarding this continent, they wouldn't dare to get too close to the channel between the two worlds. But after rolling and devouring for a few days, Yang Kai finally determined that there was nothing alive on the entire continent. Sitting on the rolling beast's head, Yang Kai separated a part of his consciousness into the sealed world bead and transformed into a soul avatar to check the situation of the demon land that was being rolled and devoured. After a while, Yang Kai frowned and stretched out his hand. With a crash, a mountain of bones appeared in front of him. How many skeletons were there? And this was just the skeletons he casually summoned. Who knew how many more were buried deep under the ground? Some of these skeletons were only the size of babies. Obviously, they belonged to the demon race that had not yet matured. Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more as a look of confusion appeared on his face. Now it seemed that besides the part of the demon race that had invaded the star boundary on this continent, the rest should have died out. But what was the reason for so many demon race deaths? What puzzled Yang Kai even more was that there was no trace of demon chi in these skeletons. Logically speaking, this was impossible. Yang Kai had only left the demon territory a dozen years ago. More than a dozen years ago, the demon territory was still fine and there were countless demon race living on every continent. In other words, these demon race had only been dead for a dozen years at most. Although their bodies had died, the demon chi hidden in their bodies could not have dissipated so quickly. But this was the truth. This matter was so strange that Yang Kai faintly felt that it was not simple. Just as he was thinking about this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. The moment his soul avatar dissipated, his main body turned to look in a certain direction. 300 kilometers away, a figure was fleeing quickly. It should have discovered Rolling Stone's trail and was in a panic. Yang Kai's figure shook, and when he stabilized himself again, there was another figure in front of him. It was the demon race that was fleeing 300 kilometers away. The demon race obviously did not understand what was going on. Just now, he felt the ground shake and ran out of his hiding place to take a look. Seeing a huge monster in the sky, he was scared out of his wits and hurriedly fled, but then his body tensed up and his vision turned upside down. When he recovered, there was another person in front of him. After being stunned for a moment, the demon race suddenly gritted his teeth, roared, and threw a punch at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was secretly amused. This demon race that he had captured in front of him was only at the Yuan Qi stage according to the cultivation level of the human race. He could be considered a beginner on the martial Tao. In the two-realm battlefield, he was not even qualified to be cannon fodder. Such a guy actually dared to attack him. Yang Kai had not seen such a novel thing in a long time. He was too lazy to fight back and just smiled softly, sit down and talk. As soon as his voice trailed off, the devilish being actually sat down on the ground. He was still maintaining his punching posture, and his face was filled with astonishment. Chapter 37:14. Yang Kai was a high-ranked demon king. Although he had yet to reach the level of absolute law, it still depended on who he was facing. His words contained the power of his divine sense, so how could this Yuan Qi realm demon race resist? Sitting down, the demon race's face turned ashen. This guy in front of him didn't even move a finger, but just a few words were enough to make him unable to resist. He also understood that he definitely wasn't a match for this guy, so he immediately lost hope and sighed, I still can't avoid it. Yang Kai chuckled, what do you want to avoid? The demon race straightened his neck and said, do it. Saying so, he actually closed his eyes and accepted his fate. Facing this guy in front of him was like an ant facing a giant dragon. There was no way for him to resist. You think I want to kill you? Yang Kai sized him up with interest. Looking at the faint burning aura in this demon race's body, he should be a flame demon. Isn't that so? The flame demon opened his eyes and frowned. Yang Kai was too lazy to explain and said, let me ask you something. If you answer clearly, I'll spare your life. If you don't, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. The flame demon thought that there was actually a chance of survival in a situation where he was certain death. His heart moved, but he tactfully didn't discuss any conditions with Yang Kai and straightforwardly said, ask away. What happened to this continent? Why did the demon race on this continent all die out? You don't know. The flame demon was stunned. Such a big thing had happened on this continent. Almost all the demon race knew about it, so how could this guy in front of him not know? Why would I ask you if I knew? Yang Kai's face turned cold. The flame demon saw that his expression wasn't right and his heart jumped, but he didn't dare to be negligent and quickly told him everything he knew. The change in this continent started 10 years ago. 10 years ago, the half-saint realm expert in charge of this continent gathered all the demon race experts who had reached the demon spirit realm. The so-called demon spirit realm corresponded to the cultivation of the human race, which was the origin returning realm. There was a total of 3 million soldiers. Afterwards, the 3 million soldiers were divided into 10 groups. Under the orders of the half-saint, they conquered the continent and slaughtered the remaining demon race members. All the members of the demon race who were above the demon spirit realm had been taken away, leaving only a few people who were not up to par. Even though there were many of them, how could they be a match for this army of tigers and wolves? For a full 8 years, the continent was in a state of carnage. The original billions of living beings were all massacred, and all the demon race members were buried on the spot. 2 years later, the world shook and the passage between the two worlds opened, resulting in the current situation. Although the Balrog before him had a low cultivation base, he had managed to avoid a calamity because he had been cultivating in the underground magma. It was only when he came out of seclusion that he gradually understood the changes in the continent. How would he dare to stay outside? He immediately fled back to his seclusion ground and went into hiding. When Yang Kai arrived, the rolling stone appeared and swallowed the world. He couldn't hide anymore and could only escape. In the end, he was captured by Yang Kai. After hearing his story, Yang Kai was surprised, you're saying that the demon race on this continent was killed by you people? The flame demon frowned, thinking, what do you mean by we? Are you not a member of the demon race? When he saw Yang Kai's demonic chi, he was certain that he was a member of the demon race. However, his strength was too low and he couldn't see through this guy's background. Yes. The flame demon nodded. Yang Kai frowned. He thought that some natural disaster had happened on the continent, causing the demon race to die out. Who knew that the truth was like this? He wasn't worried that the flame demon would lie to him. The difference in their soul cultivation was too great. If the flame demon showed any signs of lying, Yang Kai would be able to see through it. But, what was the purpose of the demon race? Why were they so crazy as to slaughter their own people, and in such a large number at that? Those demon race members with demon soul cultivation and above were recruited. They must have formed an army and entered the astral plane through the passage between the two worlds. The remaining demon race members might not be of much use on the battlefield, but they were the foundation of the demon race. What was the reason for the demon race to do such a thing? Were they not afraid of their race being exterminated? A few days ago, when the world collapsed, I came out to take a look. All over the continent, a large amount of demonic chi suddenly appeared and rushed over there. The flame demon pointed in the direction Yang Kai had come from, which was also the direction of the passage between the two worlds. Where did the demonic chi come from? For some reason, Yang Kai suddenly thought of the demon race members who were killed in the astral plane. After they died, the demonic chi in their bodies would also dissipate and drift towards the passage between the two worlds, enriching the demonic chi in the demon land. The Balrog sighed. It should be the devil chi of the people who were killed. All the devil chi comes from underground. Yang Kai suddenly understood. This explanation was reasonable. He had been wondering why the skeletons he turned over in the small sealed world didn't have the slightest bit of demonic chi. It turned out that the demonic chi and demonic chi hidden inside had leaked out. Master, why did the Saint Venerables do this? The flame demon thought Yang Kai was a demon race, and secretly felt that Yang Kai should be a half-saint level demon race. He couldn't help but want to ask about the reason for such a huge change. You'll have to ask them. Although he answered like this, Yang Kai had already guessed the root cause of this massacre. The demon saint broke into the astral plane and used themselves as a bridge to connect the two worlds, but a bridge was no more than a bridge. To completely connect the two worlds, other forces were needed. The blood sacrifice of the demon race in the Western Territory battlefield was prepared for this. The demon race in the Western Territory battlefield needed to die, because the demon saint needed their demonic chi. So, at the last moment, the demon race went crazy, became delirious, committed suicide, and was completely wiped out. But the demon territory side had long been prepared. The corpses of the dead demon race were buried deep underground, and the demonic chi did not dissipate, waiting for the right time to break out. When the demon saint attacked, the demonic chi would break out. Under the combined efforts of the two sides, the barrier between the two worlds was broken, and the passage between the two worlds appeared. And because of the nourishment of the large amount of demonic chi, the 108 demon land appeared in the astral plane. The demon race had completely cut off their own path of retreat. They had completely put up a desperate fight. Were they so confident that they could swallow the astral plane? Once they were defeated, even if they fled back to the demon territory, without Master Pang as a base, it would be extremely difficult for them to recover. Yang Kai's expression became dignified, faintly feeling that the demon race was playing a big game, but the current situation was complicated and confusing, making it impossible to see what was going on. Flame Demon still wanted to ask something, but Yang Kai had already reached out and grabbed him, taking him into the small sealed world and throwing him into the third territory. Flame Demon thought that Yang Kai was going back on his word and was going to attack him, so his face filled with despair, but when he came back to his senses, he found that he was unscathed. Looking at the scene in front of him again, he could not help but be stunned. In the third territory, there were still many members of the demon race. Basically, they were all residents of the territories under Yu Ru Meng and Bei Liamo. There was no dispute in the small sealed world. At this moment, these demon race members had built many cities in the third territory and were living and working in peace. The place where Flame Demon appeared was the center of one of these cities, and there were so many of his clansmen living around him. He could not help but feel like he had been reborn, tears streaming down his face. Yang Kai sat on the rolling giant head, forming a seal with one hand, his eyes closed, his divine sense surging as he combined all the information he had obtained to calculate the demon race's intentions. Unfortunately, even though his head was hurting from thinking, he still came up empty-handed. Although he was certain that the demon race was plotting something big, and it was definitely detrimental to the star boundary, the information he had was limited, so it was really difficult to get a clear picture of the overall situation. The rolling swallowing movement stopped, and its giant body seemed to have expanded a little. Yang Kai looked around and saw that there was nothing around him. The continent he had landed on had been completely swallowed up. Yang Kai got up, stomped his foot, and the rolling body immediately shrank and transformed back into the sealed world bead. By the time he reached the next continent, it was already a few days later. He released the rolling body and continued to devour. Just like the first continent, the demon race on this continent was almost completely wiped out. Although he had expected this, when he confirmed it, Yang Kai could not help frowning. The two races were at war and were enemies with each other. It was reasonable to say that no matter how many people died on the side of the demon race, as a human, Yang Kai would not feel too much about it. In fact, he would rather see more of the demon race die. However, a battle on the battlefield was a battle on the battlefield. No one would be lenient when killing enemies on the battlefield, and they would only hate themselves for not killing enough. However, the demon race did not hesitate to destroy their own foundation in order to break through the barrier between the two realms. However, on second thought, the demon race was brutal. In order to deal with the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent, they had set up the Great Blood Sea formation and sacrificed the entire demon race of the Eternal Heaven continent. Looking at the big picture through a tube, the actions of the demon race this time could not be considered strange. If there was a chance in the future to settle the war between the two realms, he would have to carefully discuss it with Ru Meng and the others. At the very least, he would have to restrain their subordinates. Yang Kai did not stay idle while the rolling body devoured the continents. The flames of war were everywhere in the star boundary, so the mobility of the star boundary army was very high. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of this rare time to refine more one-realm beads. As long as there were enough one-realm beads, the star boundary army would be able to come and go like the wind. At times, they would be able to catch the demon race off guard. Originally, he had chosen to refine one-realm beads from the dead stars and large meteorites in the territory of the lower planes. The size of the dead stars and meteorites would determine the size of the space inside the refined one-realm bead. However, he was currently unable to leave and go to the territory of the lower planes. Therefore, he could only rely on the sealed world bead to think of a solution. Fortunately, he had sufficient experience in stripping the second territory. After calming down and thinking about it, he felt that it should not be a difficult matter. He could not move the territory of the first territory. Currently, the territory of the first territory was overcrowded with people except for the medicine garden. There was not enough space in the first place, let alone stripping it. In that case, he could only start from the third territory. The third territory was formed from the continents within the territory of the devouring devils. It contained the laws of heaven and earth within the territory of the devouring devils. The demon race could survive there without any hindrance. However, if a non-demon race lived there for a long time, they would definitely be eroded by the demonic intent and become demonic creatures. If a person's temperament was not strong enough, they might even lose their mind and not recognize their own family. Chapter 37:15 Fortunately, Yang Kai was in charge of everything in the sealed world bead. Separating a piece of land from the third territory was just a matter of thought. The difficult part was how to remove the demon intent from it. As long as the demon intent was not removed, the human race army would not be able to enter. After trying several times and failing several times, wasting a lot of time, Kai Yang finally found a suitable method. A month later, the first one-realm bead separated from the small sealed world was born. This one-realm bead was different from the ones Yang Kai had refined before. The biggest difference was that it was not big, but even so, it could easily accommodate 50,000 people. It was not that Yang Kai could not refine a one-realm bead with a bigger space, but considering the current situation in the star boundary, a smaller one-realm bead would be more useful and would take less time to refine. One continent after another was rolling and swallowed. Every time he reached a continent, Yang Kai would activate the space spirit bead and try to contact Yu Rumeng and the 7 great emperors. Unfortunately, he had not been able to contact any of them. This made Yang Kai wonder if the great emperors were in the demon territory. If they were not in the demon territory, where could they be? There was no trace of them in the star boundary. In a grotesque space, there were 2 extremely dazzling balls of light, one black and one red. Within the balls of light, there were 2 figures sitting quietly. Both of them were tall and sturdy, and their auras were deep. Both of them were forming hand seals, causing the energy in their bodies to surge. As the energy surged, the black and red balls of light continuously clashed with each other. However, at a glance, it was obvious that the red light had the upper hand, and the black light was in a state of being suppressed. This confrontation lasted for an unknown amount of time. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like thousands of years. However, for the 2 people facing each other, the passage of time did not bother them. There was only the enemy in front of them. Suddenly, a bell-like voice rang out from the black light, "The Iron Blood Great Emperor lives up to his name." Within the red light, Zhan Wuhen's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He said indifferently, "The first demon saint is quite careless." Among the 12 demon saint in the demon territory, Huang Wuji was publicly recognized as the #1 demon saint. In comparison, the 10 great emperors of the star boundary did not have any ranking, and there was no such thing as the #1 great emperor. However, in terms of combat strength, Zhan Wuhen was fully deserving of the title. This was also something that all the great emperors had a tacit understanding of. However, when one's cultivation realm had reached their level, they no longer cared about any false reputation. There was no need to rank them as #1, 2, 3, or 4. From the looks of it, in the confrontation between the first demon saint and the first great emperors, Zhan Wuhen's methods were more impressive. Otherwise, the black light would not have been suppressed. Huang Wuji laughed heartily, "Even if you have the means to reach the heavens, so what? The star boundary cannot avoid the fate of being eroded. Zhan Wuhen, if you know what's good for you, surrender early. Otherwise, it will end in tragedy." Zhan Wuhen said indifferently, "You want to invade the star boundary. That depends on whether you have the ability or not." Huang Wuji coldly snorted, "Do you really think this king can't do anything to you?" Zhan Wuhen was a man of few words, "You can try." Huang Wuji sneered, "I'll try then." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his hand and made a grasping motion in the void. Suddenly, an object appeared in his palm. As soon as this object appeared, the expression of Zhan Wuhen, who had been as calm as an ancient well, changed. He only felt a monstrous evil aura rushing towards him. Moreover, this aura gave him a sense of déjà vu. He couldn't help but recall the day when he saw the big hand that stretched out from the void above Canglang's city. At this moment, the evil aura gave off a similar feeling to that big hand. He had never figured out where that big hand came from, and only now did he understand. Looking at it with rapt attention, a trace of dark red light flashed in his eyes. Seeing through the layers of obstacles, he could clearly see the shape of the object in Huang Wuji's hand. It was a green, withered, and broken palm. The palm was cut off at the wrist, and the cut was very clean, as if it had been cut off by someone with a sharp weapon. No one knew how many years had passed, but there was no longer any blood flowing out from the cut on the palm. However, when the broken palm appeared, a monstrous, evil aura surged out. Zhang Wuhen was surprised. Just by looking at the power of this broken palm, he could imagine what kind of cultivation level the owner of this palm had. The Iron-Blood Great Emperor, who had already reached the peak of the martial Tao, seemed to see a new door open in front of him when he saw this broken palm. For a moment, his emotions were in turmoil, and he couldn't control himself, his body trembling slightly. Huang Wuji sneered, "Are you afraid? It's not too late to beg for mercy." Zhang Wuhen's body trembled even more. He lowered his head, and the hair on his forehead cast a thick shadow in front of his eyes. He chuckled, "So that's how it is, so that's how it is, so that's how it is, it's all true." Huang Wuji saw him muttering to himself, but he didn't know what he was muttering about. However, the way he looked at him as if he didn't put him in his eyes made him furious. He said in a cold voice, "Stubborn." As he spoke, he raised the broken palm and slammed it down in Zhang Wuhen's direction. A green light flashed out of the broken palm, turning into a giant green palm, and slammed into the red light. In an instant, the light overflowed, and the inexplicable space changed, as if it could collapse at any time. As the palm slammed down, the red light, which had a slight advantage, suddenly swayed and retreated. The black light took advantage of the situation and immediately seized the opportunity. Within the red light, Zhang Wuhen's body was lowered, and his face was slightly pale. However, he roared and released a strong fighting spirit. He forced himself to straighten his body, and the fluctuating red light quickly stabilized. "You're courting death." Huang Wuji was shocked by Zhang Wuhen's willpower, and once again slammed down with the broken palm. The red light retreated again. After 3 palms, Zhang Wuhen's mouth was overflowing with blood. The red light, which had the upper hand, was now suppressed to within 10 feet of him. It was completely at a disadvantage. The Iron-Blood Great Emperor, who had not been injured for tens of thousands of years, was beaten to the point where he could only defend. However, he was still smiling, and his smile was extremely happy, as if he had seen something new and interesting. Huang Wuji shouted, "Zhang Wuhen, I cherish talents. I'll ask you one more time, are you going to surrender or not?" "Again. Again." Zhang Wuhen shouted. Huang Wuji's eyes were as big as copper bells. He was about to attack again in anger, but suddenly his expression changed. He hurriedly put away the broken palm, as if he was avoiding a snake or a scorpion. He looked down and saw that there was a fingernail-sized green spot on the palm of the hand that was holding the broken palm. Zhang Wuhen waited for a while, but he did not attack. He suddenly became impatient. "Why aren't you attacking? What are you waiting for?" Huang Wuji was anxious and did not say a word. He changed his incantation, and the black gas was like a tide, suppressing Zhang Wuhen. How could Zhang Wuhen let him do as he wished? He immediately fought with him. In this strange and variegated world, the first great emperors and the first demon saint were fighting desperately. Although there was no earth-shattering battle, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. No one knew about the battle between the great emperors and the demon saint. Everyone in the astral boundary thought that the great emperors had entered the demon territory, so they could not get in touch with them. Who knew that the great emperors were not in the demon territory at all? Yang Kai might have sensed something, but he could not be sure if he did not devour the last continent. Ever since Yang Kai left, the 4 territories of the astral boundary had a war between the 2 races almost every day. In the beginning, the demon race suffered a great loss. Many demon land did not have a half-saint. The astral boundary army came with the hatred of their families and countries. They killed many members of the demon race and even cleaned up some demon dens. For example, in the Northern Territory, the GZ army had cleaned up more than one demon den. However, the devil race didn't sit still and wait for their deaths. Places without half-saints guarding them would usually be evacuated before the Star Realm's great army arrived, and they would head to the 10 great devil nests. Sand accumulated to build a tower. So far, these 10 great devil nests were already filled with powerful soldiers and horses, giving the Star Realm an endless headache. A year after Yang Kai became the demon race's territory, 98 of the 108 demon dens in the astral boundary had been cleaned up. Only the remaining 10 demon dens could not be pacified. Of these 10 demon dens, there were at least 7 or 8 half-saint overseeing them. With such a powerful force, it was impossible to rely on 1 or 2 armies to deal with them. Only by gathering at least 20 false emperors would there be a chance of breaking through. Although the demon race in the demon dens were either killed or driven away, the demon land had never been able to recover. Not only that, with the passage of time and the casualties of the demon race, the demon land in the astral boundary continued to expand. 2 months after Yang Kai left, Dragon Island's great elder Zhu Yan and second elder Fu Xiu left the mountain. Many members of the dragon race followed them. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, Dragon Island was involved in the affairs of the astral boundary. Just as Yang Kai had said, although the dragon race had not interfered with the affairs of the world for a long time, they also understood the principle of interdependence. Not to mention that Yang Xiao personally invited them, even if it was someone else, the dragon race would not ignore them. After learning that the situation in the astral boundary was so dangerous, the 2 elders almost emptied their pockets. Originally, they thought that with Zhu Yan and Fu Xiu taking action, they would be able to settle the situation quickly. Who would have thought that when the 2 dragon race elders broke into a demon den and started a massacre, the demon saint would suddenly appear? This surprised everyone. After all, the great emperors and the demon saint had disappeared together. Now that the demon saint had appeared, where did the great emperors go? But immediately after, everyone discovered that not all the demon saint were in the astral boundary. This time, only 3 demon saint were dealing with the 2 great elders of the dragon race. These 3 were blood demon Xueli, feather demon Fu Yu, and red demon Huobu. Other than them, the other demon saint were still missing. Li Wui carefully recalled that on the battlefield in the Western Territory, the ones who chased after the 3 half-saint were Yu Rumeng, Bai Liemo, and Chang Tian. None of the opponents the great emperors chased after had appeared. It was impossible to say that it was a coincidence. Now, it seemed that some unforeseen event had occurred, causing the 3 demon saint Xueli, Fu Yu, and Huobu to regain their freedom. On the other hand, there was still no news of Yu Rumeng, Bai Liemo, and Chang Tian. These 3 demon saints should have returned to the astral boundary long ago, but they had been hiding and waiting for the critical moment to deal a heavy blow to the important figures in the astral boundary. Fighting 2 against 3, the 2 great elders of the dragon race were extremely strenuous, and Fu Xiu had suffered heavy injuries. Fortunately, there were many dragon race experts accompanying them, and there were many fake emperors as well, so they were barely able to retreat safely. Chapter 37:16. After the battle, Li Wui broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he managed to invite the 2 elders of the dragon race in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fu Ti was injured. Although it wasn't light, it wasn't too serious either. In addition, the dragon race's physical body was very strong, and their recovery ability was very strong. He only needed to rest for a few days to recover. After this battle, the war actually entered a strange period of calm. On the astral boundaries side, 98 of the 108 demon race nests had been cleared. There were only 10 left. However, due to the might of the demon saint, no one dared to act rashly. Zhu Yan and Fu Ti, who was still recovering, were paying close attention to the movements of the 3 demon saint at all times. They were afraid that they would suddenly appear and turn the world upside down. They were clearly in the astral boundary, but because of the sudden appearance of the three demon saint, the demon race had the initiative. With this advantage, the demon race was content with the status quo and didn't rashly start a war. In this chaotic world, this rare tranquility was suffused with a sense of oppression, as if a storm was coming. In the Northern Territory, 1,000 miles away from Tsanglang City, on the mountain peak where Yang Kai and Bing Yun once stood side by side, there was now a group of 5 people, all of them looking 1,000 miles away with solemn gazes. These 5 people were the GZ Army's Army Commander Hyoji, the Bingchen Army's Army Commander Bing Yun, the Wuyin Army's Army Commander Fu Renjie, the Jiahai Army's Army Commander Pan Gingyan, and the Yiwu Army's Army Commander Shen Tu Xing. Needless to say, Fu Renjie was originally from the Northern Territory. However, before the outbreak of the War of the Two Realms, he had been living in seclusion in the mountains and forests, hoping that one day he would be able to comprehend the Great Tao. After the outbreak of the War of the Two Realms, he was invited by Li Wui to take up the position of Wuyin Army's Army Commander. The old man was a good person. When they were in the Western Territory, Yang Kai had some friendship with him. The origin of the Jiahai Army's commander, Pan Gingyan, was even more extraordinary. He had followed the Frostfeather Great Emperors since he was a child. He was both a disciple and a servant, and could be considered half a disciple of the Frostfeather Great Emperors. It was just that he did not have the status of master and disciple. The Frostfeather Great Emperors had a quiet temperament and had always lived in seclusion in the Northern Territory's one-line sky. If it weren't for the great implications of the war between the two worlds, he wouldn't have easily entered the world. When the Frostfeather Great Emperors entered the world, Pan Gingyan naturally followed. As for the commander of the Yiwu army, Shen Tu Xing, he was a member of the Star Court. The people in the Star Boundary's Northern Territory might not know of him, but if one were to trace back to 10,000 years ago, his reputation in the Northern Territory would definitely be at its peak. It was rumored that this guy entered the martial Tao at the age of 10, reached the Emperor realm at the age of 100, and was already a third-layer emperor when he was 300 years old. He was invincible in the Northern Territory and had once founded a sect. However, he only stayed for 200 years before leaving, and his whereabouts were unknown. The sect he left behind did not have a deep foundation, and it fell apart within a few hundred years after he left. Therefore, the people in the Northern Territory did not know of Shen Tu Xing's great name. Who would know that he had already entered the Star Court and had long since advanced to the False Emperor realm? Most of the battles in the Star Boundary had been settled, and only the last 10 great demon dens were left. They were like 10 nails nailed into the Star Boundary's Western Territory. The 55 armies of the Star Boundary naturally gathered in one place. The 5 armies of the Northern Territory gathered here. Millions of soldiers were majestically facing the demon race in Tsanglang City. Commander Yao, how long has it been since Lord Yang entered the territory that became the demon race? Fu Renjie looked around for a while before suddenly asking. Hyoji replied, more than a year. More than a year. Fu Renjie frowned. There should have been some news after more than a year, but Yang Kai had not sent any news from the demon territory. It seemed that he still had not found any traces of the great emperors. Right now, the entire Star Boundary was only supported by the 2 great elders of the dragon race. However, there were only 2 of them, while there were 3 demon saint. Even if they could keep an eye on one demon saint, who could keep an eye on him? The result of not keeping an eye on him was that no one could stop the demon saint's slaughter. In fact, more than 10 months ago, the demon saint had done the same thing after they had revealed themselves. Huo Bo and Fu Yu stayed inside the devil's den and kept the 2 elders of the dragon race busy. Xueli, on the other hand, quietly snuck out, found a place where the Star Realm's army was stationed, and began a massacre. Fortunately, the Star Boundary was now filled with spatial formations, and the space spirit bead was even more prevalent. Many fake emperors blocked Xueli for a while, but the 2 great elders of the dragon race had already arrived. Xueli jumped in fright and hurriedly exchanged a few blows with Zhu Yan and Fu Tin before turning into a bloody light and escaping. Zhu Yan and Fu Tin were afraid that it was a trap, so they did not dare to chase after him for too long. They could only watch as he ran away. After that, Xueli moved around the 4 territories of the star boundary and tried many times to test the waters, but he did not achieve anything. Not long after he made a move, the 2 great elders of the dragon race appeared out of thin air. At this time, Xueli could not guess the reason. He gritted his teeth in hatred, but there was nothing he could do. If that was not the case, why would the demon race not make a move when there were 3 demon saints? It was because the star boundary's mobility was too strong. Even if the 3 of them worked together, they were not confident that they could kill the 2 great elders of the dragon race. At most, both sides would suffer. Who would be willing to do such a stupid thing? It was all thanks to the space spirit bead and the spatial formations that the star boundary was able to obtain a period of peace in this chaotic world. What is the demon race trying to do? Bing Yun's brows were tightly furrowed as she looked at Songlang City thousands of miles away. At this moment, a strange building was gradually taking shape in Songlang City. When they first saw this thing a few months ago, no one paid any attention to it. However, after a few months, this thing was already hundreds of feet tall. As time passed, this thing grew taller and taller. The building looked like a tower from afar, but how could there be such a tall tower in the world? Moreover, this tower was filled with demonic chi. At every moment, a large number of demon race members were busy inside, as if they were trying to make this tower reach the heavens. The demonic tower was strange. No one knew what the demon race was doing. The only thing they were certain of was that this demonic tower was very unfavorable to the star boundary. The reason the 3 demon saints were willing to stop fighting was probably related to this demonic tower. Moreover, according to the information obtained from Li Wui, there were similar demonic towers in the 10 great demon dens of the star boundary. Not only were they identical in appearance, but their construction progress was also similar. The demonic tower stood tall, and a storm was coming. It made people feel very uncomfortable. At this moment, Pan Gingyan's expression suddenly changed. He stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. At the same time, a jade slip appeared out of thin air and was caught in his hand. The other 4 people sensed a familiar aura from the jade slip and immediately understood that this should be a message from Li Wui. They all turned to look at it. Pan Gingyan immersed his divine sense in the jade slip. After a short while, he raised his head and said, "Army Commander Li wants us to organize an attack and see if we can destroy this demonic tower." Saying so, he threw the jade slip to Bing Yun. After the 5 people took turns to look at it, they all fell into contemplation. Fu Renjie frowned and said, "I'm afraid this demonic tower won't be easy to destroy." "We have to try," Hyoji said. Shen Tuxing said, "Let's plan carefully. We can't just sit around and wait for death." Currently, the entire Star Boundaries war was almost led by the demon race. In their own homeland, who could tolerate such a thing? Everyone had long wanted to meet the powerhouses of the demon race in the demonic dens, but they didn't dare to act rashly. Now that they had Li Wui's order, they naturally had a good reason to act. Everyone also knew that the reason Li Wui wanted them to attack the demonic tower was mainly because he saw the strength of the GZ army. In the other 9 demonic dens, there were also 5 or 6 armies gathered, but in terms of the number of powerhouses, the GZ army was still superior. 3 half-saint of the demon race, plus the Holy Spirit Qiongqi, the 5th elder of the dragon race, and the 9th order red dragon Zhu Qing. The Emperor realm was filled with powerhouses. In this regard, no army could compare. If the 4 army commanders were included, just the number of false emperors gathered here was almost 9. Apart from the fact that there were no great emperors present, which army of the demon race did they lack? The 5 of them immediately returned to their tents and carefully discussed the various details. Although Hyoji's cultivation was low, as the representative of the GZ army, his status was equal to the other four. He didn't show the slightest bit of awkwardness during the discussion. Instead, he spoke frankly with assurance. Many of the details made the eyes of Bing Yun and the others light up. In the demonic territory, Yang Kai was still sitting on Rolling Stone's head, continuously refining the One Realm bead. The refinement of the One Realm bead was useful to the Star Boundary Army, but it was also greatly beneficial to Yang Kai's own progress in the Tao of Space. It had been more than a year since they became the demon race's territory. The entire demon territory was deathly still. Basically, every living creature on every continent had died, except for a few lucky ones who managed to escape the disaster. However, Yang Kai hadn't encountered more than 10 such demon race in a year. No one stopped him, no one resisted him. He only needed to go to those continents and let Rolling Stone devour them. The demon race had completely abandoned their homeland. And as he devoured, Rolling Stone's body grew bigger and bigger, and his devouring speed also became faster and faster. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the third territory in the small sealed world was gradually becoming complete. He didn't have this feeling before, but when the continents in the demon territory were devoured to a certain extent, Yang Kai suddenly had a realization. The entire demon territory was originally one, but for some unknown reason, it was split into different continents, separated by the void, and could only be traversed through the world gate. Now, Rolling Stone was devouring and fusing them together, which was tantamount to a process of destruction and reconstruction. When this feeling truly reached completion, it would be time for the last continent in the demon territory to be devoured. And that time was not far away. But so far, Yang Kai still hadn't been able to contact any of the great emperors or Yu Ru Meng. Somehow, Yang Kai felt that they weren't in the demon territory. If they weren't in the Star Boundary, and they weren't in the demon territory, where could they be? Could they be in a void crack? But void cracks were vast and boundless. Even with the space spirit bead in hand, Yang Kai wasn't sure if he could contact them. But in any case, once everything in the demon territory was over, Yang Kai planned to enter the void to search. If he could find them, that would be for the best, but if not, he could only think of other ways. Chapter 37:17. On this day, Yang Kai was refining the One Realm bead, his mind immersed in the mysteries of space principles. Suddenly, his expression changed and he exclaimed in surprise, a strange look appearing on his face. There seemed to be something strange in the small sealed world. Not moving, Yang Kai sent a wisp of his consciousness into the small sealed world to identify the source of the anomaly. Then, he manifested his soul avatar. This was a huge fragment of a continent. It should have been devoured by Raleigh, and it should have just been devoured. Generally speaking, a fragment of a continent that was rolling and swallowed would quickly melt into the world and enrich the third territory. However, this fragment seemed to be somewhat unusual. The force of rolling was unable to completely fuse with it and instead remained outside. This fragment was about 100,000 kilometers in radius, so it could not be described as small. From the looks of it, it should have been buried somewhere deep underground and could not be seen normally. After being swallowed, the outer layer melted away while the inner layer remained. This 100,000 kilometers in radius was filled with a principle that Yang Kai was both familiar and shocked. Yang Kai did not need to identify it carefully to realize that it was the principle of time. It was precisely because it was filled and protected by the principle of time that this fragment of a continent was able to survive the assimilation of the small sealed world. Yang Kai was extremely surprised. This continent fragment was part of the demon territory, so how could it be filled with principle of time? Moreover, it covered such a large area. What surprised him even more was that the aura of this principle of time was exactly the same as what he sensed in the flowing time temple. Could it be that this principle of time was left behind by the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor? If that was the case, it meant that the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor had come to the demon territory in the past. He couldn't help but recall what Xiongqi had once said. When the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor were in seclusion in the divine palace, they suddenly sensed the Tao of mystery outside of the universe. Then, they went out to explore the universe. In the end, they never returned. Only their natal treasure, the endless hourglass, returned to the divine palace. The great emperors of the flowing time great emperor must have encountered a powerful enemy and met with misfortune. Could it be that the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor left the divine palace and came to the demon territory? In this territory of the devil race, he had encountered a powerful enemy and fought a great battle. This place was the battlefield of that great battle. Otherwise, how could there be such a rich remnant of the laws of time? It was just a guess. There was no way to confirm it. After all, it was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Who could say for sure? Seas turned into mulberry fields, clouds turned into dogs, and the demonic territory collapsed. This battlefield was buried deep underground, and no one could see it. It had been preserved to this day. If it weren't for Yang Kai driving the rolling devouring demon territory, this battlefield buried deep underground would not have seen the light of day. Was it really the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors of the great emperors? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before stepping forward towards the ancient battlefield. He had also stayed in the flowing time temple for some time and was very familiar with the remnant aura of the principles of time in the divine palace. Whether the laws of time here were left behind by the flowing time great emperor or not, he only needed to go in and feel it to know. Outside the ancient battlefield, he didn't feel anything, but when Yang Kai stepped into the battlefield, he suddenly felt that his thoughts had stagnated. Not only did his thoughts stop, but even everything around him became extremely slow. Knowing that this was the influence of the laws of time, Yang Kai immediately used his divine sense to protect himself and barely got rid of it. Continuing forward, the deeper he went, the stronger the laws of time became. After just 1,000 feet, Yang Kai felt that he couldn't move. It wasn't a restriction, but the transmission of thoughts in his mind was infinitely delayed. Often, it would take a long time for his body to react. He couldn't help but be shocked by the horror of the principles of time. After so many years, it still had such power. What kind of scene was it at its peak? But now, Yang Kai was sure of one thing: the principles of time here were really left behind by the flowing time great emperor. In other words, when the flowing time great emperor left the divine palace, he really entered the demon territory, and then fought an earth-shattering battle with an unknown master before finally leaving with serious injuries. However, before he could return to the divine palace, the flowing time great emperor died from his injuries, the great emperors died, the endless hourglass returned to the divine palace on its own, and the great emperor's corpses fell into the eastern sea. Countless years later, their bones were scattered all over the eastern sea and were obtained by the monster race in the sea. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, but he couldn't find a way to answer them. Suddenly, he wondered if the collapse of the demon territory into continents had anything to do with the war back then. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't, but who could figure it out? Suppressing his troubled mind, he walked forward step by step. He walked extremely slowly, his every movement like a wooden puppet. The principles of time washed over his soul, making Yang Kai feel like a day was passing like a year. The first 1,000 feet took Yang Kai a day to walk, but the next 1,000 feet took him more than 10 days. However, when he arrived here, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. Because there was another force in this ancient battlefield that was entangled with the remaining principles of time here. He hadn't noticed it before because he was at the edge, but now that he had walked a little more, he immediately noticed it. In the battle tens of thousands of years ago, the great emperors fell, and the fate of the great emperor's enemies was unknown, but the remnant chi of the two had been fighting here until now, and they were still evenly matched. If Yang Kai hadn't come, perhaps it wouldn't have been a big deal. Just these two forces raging in this ancient battlefield had long since formed a strange balance. But when Yang Kai divided his attention to investigate this place, he had inadvertently broken this balance and allowed these two terrifying forces to find an outlet to vent. Even though these two mysterious and peerless forces were powerful, without a carrier, it was impossible to determine the victor. In detail, in this ancient battlefield, these two forces carried the will of their master when he was alive. However, they could only be entangled with each other and were unable to cause any substantial damage to the other party. Yang Kai's arrival gave them an opportunity to determine the victor. In an instant, Yang Kai felt the two forces invading his soul avatar. The strength of these two forces was so strong that he couldn't resist them at all. Using his soul avatar as a battlefield, they clashed and clashed. Yang Kai's soul avatar suddenly began to fluctuate, as if it could collapse at any time. Although his spiritual cultivation had reached the level of a fake emperor, he had only split a portion of his consciousness to investigate the situation. How could it withstand such a huge amount of power? As a carrier, this portion of his consciousness was really too weak. It was like two dragons fighting in a pond, and no matter what the outcome of these two dragons was, the pond would definitely be shattered. His face changing dramatically, Yang Kai quickly poured his spiritual energy into his soul avatar, but this time he didn't divide his soul and instead used his full strength. He knew that he had accidentally reached a critical moment of life and death, and if he wasn't careful, he might die here. Being killed by the chi of the ancient battlefield from tens of thousands of years ago was a tragic ending that Yang Kai could not accept. Inside his knowledge sea, Yang Kai's spiritual energy poured out, stabilizing his constantly fluctuating body, but his brow was filled with pain. The two forces inside his body didn't care about his feelings at all, and every time they collided, he felt like he was about to be torn apart. And this was only the periphery. If he really went deep into the ancient battlefield, it would be even more terrifying. Although the situation was dangerous now, it was not completely hopeless. As long as he could withdraw from this ancient battlefield before his soul was destroyed, he should be fine. Thinking about it was just thinking, but actually taking action was extremely difficult. Previously, due to the influence of the time principles, it took Yang Kai 10 days to travel 2,000 meters, and that was only on the surface. Now that the time principles had invaded his body, the influence was even worse. Yang Kai wanted to retreat, but it took him a long time to turn around, and then he slowly walked back step by step. After walking less than 10 meters, Yang Kai showed a pained expression. Strangely, this pained expression was also very slow, as if it had been extended infinitely. A light crack came from the depths of his soul, and Yang Kai felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows, as if it had been torn apart. If someone were here, they would definitely be able to see that a crack had really appeared between Yang Kai's eyebrows. This crack was just the beginning. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared on Yang Kai's body, making him look like a porcelain doll that was about to shatter, as if he would shatter into pieces at the slightest touch. After a long time, Yang Kai figured out what kind of crisis he was in, and after a long time, he began to feel anxious. But at this moment, his soul avatar was already covered with cracks, making him look both strange and terrifying. When he was really on the line between life and death, Yang Kai's state of mind calmed down, and although his pace was slow, he still resolutely returned the way he came. Connecting his mind to his body outside the mysterious small world was only a matter of thought, but it took a lot of effort. As soon as he established contact, Yang Kai immediately urged the power of the soul-warming lotus. A 7-colored light bloomed, and in his knowledge sea, the 7-colored island shrank and transformed into its original form of the soul-warming lotus, constantly rotating high up in the sky, releasing a dense 7-colored light. Like rain on dry land, Yang Kai's sluggish thoughts suddenly recovered at this moment. Inside his body, the 7-colored light escaped from the cracks, gushing out from his nose and mouth before enveloping Yang Kai's entire soul. The majestic power of the soul-warming lotus cut off the influence of the ancient battlefield on him. In an instant, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he quickly flew out. This time, he completely recovered and was no longer affected by the time principle. The moment he rushed out of the ancient battlefield, Yang Kai's soul returned to his body. Atop the rolling head, Yang Kai's main body, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and gasped for breath, like a drowning man who had just been reborn, a look of lingering fear on his face as his clothes were soaked in sweat. Before he could examine his condition carefully, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as 2 streams of golden blood flowed out from his nostrils. He felt a splitting headache and could not help howling miserably. Although the encounter just now had not destroyed his soul, it had still injured his soul. This kind of pain was definitely not comparable to ordinary physical injuries. Chapter 37:18. Having narrowly escaped death, Yang Kai's face was pale and he felt something sticky under his nose. He raised his hand and wiped it, only to find that his palm was full of blood. Although he had successfully escaped, recalling the experience just now, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. There was only one question in his heart: who was the one who fought the flowing time great emperor in a life and death battle with the great emperors? It must be known that the flowing time great emperor stood at the peak of the entire star boundary. Even other great emperors could only look up to him, just like the difference between the great emperors Wukong of the heaven-devouring great emperor and the great emperors of the same period. Perhaps the flowing time great emperor was even stronger. An opponent who could fight a life and death battle with him must have reached the same level. Could it be the legendary great demon god? Yang Kai frowned. The first time he knew the name of the great demon god was in the Thousand Illusionary Dream World. He had followed the barbarian race to the north and south, fighting a life and death battle with the demon race. At the last moment, the evergreen divine tree had sacrificed itself to seal the gap between the 2 worlds. From that gap, a giant palm had struck out, almost ruining the evergreen divine tree's efforts. Everything in the Thousand Illusionary Dream World was based on what had really happened in various eras. The ancient barbarian demon race really did exist, but the process was certainly different from what Yang Kai had experienced. But since the great demon god's palm had been in the Thousand Illusionary Dream World, it meant that the great demon god really did exist in that era. Later, Yang Kai played the trick of injuring himself and followed Yu Ru Meng to become the demon race's territory. He had asked her about the great demon god, but who would have thought that when he mentioned it, Yu Ru Meng's face would change dramatically and she would tell Yang Kai not to mention these 3 words in the future. These 3 words seemed to be a taboo in the territory of the demon race. Later, Yang Kai forgot to inquire about the great demon god, because in the past few years in the territory of the demon race, he had never heard anyone mention the great demon god. The strongest in the territory of the demon race were the 12 demon saint and the lord of the 100-spirit continent, demon dragon Chang Tian. It was not until today that Yang Kai had some suspicions. If it had been the great demon god who had fought with the flowing time great emperor back then, it might have made sense. However, judging from the current results, the flowing time great emperor had perished after that battle, and the great demon god had most likely not come to a good end either. Otherwise, there would not have been no news of him for so many years. As his mind raced, all kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind. A moment later, Yang Kai was startled again and carefully examined his memories. Although he had been staying in the ancient battlefield for more than 10 days and his mind had been immersed in it, he had not paid much attention to the situation of his body. However, his body was a strange existence and had its own memory. Just because he did not pay attention to it did not mean he could not detect it afterwards. Ordinary people had this ability, not to mention Yang Kai who had cultivated it. Just now, his mind was in turmoil and he had not noticed anything, but now he inadvertently discovered something interesting. His soul avatar had spent more than 10 years in the ancient battlefield, but his body had only spent half an hour in the outside world. In other words, the flow of time in the ancient battlefield was many times faster than normal. Yang Kai had experienced this kind of thing. Not only had Yang Kai experienced it, but Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had also benefited from it. The two little ones were only a few years old when they followed Qiongqi into the Flowing Time Temple, but a few years later, when Yang Kai went to find them again, they had grown up and had both arrived in the Emperor realm. Later, when he asked, he learned that the two little ones had been cultivating in the Flowing Time Temple for hundreds of years. The Flowing Time Temple was the legacy of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. In a certain forbidden area in the temple, the principles of time were everywhere, making the flow of time very different from the outside world. This allowed Yang Xiao and Yang Shui to spend hundreds of years in just a few years. Not only had they really grown up, but their cultivation had also reached an extremely high level. However, the legacy of the great emperors could not be sustained for a long time. Once it was consumed, it would no longer exist. Even though Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had now inherited the legacy of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and obtained the Flowing Time Temple, it was difficult for them to achieve the glory of that day. Unless the two of them could cultivate to the level of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and had extremely high attainments in the principles of time, it would be difficult for them to achieve the glory of that day. This was probably a meeting gift at the Flowing Time Great Emperor of the Great Emperors of the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's legacy. When Yang Kai first learned of this, he was very happy for the two of them. At the same time, he was also very envious. Since he started cultivating, it had only been a little more than 100 years. If he really cultivated for a few more 100 years, he wouldn't dare to say anything else, but he would definitely reach the false emperor realm. There was no hope for him to reach the great emperors. The realm of the great emperors was not something that could be achieved through cultivation alone. It had to be another opportunity. But even if he was a false emperor, it would be of great help to the current situation. He was now a high-rank demon king and could exchange blows with a false emperor. If he really advanced to the false emperor realm, he might even have the strength to fight against a demon saint. He never thought that such a good thing would actually fall on his head one day. He didn't know which continent he had swallowed before rolling. If he had known earlier, Yang Kai would have swallowed this continent no matter what. Now that more than a dozen years had passed, his strength had most likely undergone earth-shaking changes. For a time, he was ecstatic. This was not the only good thing. While his mind was tumbling, he suddenly felt that his soul had become much more solid and there was something more to his knowledge. See. Previously, in the ancient battlefield, using his soul avatar as a medium, he had to endure the collision of two terrifying forces, causing him so much pain that his soul had almost been shattered. Fortunately, he had the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus to help him avoid this disaster. As the saying goes, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future, and Yang Kai had just tasted this sweetness. His soul had been damaged, but after being repaired by the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's soul had become much more resilient and his spiritual energy had also improved significantly. Not to mention this, for the time being, the power of the soul-warming lotus had cleansed his knowledge sea, washing away the murderous intent hidden in the two forces Yang Kai's soul avatar had brought in, leaving behind the purest form of energy. This energy contained the true martial intent of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and the Great Emperor, perhaps the Great Demon God or someone else. This true martial intent was the condensation of the essence of the cultivation of these two masters. Normally, even if these two masters were to teach Yang Kai face to face, Yang Kai would have to spend a great deal of effort to understand them, but the situation at this time was different. These two had died long ago, so the pure true martial intent they left behind in Yang Kai's knowledge sea was equivalent to these two masters imparting wisdom to Yang Kai. The various mysteries contained in this true martial intent were laid bare in front of Yang Kai. For example, these two masters had a lychee in their hands and invited Yang Kai to eat it. Even if Yang Kai held the lychee in his hand, he would have to peel off the skin and shell before he could eat the flesh. But the existence of the soul-warming lotus had completed this job for Yang Kai, like a considerate maid, stuffing the sweet flesh into Yang Kai's mouth. Yang Kai only needed to chew and swallow. It was said that there was no such thing as a free lunch, but Yang Kai had encountered it once. Overjoyed, Yang Kai ignored the pain in his head and hurriedly immersed himself in comprehending the true martial intent left behind in his knowledge sea. This was a treasure left behind by the great emperors of the flowing time, Great Emperor and the great demon god. If he could really take it for himself, the improvement he would receive would be immeasurable. However, after meditating for a while, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes again. With a thought, he linked up with the sealed world bead and another person appeared in front of him. This person was tall and well endowed, with a pair of delicate wings on her back. Who else could it be but Boya? Master. Boya cupped her fists. Since the last time Boya was taken into the sealed world bead, Yang Kai had kept her inside. She was now a mid-rank demon king, and although her strength wasn't low, in the GZ army, where masters were as common as clouds, her presence wouldn't make much difference, so Yang Kai didn't let her join the GZ army. What's more, this girl seemed to have some special hobbies, so Yang Kai didn't want her to appear in front of his wives all day long. Yang Kai kept her in the sealed world bead because he wanted to leave a useful helper for himself, as well as to deal with unexpected situations. For example, right now, it was much more convenient to have a useful helper. After greeting him, Boya was surprised. Are we back in the demon territory? Standing on top of the rolling beast, Boya couldn't see the end of its massive body. As it moved forward, the world around it seemed to be swallowed up. Boya had seen this scene many times before. Yang Kai nodded and stuffed the sealed world bead into her hands. Guard it. If you need anything, just call me. After saying this, he flashed into the sealed world bead without any explanation. Before Boya could say anything, Yang Kai had disappeared. She was immediately annoyed. How can a mid-rank demon king guard this place? This is the demon territory. If I run into a half-saint, won't I be dead for sure? If it was in the past, she wouldn't have cared, but now, she was a traitor of the demon race. If she really fell into the hands of a half-saint, she wouldn't have a good ending. But soon, Boya discovered that there was no life in this world. The rolling beast swallowed everything at an extremely fast speed, covering thousands of kilometers in an instant, but she didn't see a single living thing. Boya couldn't help feeling puzzled. What's wrong with this world? The reason why Yang Kai gave the sealed world bead to Boya was naturally because the rolling beast had no sentience and could only follow his simple orders and instincts. Once this world was completely swallowed, it would need to move to another world. At this time, Yang Kai, who was in the sealed world bead, needed someone to remind him. Boya was the perfect candidate. While Boya was vexed, Yang Kai arrived at the ancient battlefield again. However, this time was different from last time. Last time, Yang Kai had come with his soul clone, but this time, he had come with his main body. Inside the ancient battlefield, the flow of time was very different from the outside world, so naturally, Yang Kai would choose to cultivate here to improve himself faster and save more time. For Yang Kai, what he needed most right now was time. Although his cultivation as a high-rank demon king was not bad, he had no advantage against a half-saint. However, he had only been a high-rank demon king for less than 20 years, so he didn't know when he would break through to the half-saint realm again. The appearance of this ancient battlefield was undoubtedly a great opportunity for him. Chapter 37:19. His damaged soul had not been completely repaired, and no matter how powerful the soul-warming lotus was, it still needed time to take effect. However, the martial Tao true intent that had been washed away gradually remained in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, waiting for Yang Kai to absorb and comprehend it. Without hesitation, Yang Kai stepped into the ancient battlefield. Just like before, the principles of time wrapped around him, causing Yang Kai to involuntarily feel that time was in chaos. But last time, he had used a soul clone and was affected by the principles of time, so it was inconvenient for him. Now that he was here with his main body, his resistance was naturally incomparable. At the very least, there was no longer the feeling of stagnation like before. Step by step, Yang Kai covered a distance of 1,000 feet in less than an incense stick's worth of time. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows slightly. It had to be known that when he came here, it had taken him an entire day to cover a distance of 1,000 feet. The various advantages of his main body here could be seen. He did not move forward because Yang Kai knew that if he took another step, the two forces entangled in this ancient battlefield would definitely wreak havoc on him again. His damaged soul had not yet been repaired, so he naturally had to wait until it was repaired before making any plans. Entering this ancient battlefield was only to fight for more time to cultivate. After calculating the distance, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, allowing the soul-warming lotus to repair his soul while comprehending the pure energy in his knowledge sea and absorbing the martial Tao true intent of the two masters. A few days later, Yang Kai's damaged soul was once again restored to its previous state. After this tribulation, Yang Kai's already powerful soul had once again been strengthened. Although it wasn't much, it was still equivalent to several days of hard work. When his soul was restored, Yang Kai had fully comprehended the pure energy in his knowledge sea. These two forces that came from the two masters were originally of different attributes and could not be completely merged, but under the cleansing of the soul-warming lotus, their appearances had been washed away, leaving behind only the purest martial Tao true intent, which was why they could be absorbed by Yang Kai. As the saying goes, the myriad of great Taos all lead to the same destination. His sea of consciousness, which had turned pitch black because he had become the demon race, now had an additional speck of golden light. It was insignificant in the pitch-black environment, but it was extremely conspicuous. It was like a prairie fire that would one day ignite into a monstrous blaze. Yang Kai stood up and discovered that his thoughts were clear and unobstructed. Although the principles of time were still flowing around him, they no longer had any effect on him. He knew that this was the benefit of comprehending and absorbing that trace of true intent of the martial Tao. However, this was only the outermost region of the ancient battlefield. The principles of time and time laws were the weakest. If one went deeper, it would be a completely different scene. Stepping forward, just as Yang Kai expected, as soon as he took the first step, two majestic forces immediately invaded him. They were the principles of time of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor and the other force. Previously, as he was afraid of encountering an accident, Yang Kai was not very clear about what he felt, but now that he carefully sensed it, he discovered that the other force had a deep demonic nature and was secretly merging with the demon chi in his body. Yang Kai was increasingly certain that the one who fought the flowing time great emperor on this battlefield in the past was not the great emperors of the demon territory, but rather the great emperors of the demon race. No wonder he was able to comprehend and absorb the martial Tao true meanings of these two. Originally, he thought it was a meat pie that fell from the sky, but now he realized that this meat pie was not something that just anyone could eat. Although he did not obtain the flowing time great emperor's mantle and inheritance, he had at least cultivated the flowing time great emperor's shuttle seal and had scratched the surface of the principles of time. With this foundation, he was naturally able to comprehend and absorb the martial Tao true meanings of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. For the same reason, when he was promoted to high-rank demon king, he was affected by the world laws of the demon territory and became the demon race. His emperor chi had turned into demon chi, and only the soul-warming lotus had protected his knowledge sea and prevented him from truly becoming a part of the demon race. He could already be considered half a demon race. Therefore, he was able to comprehend and absorb the martial Tao true meanings of the demon race. Everything seemed to be a coincidence, but who could say for sure whether this was an opportunity or fate? Fortunately, Yang Kai was here. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to obtain any benefits. Instead, their martial Tao true meanings would corrode their heart and ruin their cultivation. Even if Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were here, they would only be able to absorb the martial Tao true meanings of the flowing time great emperor and great emperors. They would not be able to comprehend and absorb the martial Tao true meanings of the demon race's martial Tao true meanings and would naturally be affected. After understanding this, the corners of Yang Kai's mouth could not help but curve into a heartfelt smile as he walked forward step by step. Previously, when his soul clone came here, it wasn't very qualified to act as a vessel, so Yang Kai only managed to persist for a short while before he couldn't bear it and quickly withdrew. Now that his main body had arrived, this vessel was much better than a pure soul clone. If his previous soul clone was just a small pond, then his main body was now a lake, able to withstand much more. Although he still could not bear the torment of the two dragons, Yang Kai was not dead, so he naturally grasped his own limits. 5,000 feet. The strength of the carrier, coupled with the martial Tao true meanings Yang Kai had comprehended and absorbed before, allowed Yang Kai to walk forward a full 5,000 feet before he was forced to stop. At this point, he could no longer move forward. If he forced himself to continue, he would probably suffer indelible injuries. His soul was being torn apart, and his physical body was also in unbearable pain. He could not help but tremble as drops of golden blood seeped out of his pores. Yang Kai clenched his teeth and clenched his fists, his face twisted into a frightening grimace. The soul-warming lotus was already emitting a seven-colored light, constantly repairing his damaged soul. With the soul-warming lotus present, Yang Kai did not have to worry about his soul dispersing. Silently sensing his soul, Yang Kai found that his soul had not yet reached its limit, but his physical body was already unable to bear it. This was normal. Because of Yu Ru Meng, his soul had already surpassed the level of a half-saint, but his physical body was only at the level of a high-rank demon king, so the gap was really too big. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai roared and spat out two words one by one, dragon transformation. Since his soul had not yet reached its limit and his physical body was unable to bear it, he might as well make his physical body stronger. A dragon's roar resounded as a golden dragon head flashed. Yang Kai's body swelled up, and with a series of crackling sounds, dragon scales covered his entire body. Two short dragon horns grew on his forehead, his hands turned into sharp dragon claws, and his dragon tail swished behind him, stirring up a cloud of smoke and dust in the ancient battlefield. His half-dragon body was still in a humanoid state, but it had many more characteristics of the dragon race. After dragon transformation, Yang Kai's breathing became heavy, and the breath he exhaled from his nostrils could actually stir up a gale, giving him an awe-inspiring appearance. Yang Kai could not help but be startled as he touched his head, vaguely feeling that he seemed to have grown a little taller. Carefully examining himself, Yang Kai found that it was not an illusion and that he had really grown taller. He could not help but marvel. The last time he used dragon transformation was in the Flowing Time Temple against the Wind Monarch, and he was not as tall as he was now. All these years, Yang Kai had been drifting around, so busy that he did not have the heart to cultivate dragon transformation. However, he had been swallowing dragon blood pills, so even if he did not deliberately cultivate, his body had unknowingly grown bigger. However, this process was very slow. The dragon race was a race with long lifespans, so growth was not something that they had to rush. Yang Kai had swallowed so many dragon blood pills and dragon blood flowers, but his body had only grown from 300 feet to 320 feet, and it had taken him more than a decade to do so. He had fought the Wind Monarch in the temple and used all his strength, and then went to the lower territory to refine the One Realm bead. He did not even have the time to swallow and refine dragon blood pills. Logically speaking, even if he had grown, he should not have grown so quickly. Yang Kai estimated that his current body was at least 400 feet tall, which could be said to be an explosive growth. For the dragon race, the bigger the body, the stronger the strength. In the Dragon Palace, the largest of the dragon race elders of the past was 100 feet tall, which was a height that the current dragon race could not reach. Yang Kai had the golden divine dragon source energy, and the more comprehensive this source energy was, the larger his body would be. Now that his body had grown bigger, it meant that some of the source energy had been stimulated. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai guessed that it was the benefit of the battle with the Wind Monarch. In that battle, he had used all his strength after dragon transformation, and at the critical moment of life and death, the golden divine dragon source energy had been silently developed. At that time, he was exhausted and did not feel anything. It was only today that he discovered the benefits. This could be considered a pleasant surprise. His body had become stronger, so he could bear more. After dragon transformation, the pressure on his body suddenly lightened, and Yang Kai, who had been struggling to move, once again took a step forward. This time, he walked for another 500 feet. Kai Yang finally came to a stop. He had already reached his limit. His huge body sat down cross-legged, as towering as a small mountain. Within this ancient battlefield, Yang Kai opened up his body and mind, allowing the two forces to invade his body while silently comprehending. During this time, Yang Kai did not move at all. It was not until 3 months later that he opened his eyes. His majestic dragon eyes were full of spirit, and it was obvious that he had gained a lot. He could not help but grin, but the sound of rolling thunder could be heard, shaking the world. If a timid person were to come here and see this scene, they would be scared to death by Yang Kai's ferocious mouth. Within 1,000 feet of the ancient battlefield, the two forces that had been wreaking havoc for countless years had completely disappeared. They had been absorbed into Yang Kai's body and refined. Without the principles of time, the flow of time naturally returned to normal. Yang Kai's mind moved, and in the next moment, Boya, who was sitting on the rolling thunderhead with her hands supporting her chin, heard Yang Kai's voice. "How long has it been?" Although Boya did not understand why Yang Kai would ask such a childish question, she still answered, 5 days. Fortunately, it had only been 5 days. In the ancient battlefield, Yang Kai got up and stepped forward. His pace was not fast, but every step he took caused the earth to tremble. As he walked, the blood covering his body fell off. But after a few steps, Yang Kai had a suspicious look on his face. Why did it feel like he had grown a little taller? Chapter 37:20. Touching the top of his head, Yang Kai felt that it wasn't an illusion. He had indeed grown taller. Although it wasn't much, only about 1 zhang, it was already an incredible achievement. The larger the body of the dragon clan, the more difficult it was for them to improve. With his current height of 400 feet, if he cultivated the dragonification secret technique normally, it would take him at least 3 to 5 years to grow another 10 feet. But now, he had easily achieved it after meditating in this ancient battlefield for 3 months. It wasn't even deliberate. Could it be that the martial Dao intent had the effect of improving the power of the dragon race's bloodline? It wasn't impossible. The masters of the two forces were peak experts. Even the current demon saint and great emperors couldn't fathom the martial Dao intent contained in their power. It was only natural that it had some special effect. Perhaps it had something to do with the polishing of the two forces. The two forces used Yang Kai's body as a medium to fight against each other, allowing Yang Kai to use a transcendent feeling to comprehend the mysteries within. This kind of memory was stored in the body, so it naturally allowed the bloodline in the body to develop and improve. This was a good thing. Yang Kai smiled happily and continued forward. This time, he walked forward for a distance of 1,500 feet before he reached his limit. Although the deeper he went, the more powerful the two forces became, Yang Kai's previous sufferings were not in vain. 3 months of cultivation had allowed him to grow, so naturally, he would be able to go further. While Yang Kai was wholeheartedly cultivating in this ancient battlefield, a great battle had already broken out in the demon land of Zhanglang City. Under Li Wui's orders, the GZ Army, Bingchen Army, Wuyin Army, Jehai Army, Yiwu Army, and Wuyin Army, a total of several million people, moved out and launched an attack on Zhanglang City. In the demon land of Zhanglang City, the demon race waited solemnly. Both sides fought fiercely in the demon land for several days. Both sides suffered losses, and the battlefield was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. In the end, the demon race couldn't hold on and showed signs of defeat. The GZ army took the lead and rushed to within 30 li of the tall demon pagoda. But at this time, the demon race had already set up an impregnable defense around the demon pagoda. Countless demon race desperately resisted the attack of the Star Army and swore to protect the tall demon pagoda with their lives. A majestic palace flew out from behind. On the jade platform of the palace, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui stood side by side. A gust of wind blew from high up in the sky. Their clothes fluttered in the wind as their hands formed seals. With a buzzing sound, the palace crashed into the tall demonic tower of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. With the power of the temple, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were ready to attack the root of the problem. The distance between the huge palace and the demon pagoda was quickly shortened, and all the demon race in front of them were smashed to pieces. Countless attacks came from all directions, but they were all blocked by a layer of light curtain enveloping the palace. The light curtain was tough and only rippled. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were unscathed. The flowing time great emperor was the palace of the great emperors. Even if the two little ones could only use a part of its power, it was still not something that ordinary attacks could break. Seeing this, the three demon clan semi-saints immediately rose into the air and headed towards the divine hall. Before the divine hall could even get close, they had already made their moves and bombarded the divine hall with terrifying might. Two figures rushed out from the temple. One big and one small, one old and one young. Where Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were present, how could Qiongqi and Lu Yan not be present? Amid the roars of beasts and cries of phoenixes, Qiongqi and Lu Yan met the three half-saint demons head-on. Yu Yi's exchange was earth-shattering. Qiongqi was a veteran divine spirit. In this world, among all the false emperor divine spirits and half-saint divine spirits, perhaps only Li Wu Yi could suppress him. He didn't put the others in his eyes at all. In a one-on-one fight, no half-saint could be his opponent. However, Lu Yan was still a little lacking. Although she had obtained the Phoenix True Fire and had become a divine spirit, she had only been cultivating for a short period of time. Divine spirits needed time to accumulate their strength. She might be much stronger than a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, but she had no chance of winning against a half-saint divine spirit. Therefore, even with Qiongqi by her side, Yu Yi was instantly at a disadvantage against the three half-saint of demon race. Fortunately, they didn't have to fight the demon race to the death. They only needed to delay for a while. The flowing time temple rumbled forward. The three half-saint of demon race were obstructed, and the other half-saint divine spirits also had their own opponents. There was no other force capable of stopping the temple's advance. The noisy battlefield seemed to quiet down at this moment, and the whole world seemed to freeze. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes, the flowing time temple crashed into the pitch-black demon pagoda. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, who were standing on the steps of the temple, were the first to be hit. Their faces turned pale, and then they each spat out a mouthful of blood. In the next moment, a muffled sound like thunder exploded. The light curtain outside the temple suddenly caved in, but it didn't shatter. A halo of light rippled out and spread in all directions. The demon pagoda shook slightly, and then returned to normal. When the half-saint of demon race saw that the demon pagoda was safe and sound, they breathed a sigh of relief. However, they still rushed towards the demon pagoda without caring about the damage they would suffer. They would rather be hit by their opponent's attacks to defend the demon pagoda. Seeing this, how could everyone not know that the demon pagoda was really important to the demon race? When the demon pagoda first appeared, no one in the astral plane knew what it was for, and they didn't pay much attention to it. When they really paid attention to it, the demon pagoda was already in its embryonic form. Li Wui faintly guessed that this thing would be very useful to the demon race, so he let the 5 armies try to attack it to see if there was a chance to destroy the demon pagoda. Now, after trying it out, they realized that the demon pagoda was far more important to the demon race than the astral plane had expected. The half-saint actually disregarded their own safety to protect the demon pagoda. How could the fake emperors let them do as they wished? They all chased after the half-saint of demon race and caused more damage to the enemy. On the temple, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui looked at each other. Their minds were connected, so there was no need for any discussion. They changed their hand seals, and the temple retreated at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was more than 10 kilometers away. They changed their hand seals again, and the temple crashed into the demon pagoda again. Although the collision just now didn't destroy the demon pagoda, it wasn't completely ineffective. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui saw it more clearly than the others. Although the demon pagoda was sturdy, it definitely wouldn't be able to withstand 3 collisions from the temple. As long as they hit it 3 times, the two of them were confident that they could completely destroy the demon pagoda. At that time, no matter what the demon race was planning, it would be useless. Another loud rumbling sound rang out. The demon pagoda trembled as if it was about to collapse, but in the end, it stabilized. Seeing this, the half-saint on the battlefield didn't hesitate to use secret techniques that consumed their life essence to increase their strength. They just wanted to quickly get rid of their opponents and stop Yang Xiao and Yang Shui's actions. It wasn't only the half-saint, but also the demon king. In an instant, the already intense battlefield changed even more. The strength of the GZ army's soldiers and horses was displayed at this time. There were always some benefits to having so many experts. Facing the counterattack of the demon race's experts, they were actually able to maintain the situation. They didn't allow any threat to the demon race to disturb Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. The flowing time temple collided with the demon pagoda for the 3rd time. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui's small faces were as pale as paper, but their eyes were filled with unswerving determination. Above the demon pagoda, a halo of light suddenly circulated. As energy gathered, a huge vortex appeared in front of the demon pagoda. Standing above the temple, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui couldn't help but narrow their eyes when they saw this. Although they didn't know what that vortex was, they knew that victory or defeat would be decided in one fell swoop. Therefore, they didn't hesitate to use their strength. A slender jade foot stepped out of the vortex. Immediately after, a graceful figure appeared in the air. Her skin was smooth, her face was like jade, and she had a pair of exquisite wings on her back. Wang, as that pair of jade feet landed, the world seemed to tremble for a moment. Yang Xiao was stunned at first, but then his expression changed drastically. He cried out involuntarily, "Fuyu." There were currently 3 demon saints in the astral boundary, and all of them were famous. Even if Yang Xiao hadn't observed them up close, he had seen them from afar in the Western Territory. Moreover, the characteristics of the Feather Demon clan were so obvious. How could he not recognize them? Why was she here? How could she appear here? Wasn't she supposed to be in the demon land in the Eastern Territory? The Eastern Territory was hundreds of millions of kilometers away from here. Even if she was a demon saint, it would take her at least a few days to fly here. There was no reason for her to appear here for no reason. Recalling the scene just now, Yang Zhao's heart thumped. That demon pagoda. Could it be that it had the ability to cross territory? This was the only way to explain the current situation. Fuyu's appearance caused the expressions of many experts in the astral boundary to change. Hyoji, who was in charge of the Central Army, immediately took out the space spirit bead and sent a message to the 2 elders of the dragon race. He didn't go into battle to kill the enemy, not because he was a coward, but because the 5 armies were out in full force. There had to be someone in charge of the overall situation. The other commanders were all fake Emperor Realm experts, so they naturally had to go into battle to restrain the enemy half-saint. He was the weakest, but he had no problem coordinating the army. Thus, Bing Yun and the others handed over the command of the allied army to him. In fact, he did a good job, and it was all thanks to him devising strategies. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to create two opportunities for Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. However, the third time was like kicking an iron plate. Just as Hyoji sent a message to the elders of the dragon race, Fuyu's crystal-like eyes indifferently glanced at Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. Her gaze was extremely indifferent, as if she was looking at two insignificant ants. However, when she looked at the flowing time temple again, her expression finally changed. She let out a soft sound of surprise. Clearly, she had also noticed the extraordinariness of the flowing time temple. The distance between them was rapidly closing. After experiencing the initial shock, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui didn't retreat. Instead, they urged the temple forward even more diligently. This was because both of them knew that in front of a demon saint, there was no chance for them to escape. If they put their lives on the line, they might be able to gain something. Chapter 37:21. The temple buzzed as it charged forward with a brilliant might. Even if there was a large mountain in front of it, it would most likely be smashed to pieces. Compared to the enormous temple, Fuyu's figure was incomparably small. However, that demon saint's aura was even higher than the heavens. Her jade-like hand reached forward and clenched in the air. A five-colored divine bow with dragons and phoenixes carved on it appeared in her hand. When her other hand gently twisted it, the bowstring was pulled back, and a feather arrow that was also flowing with light and color was knocked on the string. A great sense of danger suddenly enveloped Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. Even though the two of them had obtained the true teachings of the flowing time great emperor and had made some small achievements in their cultivation, they still felt a sense of suffocation. They could only feel the killing intent and might rushing straight at them, causing their minds to be in turmoil and unable to control themselves. Boya was a mid-rank demon king. If she was prepared, she could even kill a high-rank demon king, let alone a demon saint like Fuyu. In this world, only the great emperors and demon saints of the same level could receive an arrow from her without dying. In front of this arrow, anyone below the level of a demon saint was nothing. Thus, even though the two of them were hiding in the flowing time temple, they couldn't help but feel exposed to danger. They didn't feel safe at all. When the arrow was formed, it had already been shot out. The distance was too close, so Fuyu didn't have the time to react. A ray of light visible to the naked eye shot out from Fuyu's hand, heading straight for the temple. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. It was as if heavenly lightning had ignited the flames of the earth. When a loud bang rang out, a violent shockwave spread out, affecting the entire battlefield. Countless humans and demon race members were thrown off their feet. Even the demon kings had to circulate their energy to defend themselves. The fake emperors and half-saints had even more serious expressions on their faces. Fuyu stumbled back 2 steps before stabilizing herself. She let out a soft cry of surprise again. She looked around and saw that the huge palace was actually intact. It was just that it had been sent flying back by the huge impact. Amidst the cracking sounds, countless cracks appeared on the light curtain that had been wrapping the flowing time temple, and before the temple could stabilize, it shattered. Yang Zhao's and Yang Shui's faces, which were already pale, were now bloodless. Both of them were bleeding profusely. That light curtain was the defense of the flowing time temple itself. Although Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were not strong enough to display its full power, it was not something that could be easily broken. This could be seen from the fact that the light curtain was still intact after the previous 2 collisions. However, under Fu Yu's arrow, the light barrier shattered. It could be seen how terrifying the power of Fu Yu's arrow was. If it were not for the protection of the flowing time temple, not to mention Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, even a fake emperor or half-saint would have been blown to smithereens. The temple was sent flying back, like a giant beast that could not control its body. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui's minds were connected to the temple, and at this moment, the world was also turned upside down. However, before they could catch their breath, a sense of crisis that made them feel as if they were about to die once again shrouded the two of them. In front of the demon pagoda, Fu once again drew her five-colored divine bow. The arrow trembled as it pointed directly at the flowing time temple. Her crystal-like eyes were full of indifference. Just now, she came in a hurry and did not display her full power at all with the first arrow. However, she was a demon saint. Even if it was just a casual attack, it had the power to destroy heaven and earth. However, the two humans did not die, which made her somewhat intolerable. Under normal circumstances, she would not bother to attack these two ants again. However, she saw that the divine palace was extraordinary, so she was determined to destroy this inexplicable palace. As for the life and death of the people hiding in it, how could she care about them? If Fu Yu only had time to display 50% of her strength with the first arrow, then the second arrow was at least 80%. Otherwise, she was not sure that she could destroy the temple. When the arrow was shot, only the brilliance of this arrow was left in the world. All the movements on the battlefield were overshadowed by this arrow. Hyoji, who was in charge of the army, looked at this scene helplessly. His eyes were about to split open, but there was nothing he could do. He was not strong enough, so how could he save people from the demon saint? He did not know how to explain this to Yang Kai and Dragon Island. Yang Shui was Yang Kai's younger sister. If she died here, Yang Kai would definitely be angry. This was not the most important thing. Yang Shao was the son of the two great elders of the dragon race. If he really died here, wouldn't the great elder and the second elder go crazy? Now, the entire star boundary was relying on these two to stabilize the situation. If they lost their minds, the entire star boundary would be in danger. The divine temple was flipped over, and the arrow quickly flew over. It would not take a moment for it to reach the front. Just as the arrow was about to hit the divine temple, a pale golden light suddenly flew out from the divine temple. The light was formed from tiny grains of sand. It danced lightly and wrapped around the arrow. The flowing time great emperor's divine sand. At the critical moment of life and death, Yang Shao and Yang Shui endured the discomfort and jointly urged the power of the endless hourglass. The flowing time great emperor's divine sand stored in the hourglass shot out. The principle of time spread out, and the whole world seemed to freeze at this moment. The principles of time eroded the arrow, and the flowing time great emperor slowed down the arrow and weakened its power. After a moment, everything returned to normal. Although they urged the power of the endless hourglass, Yang Shao and Yang Shui were still not strong enough. Being able to delay the attack of a demon saint for a moment was already an extraordinary achievement. Not to mention, under the erosion of the principles of time, the arrow's power was greatly reduced. But it was still not something the two of them could contend against. Little ant. Yang Shao turned his head and looked at Yang Shui in front of him, a smile appearing on his pale face. He was about to die, but he had no regrets being able to be with his family before death. Yang Shui also glanced at him and smiled gently. On the jade platform of the divine temple, the two of them clenched their hands tightly. Between life and death, there was great fear, but the two of them looked as calm as water. All of a sudden, a withered hand emerged from the void and grabbed the ambulite. Wang, the feather arrow was like a spirit snake, constantly struggling in the big hand, but it was unable to break free from the big hand's restraint. The big hand suddenly clenched, and the feather arrow shattered, turning into multicolored light that dissipated into the world. When the large hand grabbed the arrow, countless pairs of eyes in the sky and on the ground focused on the large hand. Fu Yu frowned and revealed a look of disgust. Only when the arrow was shattered did a figure appear in everyone's field of vision. The figure was not very tall and looked like a normal person, but standing there, he was indomitable, enough for everyone to raise their heads and look up. Yao Si let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally made it. Thank goodness. Father. Yang Shao was overjoyed. Zhu Yan did not turn his head and said indifferently, well done. When he received Hyoji's message, he immediately rushed over through the space spirit bead, just in time to see Fu Yu shoot the second arrow. His scalp immediately went numb, and the calmness that he had cultivated for tens of thousands of years almost collapsed in that instant. It was all because he could not stop that arrow in time. Fortunately, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui activated the endless hourglass and bought him an instant of time. This instant was the difference between life and death. Facing the demon saint, he did not lose his fighting spirit and instead tried his best to survive. This was not something that just anyone could do. Yang Xiao had the qualifications to make Zhu Yan proud. "You dare to hurt my son, die." Another figure appeared right after Zhu Yan. Who else could it be but Fu Dun? When she appeared, she pounced at Fu Yu without any explanation. Her dragon eyes were filled with killing intent, and her beautiful face was covered in frost. The temperature of the entire world plummeted. Dragons had reverse scales, and to Fu Dun, Yang Xiao was her reverse scale. She would fight to the death with anyone who dared to hurt her. Icy laws lingered around her as Fu Dun transformed into a crystal dragon. Dragons might fill the air as she spat out a dragon breath at Fu Yu. Beside Fu Yu, Huo Bo and Xue Li strangely appeared. Seeing the icy aura coming at them, Huo Bo let out a strange laugh. His round and short body, which was like a round ball, rushed into the sky with an indescribable agility and rushed towards the icy aura. Asterisk boom, asterisk a huge ball of fire exploded in the sky as Fu Dun's attack failed. With a dragon roar, Zhu Yan also transformed into his dragon true form and fought alongside Fu Dun against the three demon saint of the demon race. They fought all the way to the clouds and soon disappeared. Inside the temple, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were already at the end of their rope. They did not even have the strength to stand. Qiongqi broke away from his opponent and arrived at the temple in a flash. He hurriedly checked the two's injuries and found that they had only used up too much energy and did not leave behind any hidden injuries. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. With his departure, the situation on the battlefield immediately changed subtly. The slight advantage that Star Realm originally had was gradually wiped out. The demon race organized a counterattack and slowly pushed Star Realm's army back. Hyoji smashed his fist hatefully and gave the order to retreat. The purpose of this battle was to destroy the demon tower, but now that they had failed, there was no point in continuing to fight. It would only add to the casualties. Moreover, after fighting for so many days, the soldiers of the various corps could not bear it anymore and could only quit while they were ahead. In this battle, the casualties of both the human and demon races numbered in the millions. After the battle, the demon race took 3 days to clean up the corpses. Yang Kai was unaware of the battle on Star Realm's side. At this moment, he was still meditating in the ancient battlefield. Such a good opportunity was very rare. The flow of time in the ancient battlefield was different from the outside world, a difference of several dozen times, so Yang Kai naturally had to seize this opportunity. Originally, he had a bit of a purpose, but as time passed and his mind became immersed, Yang Kai was completely immersed in it and only felt the joy of becoming stronger little by little. During this period, other than when Boya called him out to continue devouring other worlds, he stayed in the ancient battlefield in the small sealed world. Inside the ancient battlefield, the area where the two forces were wreaking havoc would shrink every few months. When Yang Kai entered the ancient battlefield, the two forces that had been entangled with each other for many years used his body as a medium to refine and absorb them, becoming the capital and nutrients for Yang Kai's continuous growth. Moreover, as he cultivated, Yang Kai did not feel any signs of his foundation being unstable. Every step he took was extremely solid. The reason for this was the flow of time. The benefits obtained in the ancient battlefield were not achieved overnight but were truly honed bit by bit, so naturally, there were no hidden dangers. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.